practically another world reincarnation. I slept for 2,000 years, and the world had changed. Part 4. Chapter 67.1 to 88.2. 6-7. Humanoid forms had always carried a certain romance, but beyond that, there were highly practical reasons behind their design. After all, being humanoid allowed machines to use the same tools as humans, wear the same equipment, and operate in the same facilities. That's why, even 2,000 years ago, we maintained a human shape while mechanizing ourselves. Mathematical consciousnesses also chose humanoid frames, and other civilizations built humanoid machines for the same reasons. Even so, intergalactic regulations, loosely enforced through they were, prohibited the creation of automatons that perfectly resembled humans. Our Type B synthetic bodies towed the line, and we'd gotten around that rule by claiming, they don't function without a human operator, so technically they're not automatons. I mean, we created them out of compassion, why should we need excuses? Meanwhile, other nations added panel-style armor, exposed their camera eyes, or painted obvious markings on their cheeks to prove their machines weren't human. Still, just about every civilization had people who idolized automatons. Some even modified their own bodies to resemble automatons and caused misunderstandings. Those incidents were practically routine. Really, cosplay had no place in public. Anyway, back to the point, somehow, the captured automaton perfectly matched every condition in that rule. It looked like it came straight out of what we called a machine's a scary propaganda pamphlet! What is she even saying? Celine and I tilted our heads in front of the prisoner, while the citizens of the holy city kept a nervous distance. The interrogation was going nowhere. The main problem was that the automaton was speaking in a hybrid trinary and quindecimal code, scrambled, no less, so the translator couldn't keep up. If we had the same randomization table, we might have been able to convert it into binary using the data we pulled from Valley of Death. But with this level of obfuscation, deciphering it in real time was impossible. Even Celine couldn't crack it because she wasn't a cryptography expert. Not that I could, either. I was a combat mesh pilot, and she was my flight officer. Maybe we could have done it with the right software installed, but cut off from the vast library archives, that wasn't even an option. We were stuck. To make matters worse, this elf lookalike had no external ports for direct connection. I checked thoroughly, but there were no emergency passive jacks like Galata and the others had, either. And yet, her movements were smooth and her angry expressions looked far too natural. She didn't have the telltale signs of a pseudo-intelligence running simulated intelligence. No, she had emotion and a sense of self. Or at the very least, she processed information well enough to make us think she did. She really did seem like a full-fledged mathematical consciousness. Celine, what about a scan? Lieutenant, deep scans are being deflected. Especially the head, it's too heavily shielded. We can't see past the outer armor. Damn it. If we couldn't even scan her, we'd have to dismantle her just to understand how she worked. So this is one of the Forbidden Land's demons. What a terrifying form. I glanced at Gilita and Falcon, hoping they might recognize her, but from the way they looked unnerved, it seemed even the scriptures had no mention of her kind. Maybe the Apocrypha did, but neither of them had the security clearance to access those. So we were stuck again. Still, I wasn't too keen on dissecting something that seemed so similar to us, not while she was still alive. More than anything, I didn't have the confidence to take apart something so advanced and put it back together perfectly on the first try. A fully equipped automated factory with high-precision scanning equipment might manage it, but doing it by hand? No chance. We can't communicate, she's clearly hostile. At this point, I think we should disassemble her. I get that, but I'm just not feeling it. Is this really the time for hesitation? It takes a bit of resolve to fully press the button that starts a war and burns down an entire forest, you know. Celine's suggestion was perfectly logical. But I just couldn't go through with it. This elf lookalike seemed to possess life and intelligence. The way the female-shaped frame writhed, trying to escape her restraints, she had the desperation of something fighting to stay alive. That wasn't something you could casually take apart just because. And while communication was difficult at the moment, it wasn't necessarily impossible. If we kept at it, got her talking, maybe we could extract enough fragmented data to make sense of things. Though, That would probably take months, at a minimum. And in that time, we'd have to somehow keep her functioning. Lord Nozomu? Over there. What is it, Peter? A transmission came through from Peter, who was on sentry duty. I linked into the visual feed from his powered exosuit and saw an anomaly on the edge of the forest. More of the elf lookalikes had appeared, armed with bows and daggers, fully geared for war. The fact that they were deliberately revealing themselves likely meant they were prepared to recover their comrade at all costs, or at least prevent any intelligence leaks. There was a strong sense of camaraderie between them, too. But unlike drones, they didn't feel cold or automatonic. They had none of that insect-like artificiality you'd expect from swarms. In fact, I could feel the mutual care they had for each other. Maybe I was projecting, but still, they looked like a warrior tribe, through and through. And if they killed their own to spare them the humiliation of capture, I could understand that as a twisted form of kindness. What do you think, Glitter? They just look really angry, if you ask me. I agree, Saint. The demons look absolutely furious. Yeah. That wasn't simulated emotion. That was real self-awareness. Which meant this automaton's heavily shielded head might house photon crystals. That made things even harder. We generally had a soft spot for intelligent life, and they were like Celine's derivative sisters. I didn't want to treat them harshly. What should we do? These people could read binary code, at least enough to send a warning arrow earlier. Maybe we could draft a letter and send it back with her. Lieutenant. High energy reaction detected. What? I cranked my internal clock speed to the max and synced my vision with one of the recon drones. On the forest's edge, several of the elf lookalikes had formed a circle and were doing something with iron rods, crossing them in a geometric pattern. In the center, heat was building rapidly. It started at a few dozen degrees, then soared past a few hundred, then over 1,000 in seconds. Plasma magnetic field thermal weapon. It's a Class 1 lethal weapon. Why plasma? That stuff was notoriously hard to control. It lost heat to the atmosphere immediately, and required precise magnetic containment to prevent diffusion. Even beam weapons were easier to handle. And yet, here were a bunch of elf lookalikes with sticks, somehow generating it. What the hell kind of absurdity was this? Evacuate, now. It's launched. Indirect fire. PRA Chapter 67.2 Evacuate, now. It's launched. Indirect fire. When I shouted in a voice stretched out comically in slow motion, everyone scattered at once. We didn't know what might be waiting, so we trained them all how to react under bombardment, just in case. I grabbed the prisoner and bolted, simultaneously issuing remote commands to spread out both the dichotomous 4S and the Sashigames from their tight formation. Pride and protocol were thrown out the window as we fled. A plasma sphere, maintaining its intensity over several kilometers, exploded at the edge of where the formation had been. The blast unleashed heat rivaling the surface of a star, scorching the ground. Damn, that it was close. None of us have gear rated for that kind of heat. If it had hit us, it would have been catastrophic. Good thing we caught on in time. I'd have to thank Peter later. Second shot incoming. Shit. We're turning tail. We didn't know the enemy's maximum range, and if they were using indirect fire, the hills wouldn't help. They probably wouldn't pursue too far based on their behavioral patterns, but either way, we needed to get out of there. I had no intention of abandoning Block 22B, but I also wasn't about to incinerate an entire forest and start a war with an intelligent species, not yet, anyway. All I wanted was to make peaceful contact and explore the area, so why the hell did it have to come to this? Lieutenant. The enemy's weaponry has tracking capabilities. It altered its course mid-air. You've got to be kidding me. That's better tech than some upstart nations. We scrambled to evacuate in a panic, and only after putting 50 kilometers between us and the forest did the relentless plasma barrage finally stop. Along the way, their shots had even multiplied and scattered. It had been a complete mess. Honestly, good thing we'd upgraded our gear. If we'd been moving any slower, we never would have escaped that bullet storm. A toast to my own caution, for making sure everyone was prepared to board at a moment's notice. We fled with our proverbial tails between our legs and, just to be safe, set up camp another 100 kilometers away, double the Forbidden Land radius. So, what are we supposed to do with this demon? Just keep an eye on her for now. I'll try to establish communication. Riedelboldi clearly didn't know what to do with the prisoner, but leaving her there with 3 out of 4 limbs wrecked felt wrong, so for now, we'd observe. Celine was working on deciphering her language, and with any luck, things would start making sense soon. Worst case, we'd have to take her back with us to the Holy City and disassemble her. But could we even reassemble her? If we couldn't, and she meaning lost in the process, I'd feel awful. Celine seemed indifferent, but I figured that was because she'd already categorized her as hostile the moment she attacked me. With me being the only one of her kind left, Celine had gotten a bit on edge lately. As her partner, I had to keep her balanced before she did something irreversible. I gazed out across our camp from atop the Sashigame. Our vehicles were scattered in a way that let them act as shields if we were attacked, and beneath each legged APC, the different races had pitched their tents and were resting. We left some crew inside the dichotomous 4S and the Sashigames for quick mobility in case something happened, and deployed drones all around for security. Still, 1 or 2 elf lookalikes had managed to slip through our concerted bombardment earlier, so we couldn't fully relax. But seriously, what should we do? I looked up at the sky. The moon shone brilliantly under the light of the system's star, and I could clearly see the broken ring that had become its satellite. Until we did something about that, there was no going home. But every time I thought about the sheer distance ahead, it felt so impossibly heavy that I tried not to look at it too much. Were the orbital factories still functioning at the Lagrange points? Even if they were, just the 2 of us wouldn't be enough to bring them under control. Even reaching them wouldn't mean we could immediately start rebuilding. We'd have to get help, modify the facilities to be usable again, and even build new ships to make up for the inevitable shortages. And damn, we hadn't even figured out how to leave the atmosphere yet. I was so far from home, it was ridiculous. That guy in the old archive, the one who talked to a volleyball, probably didn't have it this bad, but even if I make it back, I'll be 2,000 years behind. Can I even keep up to sand? Years. A dry laugh escaped me as I muttered to myself, only to be answered. I dropped into a combat stance instinctively, lowering my hips, thumbing the hilt of my weapon, ready to draw. My eyes locked onto the figure who'd somehow slipped past my sensors and into striking distance. It was an elf. Well, an elf look-alike. On closer inspection, she was exceptionally tall, easily over 2 meters, probably about 1.5 times the size of the prisoner we captured. Her build was slender, vaguely feminine, but her streamlined form was honed like a blade. Her almond-shaped, jade-green camera eyes gleamed with curiosity under the moonlight. Her silver, glossy hair, doubling as a heat dispersal fin, was tied up high. Her round little nose gave her face a surprisingly youthful, almost childlike charm, despite her imposing frame. Beneath her eyes, standard numerical symbols were painted on her skin. The number 05 was written on her cheek, likely an ID, not battle gear. An embedded R code encoded a serial number in an unfamiliar, complex script. She wore a simple poncho-style tunic with no visible weapons. 2,000 years. What's that mean? Her mouth, lined with a faint green pseudo-mucosal membrane, revealed her non-human nature at a glance. Her lips shared the same hue, another design cue of her standard build. You are. She was speaking in binary, with some trinary code spliced in. The compressed radio wave speech had a strange rhythm to it, but I could still understand. She was trying to speak our language. I am Funf, she said, using an old Earth language to call herself 5. Standing atop the Sashigame, she reached a hand out to me. Hey. What do you mean by 2,000 years? Despite her mature appearance, she smiled like a little girl as she asked. I slowly relaxed my grip on the hilt, uncertain how to even begin to answer. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Plasma weapons. These weapons unleash heat on par with stellar surfaces, incinerating all in their path. However, without magnetic containment, their heat dissipates quickly in both atmosphere and vacuum, making them technically demanding and short-ranged. As a result, they never gained widespread use. Still, in nations without stable antimatter or micro-black hole infrastructure, Plasma cannons were sometimes adopted as main guns due to their sheer destructive power, when they could be deployed effectively. PRA Chapter 68.168 Celine, double-check the sensors. So your name is Funf, huh? Speaking aloud while transmitting directional compressed radio wave language was a skill I'd only picked up after arriving here. I normally had no reason to use such a slow interface-like sound, so I'd forgotten how it felt, like typing a text while talking on the phone. Back when I was doing pseudo work during compulsory education, I did that sort of thing all the time. All green. I scanned the logs in baseline reality time for the past 30 minutes, nothing unusual. What's the situation, Lieutenant? An elf lookalike is standing right in front of me. What? I caught a glimpse of the Type I, which had been stationed at the center of the camp under the protection of other dichotomous 4S, shifting slightly. Its visual sensors lit up, and I could tell it had spotted us, and that it was just as surprised. Well, these elf lookalikes could shoot plasma cannons using magic. Tricking the sensors shouldn't be too hard either, but seeing a towering 250 centimeters figure doing it really messed with my brain. No matter how you looked at it, that build wasn't for reconnaissance, it was clearly for tanking. Yes. I'm Funf. You, outsider. What's your individual ID code? Nozama? Matsuin Ozama? Nozama? Got it. As the bizarrely childish elf lookalike beamed at me, I noticed the barrel of a Sasha game, remotely operated by Celine, slowly shifting its aim in silence, then stopping without alerting her. Please, don't fire at this range. Even if it didn't hit directly, the shockwave would tear me apart. And if she lunged at me from this distance, I probably wouldn't be able to dodge. If that railgun hit, my skull would be toast. So, Funf, what did you come here for? I wanted to see outsiders. I've always been curious. The elder says I'm not allowed to leave, but I figured it's okay if I'm helping save Mil. Mil? You mean the girl we caught earlier today? Yes. When she asked, "Where's Mil?" with such innocent enthusiasm, I found myself digging deep in my accelerated thoughts, trying to figure out the best response. She was, after all, the only one so far who had approached me in a friendly manner. Just rejecting her was out of the question. But if she was worried about getting scolded by her elder, then her status probably wasn't very high. And the fact she snuck out here alone suggested she didn't have many friends, either. So you're really curious about the outside world, Funf. What do you think I should do, Celine? She's dangerous. The safest option would be to eliminate her. Yeah, I figured she'd say that. But right now, I couldn't help but see her as my only ticket into the forest. If I could negotiate with her, maybe I could establish peaceful contact. I've never been outside. No one's come from outside since before I was even born. So I've always wanted to know more. Why are you so interested in outsiders? They say the outsiders will destroy Gan Eden. But I wanted to know if it's true. I instantly reacted to the unfamiliar term, launching a quick search through the library. An old word. Even back when I was in compulsory education, it had already become obsolete. It meant Garden of Eden. I'd only just heard a similar term recently. The fragmented data we'd found in the corrupted records of the degenerate god in the Valley of Death referenced to something called Project Eden. No way it was just a coincidence. Sure, it was a cliched term, used so often in fiction it was practically worn out. In any format descended from our language base, you'd expect people to keep using it, no matter how corny it was. In fact, many old Earth nations had named their new frontiers Eden as a promise for the future. Personally, I found it annoying since it made tagging the data harder, and none of them ever lived up to the name, but hey, I couldn't exactly argue with their sense of style. Still, this elf-lookalike girl was clearly an artificial being. A humanoid drone, maybe one with photon crystals. Either way, an automaton didn't just appear out of nowhere, and if she was designed to protect the forest from potential threats like us, outsiders who might destroy this so-called Eden, then it wasn't hard to imagine she was linked to the project. Could this be the clue I needed to finally understand why the planet had ended up like this? I don't know what Gan Eden is, but I have no intention of destroying anything. Gan Eden. In binary. It means the world? Okay, that's a bit much. First I was a devil who destroyed the holy city, and now I'm apparently going to destroy the whole world. The scale of these misunderstandings just kept inflating. None of it made sense anymore. All I wanted was to go home. If the forest gets damaged, Gan Eden ends. That's why nobody's allowed in. Why would the world end if the forest is damaged? Dunno. Well, at least she was enthusiastic. If she were a kindergartner, I'd have praised her for the energy. But seriously, I didn't need any more unknowns. I already had too many as it was. Still, I could kind of understand wanting to protect that vast forest. Forests were essential to maintaining a planet's atmosphere. For carbon-based life forms to breathe normally, trees were absolutely necessary. If a significant portion of the planet wasn't covered in vegetation, atmospheric stability went out the window. If a forest of that scale were destroyed, the atmospheric balance would shift, and living here would get a lot harder. Saying the world would end was a bit dramatic. It was not like the whole atmosphere would change from just one forest, but I couldn't deny the importance of keeping it intact. Maybe these elf lookalikes had been created and scattered across the land solely to protect forests, and that had happened after the collapse of the communications network, which made her all the more crucial. She might be my only lead to uncovering the truth about those who massacred us. You heard that, Celine? She may not be a reliable source of information, but she is potentially key to uncovering the core truth. So, Funf, do we really look like the kind of people who would destroy the world? Maybe my multitasking had bought me enough time. Celine seemed a bit more convinced now, and I noticed the barrel of the railgun shift away. Though, the nose-mounted machine guns were still pointed right at the girl. Overprotective much? But this was my fight. I might be outclassed in size, but I wasn't planning on losing in skill. I could protect myself, so I wished Celine would focus on gathering intel instead. You don't look like it. You look weak. Weak. Well, okay, fair enough, I guess. Her bluntness stung for a second, but hey, better to look harmless than threatening. Hey, Funf. Depending on the situation, I'm not against letting Mel go. We never intended to capture her in the first place. Lieutenant. PRA Chapter 68.2. Hey, Funf. Depending on the situation, I'm not against letting Mel go. We never intended to capture her in the first place. Lieutenant. Calm down, Celine. It wasn't like we were giving her back for free. If Funf could act as an interpreter and a pipeline for information, she was far more valuable than a prisoner we'd have to dissect just to get anything out of. More importantly, she was the one who approached us out of interest. It'd be a waste not to take advantage of that. We'd have the ghost of missed opportunities haunting us. Really? Mel's loud and annoying, but she's still a friend, so I'd be super happy if you gave her back. And the outsiders might not have to die. Not have to die? The chief said they were gonna launch a night raid. She just casually dropped a major tactical bombshell like it was nothing. Was she just that innocent, or maybe too inexperienced to know better? Either way, she was way too open with everything. If we give Mel back, will they call off the night raid? Yep. The chief said either they take Mel back or kill her, so probably a coordinated night raid by enemies who could mask their approach from our sensors would be rough. If we could prevent that with the return of one prisoner, it was a good trade. And if we tried to flee now, they'd probably pursue us. Without knowing their maximum operational range, a game of tag was the last thing I wanted. More than anything, if we could show goodwill through her, it might soften their stance. Celine, what do you think? I think returning the prisoner and asking her to pass on a message to the chief is our best option. Honestly, this individual, Funf, was it ? Seems a bit slow in the head, so I'm not sure how reliable she is. On the plus side, dissection-wise, 2 for the price of 1 is a good deal. Could you maybe try being a bit more tactful? Sure, she'd said a few things that made me wonder if she was a grade schooler, and I did have my doubts. But we could have her carry a letter, and ask for at least a little trust. She hadn't come here out of malice. That made her a lot better than the ones who refused to even listen, driven only by blind hostility. Curiosity, at least, was a bridge. Well, I had hoped, maybe unrealistically, that she might be the chief's only daughter or something, doted on and able to get her way easily. But judging from her attitude, the way she acted, and how she broke taboos just out of interest, that clearly wasn't the case. Actually, I didn't even know how these elf lookalikes reproduced. They might not even have a concept of family. Anyway, Outsider. This is my first time outside the forest. What's this thing? While we'd been talking, her curiosity had shifted to the dichotomous fall. She started smacking its armor plating. It wouldn't dent, but the loud, metallic clanging echoed through the quiet night. It might wake someone up. I'll teach you a bunch of things, and we'll give Mel back. But can you promise me one thing? Really? I'll do anything, huh? Anything, she says. I resisted the urge to make the ancient joke and focused on how smooth things were going. I pulled a notepad from my waist pouch and began writing a letter in binary matrix code. I explained that we meant no harm, that there was something we absolutely needed from the forest, and that if we were allowed to retrieve it, we'd even help protect the forest. I framed it in a way that emphasized not just our needs, but potential benefits for them too. Just handing it over might result in it being torn up, so I asked Funf to read it aloud herself. What? You're handing over the prisoner? Whoa, she's huge. When I called Riedelboldi and Gilletta to return the prisoner, both of them looked visibly tense, hands never straying far from their weapons. Funf's sheer size seemed to overwhelm them. Well, she was a full head taller than me, and nearly twice the height of our war chief. It made sense they were on edge. She gave us intel about the night raid. I think we can trust her, somewhat. Well, if she managed to slip past all our defenses. Riedelboldi, tonight's head of security, ground his teeth in frustration and looked up at Funf's impossibly gifted physique, so perfect it made you wonder how anyone could miss her presence. He fully understood the danger of a highly skilled infiltrator like Funf slipping through. Having a sharp deputy like him really was a blessing. You didn't find that often. I'll prepare for immediate relocation. How far should we fall back? Let's double the distance. Then wait for their reply. So fluffy. Whoa, huge and fluffy. Wah, ah. As we discussed our plans, we suddenly heard loud, thudding footsteps followed by a startled cry. Turns out, Funf had caught Peter. She managed to catch that reflex-sharp Sylvanian with ease. And not only had she stripped off his armor plates, she'd snatched my chief steward even though he'd been wearing his exosuit. We don't have anything like this in the forest. He's huge. The outside world is amazing. I'll let go. Lord Nozomu, help me. I've never even gotten to fluff any of them myself. It took some effort to pry Peter away from Funf while he cried out and kicked at her armored legs. Gilletta was fuming, but for a totally different reason. Seemed like she hadn't managed to pet a Sylvanian yet. When we returned, I'd have to look into creating more opportunities for her to interact with them. Getting fluffed must be a serious humiliation for adult Sylvanians. It took everything I had to stop Peter from reaching for the safety on his cold gun and convince him to let it go. Man, managing a multi-species team was tough. Seriously. In the end, I handed over the prisoner to Funf, who hoisted her up with one hand while the girl made her dissatisfaction very clear, and watched them go. But despite having made a decision, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease that only deepened after she left. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Though no longer used in modern language, many archaic terms from old Earth remain in active use through naming conventions and classification standards. Accordingly, most standard language packages still include them. Incidentally, the primary reason for this, at least from the perspective of mechanized humans, is simply that they sound cool. That's also the only reason why species names are still assigned in Latin. PRA Chapter 69.1. Shout out to Jowlandi for becoming a patron. 6-9. No good. Can't see a damn thing through the scope. Riedelboldi, lying prone on top of the dichotomous four with his sniper rifle braced on its bipod, clicked his tongue as he spotted a lone figure trudging in from beyond the horizon in the pitch-black night. Through the scope mounted on his helmet, something like a VR headset goggle, the view showed nothing but an empty plain. No sense of presence, no hint of life. If it were a purely optical device, we'd see something. Must be some kind of magic that seriously messes with machines. Beside him, I was acting as spotter, peering through a primitive optical telescope. At the edge of the plain 5 kilometers out, bathed in moonlight, stood a solitary figure. Slumped shoulders made it blatantly clear they were dejected. Funny how our state-of-the-art gear is working against us now. No one could have predicted this. I've never seen magic so Magical. The only kind I know connects to the Great Mother. I had no idea there were people out there who could do something this absurd. The Tegob warrior seemed just as outraged by the nonsensical nature of the magic as I was. He practically ripped the scope off his head and grabbed an older model revolving rifle that had been sitting nearby. It had an optical scope slapped on it, clearly a rush job, but functional thanks to some smart modifications. Celine had been furious when she found out the perimeter had been breached so easily, and had stayed up all night retrofitting it. Still, this thing's only accurate out to about 800 meters. Not exactly comforting. Well, yeah, it doesn't have targeting software corrections. Even so, the fact that Reincarnation had managed to hit targets at that range with just half a day of practice was insane. I mean, I had to put in who knows how many hours just to stop getting mocked as a useless slug or noob, lol, by my teammates for trying to snipe without any assistance. Maybe I'll try firing a shot, just to see. Don't. We're just checking to see if she's being followed. Yeah, I know, Chieftain. Just joking. Still, Reincarnation chuckled, saying maybe he should have brought his bow after all. But that smile quickly faded because what appeared clearer and clearer in his optics was just heartbreaking. Hey, the hell? Her right arm's been torn off. Isn't her face caved in too? The faceplate's totally wrecked. Funf had returned in an absolutely wrecked state. Her right arm was gone from the elbow down, the stump sealed over with dried white blood. Her faceplate was warped, like she'd taken a brutal punch, the armor plating visibly bent. Looking closer, even through her clothes, we could see multiple spots along her abdomen had caved in. She'd been lynched. No doubt about it. Guess the negotiation failed. Looks that way. Damn. Not that I hadn't considered the possibility, but I guess just bringing back something useful wasn't enough. Maybe I shouldn't have let her carry that letter, after all. She must have taken a serious beating. Even a Type C synthetic body takes effort to break. For her to end up like that, they must have been furious. Poor thing. Kind of messed up that you sent her knowing that might happen, Chieftain. I thought she'd be fine. I mean, we would have praised her for what she did. Going off script was considered part of warfare's beauty. Sure, rules and orders mattered. But if you had a good enough reason and brought results, things usually got swept under the rug. Our military was strict, but not heartless. I'd just assumed others thought the same. Never imagined they'd beat her that badly. Nozomu, Funf. You okay? Once she spotted our formation, the sadness dropped off her like a lie. She dashed toward us at a jogging pace, which, for her, meant something like 40 kilometers an hour, and gave us a carefree smile. Got chewed out hard for the first time in a while. Yeah, I figured. Sorry. It's been a week since someone hit me hard enough to bend my face. Losing an arm? That's been, like, half a month. Wait, what did she just say? They praised me for saving Mill, but when they read your letter, they got mad. Said it cancelled everything out. So they read the letter, and that somehow warranted beating you senseless and tearing your arm off, huh? Stuff like that happens all the time back home. We all flinched at the elf lookalike girl smiling with her crushed faceplate. No, seriously, this was messed up. Even we, who die hundreds of times in VR without flinching, don't go this far. Smashing up a physical synthetic body like this, and doing it often? What the hell? Scary. That's not discipline, that's just brutality. Are all elves here like this? Mel got it worse. They said she's a disgrace to the clan for lacking training. Something about atonement, they're gonna hang her upside down for a while. Seriously. But thanks to that, they figured I'd learned my lesson, so sneaking out was easy. She laughed cheerfully, and I instinctively took a half step back. Yeah, no. Her whole mindset was completely alien to us. It was like we were living in different genres. Sure, if tearing off an arm was corporal punishment, they should be able to easily swap it out. But we were taught during compulsory education to take care of our synthetic bodies. Damage like this was something you'd only see in extreme combat, or in the freak chance of a traffic accident. But she talked about it like she just got flicked on the forehead by her mum. Ugh. My mother beyond the distant stars, how gentle and merciful you were compared to this. Oh. But one of the elders got interested in your letter, Nozomu. Really? Yeah. said it was a good thing they didn't slaughter everyone last night. They really were a thoroughly muscle-brained bunch. No, at this point, let's just call them a band of barbarians in elf cosplay. They didn't just plan to launch a night raid to rescue their captive kin, but they apparently intended to wipe everyone if possible. Seriously? Even we wouldn't go that far against a group we couldn't identify as friend or foe. At most, we'd have a special ops unit in thermo-optic camo sneak into the rear and politely invite a couple of the bigwigs for a thorough chat. Civilized measures, you know. Terrifying. These machine elves on this planet were terrifying. PRA Chapter 69.2. Then, what did that elder say? Lately, there's been more and more annoyances coming from the north, so if they're to deal with them, all the better. The north we had approached from the southern side of the forest, but apparently the territories of Funf's people spanned the whole forest, and they were maintaining surveillance up north as well. When I asked for more details, it sounded like humans had been making incursions fairly regularly. Each time, they would drive them back, flay them, and hang the skins, like some sort of crow deterrent. But even that wasn't working anymore, and they were starting to get frustrated. Still, I was relieved that there was at least someone willing to listen. Even if their motive was to get us to clean up their mess, it was nice to know they hadn't completely severed ties with outsiders. That meant I needed to come up with a proper name for them. I'd been calling them elf lookalikes just because they looked the part, but that wasn't exactly respectful. By the way, Funf, what do you call yourselves? I'm Funf. Did you forget? No, I mean your species. What's your collective name? Topiarius. Or just Topia? More Latin. There must have been someone obsessed with old Earth culture or an eternal 14-year-old involved in this. Still, Gardener, huh? A rather fitting name. Anyway, the elf lookalikes, no, the Topiarius, seemed to have concluded that the simplest way to protect the forest was to keep all humans out, no exceptions. And so they had been hunting anyone who entered. But recently, more people had begun to step into the once silent woods, and one of the elders had apparently come to the conclusion that letting the humans sort it out among themselves would be faster. I'd thought these muscleheads were all brawn and no brain, but then something troubling occurred to me. They kept saying from the north. So the intruders were coming from that direction. This northern forbidden land stretched between the Holy City's central domain and the northern territories. To the north lay what had become a volatile hotspot, a den of outlaws, still silent and unrepentant. Now people were heading into the forest from that area, which had long been off limits. That alone reeked of a conspiracy. Could it be that damn Virgil again? Maybe he had retreated and holed himself up north because he had a winning hand, after all. And, although I didn't know what his source of information was, he might even know about the treasure hidden deep within the Forbidden Zone. Wait, hold on. When the dragons attacked, that really was a serious threat to the Holy City. And if Virgil had still been playing political games then, maybe he wasn't just an idiot. Maybe he was holding back a trump card, something like a hidden device capable of restoring the city if it had fallen. Or even equipment to turn the northern region into a new holy city. It wasn't impossible. Even if they didn't manage to land as perfectly as the Celestial Canopy, in Anna 12, there were plenty of factory ships accompanying the Seed Fleet. If they found a crashed Tiamat 25 class ship within their territory, that would be more than enough to fuel some dangerous ideas. I was starting to get a really bad feeling. What's wrong, Nozomu, huh? Oh, nothing. They say to always assume your enemy is stronger than they look, but maybe I was overthinking things. Hopefully. Please let me be overthinking this. After praying to the three saints, I wrote another letter and asked Funf to deliver it to the pro-human elder too. If we got closer, maybe they'd share their random number code, and we could actually hold a real conversation. Maybe, just maybe, they'd even let us into the forest. And if I could uncover the secrets these planetary gardeners were hiding, our planetary exploration would go much more smoothly. Hey, does this big box move? Yeah, it moves. It's a machine designed for that. Then let me ride it. I'll deliver the letter in your, place. Well, that was a twist. But fair enough, she had already broken her tribe's rules just to approach us out of sheer curiosity. If she was going to act as our carrier pigeon, it was only right to thank her properly. All right, hop in. You can get in from here. Whoa. It's tiny in here. Of course it was. This APC wasn't built to carry something with a 250 centimeters frame. Standard infantry rarely top 190 centimeters even with gear. Naturally, it was cramped for her. Hey, chieftain. What is it? I'm starting to feel uneasy letting that giant brat handle things. Don't start. She's the only one we can talk to right now. The tech gobber beside me seemed uneasy as the Topia bombarded us with machine gun-like questions about every little thing, but come on, she was the only lifeline we had. I concur. Frankly, even if we could establish contact with the Topiarius as a whole, who knows if real communication is even possible. You too, Celine. How do you expect us to align minds with a tribe that breaks arms, or tears them off, over discipline? Yeah, okay. I'd thought the same, but we'll manage with communication skills. I mean, come on, I'm that guy, you know? Revered by the Sylvanians, chief of the Tech Gobs, the steel guardian of the Holy City. A multi-talented, wait, no, it didn't sound right. Anyway, I do have a track record of handling multiple roles. I'll figure something out. The Sylvanians only listened to you because of Tissy, the Tech Gobs followed you because you muscled your way in. And same goes for the Holy City. But it still worked, didn't it? You're the same person who cried when you tried to build a model during compulsory education and broke it by forcing the parts together. Oh come on, why are you digging up ancient history? I was a kid. Let it go already. You've done stuff too, like forcing random words into crossword puzzles and insisting this works just fine. Remember? We spent a while debating whether the overly innocent Funf was really up to the task. But in the end, there wasn't much of a choice. She was the only rope we had to cling to. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Topiarius, aka Topia, though they look like mechanized elves, in essence they are nothing like what Ozama hoped for. Moreover, their hunger for knowledge, something unthinkable for humanoid drones, suggested they aren't just another form of pseudo-intelligence either. PRA Chapter 70.1 610 days had flown by. It had already been 10 days since we started making a habit of setting up defensive formations while we waited for Funf, just in case. Inside the formation, though, everything had completely relaxed. This isn't good. This can't go on like this. Saint. I surrender. Please stop. My arm is going to pop off. The fighting spirit of troops who'd marched out ready to die had started to rust, soaked in the sweet nectar of peace. Peace was a precious thing, but indulging in it too much during wartime was a kind of poison. Ugh. Please stop. Please, Saint. The Tech Gobs, frustrated that they couldn't enter the nearby forest, were either holed up sulking in their tents or beating each other up. The Sylvanians were busy with their religious dances, treating the daily worship of Celine like some divine privilege, though I made sure not to intervene too often, lest they got mad at me. I limited rescuing her to once every 3 days or so. Even the knights were starting to lose their edge. Well, I couldn't blame them entirely. After the brutal battle in the Valley of Death, it had been nothing but waiting ever since. Ozama? It's time to stop. Falcon's shoulders about to pop out. No, it's already coming off. Saint. Saint. I kept springing surprise sparring sessions to keep them on edge, but honestly, it felt like no one here fully grasped that they were deployed to an actual war zone. Or maybe it was us who were the weird ones? We could stay constantly alert on the battlefield without burning out as long as we'd activated our protocols. I mean, I'd barely kept up myself, and that's after 2,000 years of VR, constantly fighting human opponents in fantasy settings. This whole thing was starting to remind me of the alienation I'd felt back in those old joint military drills. I mean, the Higher Federation didn't have many allies, so we offered our military muscle on the cheap to form alliances. Plenty of up-and-coming nations or tech-backward states jumped at the offer when we pitched them with lines like "We'll station 2 fleet detachments in your system full-time, and even keep a planet-class warship on standby." This allowed us to secure a decent amount of space lanes and depths, but just leaving them standing idle felt wasteful. So the integrated military would occasionally throw them into joint exercises with those countries. And during those drills, the gap between us and our allies was painfully obvious. It wasn't just a lack of enthusiasm, it was like they couldn't flip the mental switch. Some would crawl out of their bunkers mid-mission to trade rations, others were straight up playing cards while in standby trenches. It was all just too soft. I mean, isn't it normal that once you go into battle mode, you treat every second like you're in a war zone? No yawning, no relaxing. I thought I was gonna die. The wound's shallow. Hang in there, Falcon. Why yes, but Night Glitter, even if the wound's shallow, it still hurts like hell, you know? So yeah, I'd caught Falcon yawning like an idiot during sentry duty and dragged him off for a quick spar. But now I was starting to wonder if maybe I really was the weird one here. No, I wanted to say, without a shred of doubt, that I wasn't wrong. Because we're up against enemies who can slip past drone surveillance like it's nothing, using some incomprehensible magic that makes them nearly invisible through digital sensors. You couldn't have too much caution when that was the reality. Lieutenant, we've had some complaints. Apparently you're roaming around like a bear that missed hibernation. Come on, it's just, everyone's getting sloppy with security. What's with the cutesy tone? That's not your character. Aren't you getting sassier by the day, Celine? Celine denied it, of course, but it was hard to take her seriously when she came over while sitting cross-legged on Peter's helmet like some smug goddess. She was definitely leaning into it now. Well, she'd probably figured out riding on someone's head was the safest way to move around. Well, thanks to you randomly yanking people's ears as a surprise attack, the Sylvanians have at least learned to wear their helmets all the time. See? That's what an officer's job is, being the bear that didn't hibernate, so the grunts don't slack off. I have also received complaints from the tech gobs asking you to stop randomly throwing them, or drawing on the backs of their heads. What are you? A brat? They won't learn unless it's annoying or painful. That's why I just tossed Falcon across the, You're having all the fun without me. And then, bam. A shriek from me and Celine overlapped, and the whole camp finally erupted into noise. Took them long enough. Honestly, I had every right to be mad. It was like a chess piece just appeared next to the king out of nowhere. Someone should have noticed way earlier and gone on alert. Thankfully, it was Funf who barged in. If it had been a hostile Topia, this would have gone very differently. Funf, you scared me for a second there. I waved, and they ignored me. Damn it. They've gotten too complacent. I know it is daytime, but still. I wiped off the cold sweat I probably would have broken into, thankful I hadn't drawn my blade and attacked Funf for sneaking in like that. If we didn't already have a few friendly ones, I would have cut her down without a second thought. But still, Funf. This is the first time you've shown up during the day. And that outfit. Sorry. I won't be able to come by for a while. She looked apologetic, standing in the sunlight for the first time I'd ever seen her, clad in full battle gear. Her armored skin was painted with black and green camouflage, her lips painted black. A quiver hung at her waist beside an obsidian dagger, and on her back was a bow made from branches and string. Looked way too primitive to ever shoot at supersonic speeds. She was completely armed. Something serious had clearly happened. The whole tribe's moving north. That's the order we got. You mentioned things were getting noisy over there 2 days ago. How do I put this in binary? Fire? Yeah, someone threw something super flammable into the north and there was a fire. Caused a huge panic. Someone tried to burn the forest? Sure. In fantasy stories it was always the elf forests that get burned, but trying to burn this nightmare of a barbarian forest? Whoever did that must have been out of their damn mind. Personally, I'd take 100,000 Nosferatu over tangling with these people. I was stunned anyone had attempted such a reckless act. But apparently the Topiarius Tribal Council took it very seriously, ordered a massive force to mobilize, and started sending warriors north, which was why Funf had shown up today in one piece. Until now, she'd always arrived injured, without fail. Frankly, I'd grown half exasperated, half impressed by her sheer persistence. But now she'd come looking completely intact, because she might be heading into the real fight. Things were turning awfully tense again. So, the elder who's open to talking with you said we should inform you we're going to war. And since we trust you enough to say that, We're also asking you not to sneak in while we're gone. I'm not about to go creeping around like a thief. Anyway, that's how it is. I won't be able to come for a while." When I commented that she seemed kind of excited for someone going to war, she grabbed her bow and shouted, "Exploring the outside world is fun. But, though it's not the same kind of fun, fighting is too. No one's ever attacked you before. How did war become your idea of entertainment, huh? Isn't it normal for tribes to fight each other just enough not to die? You were doing it too earlier." PRA Chapter 70.2. When I commented that she seemed kind of excited for someone going to war, she grabbed her bow and shouted, "Exploring the outside world is fun. But, though it's not the same kind of fun, fighting is too. No one's ever attacked you before. How did war become your idea of entertainment, huh? Isn't it normal for tribes to fight each other just enough not to die? You were doing it too earlier." I see now. I finally understand. So this was what it felt like for other countries watching us run full-on combat drills with decommissioned weapons slated for disposal, toned down just enough so our brain shells wouldn't get blown apart. I mean, it was fine for us. We could swap out bodies as many times as we wanted, and even in the worst-case scenario, death wasn't on the table. But topiaries? Sure, they could replace limbs, but they could still actually die. So why the hell were they waging war? Not for politics, not for negotiation, not due to diplomatic failure, but for entertainment? Things like that should be kept inside VR, yeesh. As we collectively cringed at the sheer barbarity of it all, we still gathered to see Funfoff. Then let us send Funfoff to battle with 3 Banzai. Ready, and, Banzai. 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 What is this? No one really knew, but when we told outsiders, it's just something we do, they tilt their heads, completely baffled. Honestly, even we didn't know where we salvaged that ritual from. We were just imitating what people used to do, sending off a lone soldier with cheers from the rear. Looks like we've got a break for a while, huh, Chieftain? A break? You were the one brawling out of boredom just a bit ago, War Chief. It was training. Yeah, training. Without knowing what was really going on, I returned to the base, trading light punches with Rydell, but still, I couldn't shake my unease about the North. Even if their gear looked inferior compared to standard specs, someone was seriously about to go to war against a species with enough firepower to make even me not want to fight them. And Virgil was up north, which only made my bad feeling worse. We prepped for immediate deployment, just in case, and spent our first night without Funf. Then, right as the bright moon reached its peak in the sky, I shot upright from my seat on the Sashigame. My audio sensors, wired directly in for security, had picked up a sound. It was far off, far enough that an old human body would have never caught it. But it was definitely the sound of artillery fire. Our Sashigame lacked radar for detecting shell fire because of factory constraints, but it still had functioning audio filters to detect and isolate sounds. Celine. I caught it too. Enhancing the signal now. Celine, who had switched into the Type High and was quietly resting for the night, had picked it up too. She immediately started filtering out the noise and clearing up the data. TCH. It was far, coming from the opposite side of the forest. And for the sound to reach us at this distance, it had to be a main cannon from a land battleship class. Something much like a 500mm class ground attack cannon. But no one was supposed to have brought that kind of ship here. Wait. No. Something unpleasant flickered in the back of my memory. Lieutenant. Match found. The sound matches the main cannon of the Aegean-class land battleship. Wake everyone up. Of course. Damn it. I remembered skimming through the cargo manifest when I briefly accessed the archives of the Celestial Canopy Holy City. The buyer seemed pretty intent on setting up permanent infrastructure, so they'd brought all kinds of equipment. And among that cargo was a downgraded export model of our own nation's Kizanagi class, built 2,000 years ago to serve as mobile army HQs, in case of satellite bombardment. This one was called the Aegean class, and they'd brought a whole one. Shit. I thought it had burned up in the atmosphere along with the storage section, since it was on the bottom outside the hull. But it survived? The heat must have interfered with the sensors and masked it. And now it made sense why Virgil was acting so confident. The Aegean class, 2.5 kilometers long, 400 meters wide, was officially classified as a ship, but in reality, it was a mobile fortress capable of moving across land with a small factory inside. Whether all systems were still intact was uncertain, but given how weird this planet was, I had to assume it landed without a scratch. Its main armament included 3 triple-barrel 500mm heavy ground attack cannons, plus thousands of anti-air weapons and facilities for deploying mobile weapons. Granted, they probably didn't bring any mobile weapons due to transport weight limits, but they might have some light recon aircraft on board, which meant they'd have a decent escort force too. And if the Aegean class made it down intact, then it wouldn't be surprising if it had the Gyges-class land cruiser and Cottus-class landing sweeper, designed to escort it along for the ride. No wonder he was feeling invincible. Hell, even if the celestial canopy was reduced to rubble, they could just build a new holy city and carry on. What's the plan, Lieutenant? Based on my calculations, if the escort fleet is intact, our odds of victory are mathematically close to 0. They're firing from max range, judging by the sound. They're not nearby. While the warriors scrambled up, wondering what was going on, I donned my gear and pushed them to prep for retreat. In my head, I started mentally drafting a battlefield scenario based on actual military experience. First off, Virgil wasn't the type to lead from the front. No way. And he wouldn't risk their trump card either. He must have kept it hidden until now for a reason, and I seriously doubted he left it somewhere exposed to attacks from the forest. Most likely, he'd only deployed 1 or 2 units from the escort fleet for the actual strike. The target, probably Block 2B2. He wouldn't want to leave it empty. If he really wanted to take the holy capital in one move, he'd need mobile weapons for a mythical level strike, and he'd want them bad. But wait. If he had all this power at his disposal, why go through the trouble of political theater and aiming to become the Grand Knight? With a land battleship in hand, there was no need for subtlety. If it were me, the moment I realized it could be restored, I'd march into the holy city, crush the threats of the Valley of Death and Dragon Mountains, and declare myself the next god. Damn it. It was inefficient. I couldn't figure out what he was thinking, and that was what scared me. Everyone on board, don't rush us like that. What's going on, chieftain? Wait, just a little longer. We're still loading the supplies. Nozomu? Falcon fell out of bed in a panic and hit his forehead. We need 2 more minutes. God damn it. I told you not to get too complacent. If we show up to find Topiarius's forest already burned to ash, that'd be beyond a joke. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Project Briarrose, a bundled fleet-building initiative created by the Ecliptic Republic Union, consisting of the Aegean-class standard land battleship and its escort ships. Designed to resolve political conflicts within planetary nations, this value pack of 3 ship classes was intended as a complete solution. The Higher Federation, unfamiliar with their political friction, were baffled, but in their home country, a land command post that can't be taken down was considered essential. They spared no expense acquiring them and deployed them as supreme command centers on each planet. PRA Chapter 71.1 611. As we raced around the forest's perimeter, the information quickly became more precise. The sound of artillery grew closer, and we were now able to estimate the firing positions by calculating the time lag between launch and impact. One of my predictions proved to be right. As expected, the Aegean class hadn't moved to the front lines. It was holed up in the back, staying just within its maximum effective range without satellite guidance, roughly 150 kilometers. Their aim, clearly, was to scorch the forest's outer edges and force out the Topiarius. Fighting within the forest was too much of a disadvantage for them. No matter how well equipped they were, they couldn't maintain combat effectiveness there. What really posed a threat in this situation was the risk of them being approached unnoticed and dragged into a boarding skirmish. At the very least, Magius Gear Knights weren't superior to the Topia warriors in close-quarters combat. And with their level of stealth, auto-targeting short-range defenses would be practically useless. To make matters worse, the Knight Order under Virgil's command specialized in anti-dragon warfare, equipped for heavy combat, not exactly a good match against nimble elf-like enemies. So in the end, bombarding them with artillery and dragging them into a kill zone was really the only viable strategy. Frustratingly enough, He'd done his homework. He'd thought it through. Rather than flailing around to cover up his weaknesses or posturing with knightly bravado, he'd simply chosen the optimal solution. There must have been no small number of knights who objected to this tactic, but somehow it went through. Estimated time to contact, 2 hours. Be sure not to stray into range of their visual sensors. We'll stop just before the horizon to assess the battlefield and focus on intel gathering. Understood. As we endured the creeping tension of the slow approach and finally reached the outer edge of observation range, we unleashed all of our replenished nats at once. And the battlefield revealed itself. 2 Cottus-class landing sweepers in sight. You've got to be kidding me. They actually survived with the full package? If memory from 2,000 years ago served me right. The Braurer's package included 1 Aegean class as the flagship, 1 Gyges class for direct escort, and 3 Cottus class ships for perimeter defense. If this arsenal was Virgil's trump card, then we could assume that he'd have stationed additional guards around them just in case. And from a strategic standpoint, pushing forward the smaller ships, though each still over 300 meters long, wasn't a bad move at all. The fact that only the main guns of the Aegean class were firing from the rear likely meant 1 Gyges class and 1 Cottus class had been left behind for local defense. He probably didn't want to overcommit and leave the home front vulnerable. It was a reasonable decision. This wasn't hesitation, it was strategic deployment. Goddammit. It's brutal. Incendiary bombardment. The forest's edge was ablaze in a spectacular inferno. The Gyges class didn't have a flashy main cannon, but it did come equipped with 2 127mm rapid-fire guns and a wide array of ammunition. From anti-ship rounds with homing warheads to frag rounds capable of intercepting projectiles, and even various specialty rounds, its loadout was nothing short of versatile. Add in its compressed laser turrets for anti-missile defense, which were particularly effective when not countered with dispersal equipment, plus its machine gun nests turning it into a virtual porcupine, and guided missile silos capable of both anti-ground and anti-air strikes. It was practically made to incinerate forests, blast the rear with artillery, force the enemy out front, then burn them down as they emerge. Damn it. That bastard, he might be a disgrace as a knight, but as a tactician, he's good. Either he's got sharp instincts or one hell of a staff backing him. It would have been preferable if he was completely incompetent. If he were a true idiot, he'd never have made it to acting Grand Commander. I clicked my tongue without meaning to. Virgil was neither a fool nor incompetent. He had studied how best to hunt down the Topiarius forces gathered in the north and acted on it effectively. An irritatingly dangerous combination. Even tossing countless soldiers into the meat grinder must have just been a calculated step, softening them up for a concentrated artillery strike. If his strategy was ruthless, then his thought process was twisted to match. The Topiarius forces are moving out to intercept, but it's a slaughterhouse. The gardeners driven out of the forest were falling one after another. They were incredibly fast, easily pushing over 80 kilometers per hour in a dead sprint, and combined with stealth that confused sensors, they'd be terrifying against infantry. But their enemy was a monster bristling with dozens of machine guns. Even scattershot fired with a rough guess of somewhere around here would eventually land a hit. And those small caliber guns still had enough firepower to down projectiles. Since I could tear Mill, our former Topia captive, apart with my bare hands, then a lucky shot from one of those was more than enough. What are your orders, Lieutenant? We can't just stand by and watch. That's not out of a sense of justice, is it? Do I look like the kind of amateur who'd miss a checkmate just to play nice? What spurred me into action wasn't pity for the Topiarius, who were being blown away the moment they formed up for plasma strikes or loosed ineffective arrows in desperation after fleeing the forest. Okay, maybe pity played a small part, but at the core, I knew that if we left them be, we'd walk straight into checkmate ourselves. At this rate, their entire army would be wiped out soon. They were brutes, sure, enough to make even us raise eyebrows, but considering they still hadn't lost their will to fight, it was obvious they wouldn't abandon the forest even if it was burning down around them. And once they were baited out and annihilated by a fleet that had not even a sliver of knightly honor, nothing would stand in the way. All they'd have to do was casually search for Block 2B2 while torching the rest of the woods. That would be a true checkmate, irreversible, and those ships should have Titan IIs aboard. They were remote-operated, designed so even old humans could use them, so they should be able to field them. Even just the ships were more than enough to flatten the Holy City. Add in a line-up guardian deities, and the Holy City's morale would be shattered in an instant. Sure, I had a ridiculous amount of total combat hours and was a seasoned mobile weapon pilot, but I wasn't some unstoppable martial arts monster who could fight off dozens of enemy machines while flying a barely armed unit. If the Holy City fell and surrendered, I'd lose both a key fragment that held clues to this planet's past and a crucial production site. And that was just the beginning. Virgil would storm south, take Tiamat, and burn down the Sylvanian kingdom too. All just to kill me. The one who stood in the way of his ambitions. God, it made me sick. If only I were more of a scumbag, I'd grab what I could and go looking for an easier place to rebuild. But I'd found too many things here that I couldn't just abandon. Well then, there's only one move left for us to make: close in, board them, and wreak havoc with melee combat. The true way of an integrated military soldier. As Celine sighed, I slammed my fist into my palm and ordered my subordinates to ready my Packwolf. PRA Chapter 71.2 Nozomu. What are you going to do? With the firepower we've got, we can't destroy them from the outside. So I'm going in and taking it from the inside. That's crazy. We're a force whose doctrine was refined specifically for insane missions, Galata. But I won't force you to join. The squad taking this kind of assignment is called the Suicidal Squad for a reason. Whether in space or on the ground, the weak point of large structures was always the inside. No matter how heavily armed they were, once someone got in, it was over. Sending in elite melee units to wreak havoc from within, that was a signature Higher Federation tactic. And of course, we had the gear to make it a viable strategy, not just a glorified suicide mission. Come on. You're risking your life. I'm not just going to sit back and let you go without me," she said as she pulled off her helmet, her eyes a little teary. Still, if she trusted me enough to come along, I welcomed it. Every extra combatant meant faster results. "Saint, please, let us come too." "Don't be so modest, chieftain. You're our leader, we'll gladly follow and die for you." "Lord Nozomu, please, let us go with you too. If we send you off without escort, we'll never get a blessing from God in the Sea of Stars after we die." "Hey. Glad to see there was no shortage of death seekers." "All right then. Let's do this." "Celine, I'm putting you in charge of the vehicle squad and artillery." "Understood. May fortune be with you. May the blessings of T. Osamu be strong upon you." "And to you. May the three saints watch over you." I mounted my Packwolf and made final preparations to deploy. We strapped mortars onto the 6 Packwolves with tandem seat, turning them into makeshift self-propelled high-mobility howitzers. In total, we were bringing 16 vehicles, every one of them carrying volunteers for a suicide squad. Some of the tech gobs trembled with excitement, eager to brag about this in the afterlife to the Great Mother. The Sylvanians were desperate to prove themselves, saying they'd never live it down with Tissy and Celine if they were left behind. And the Knights, fired up over the idea of joining the Saints' battle, said they'd be no Knights at all if they didn't fight. Picking the final team was a bit of a headache, honestly. But with time running short, I shut everyone up by hand-picking the roster myself. Not that I blamed them. Even in the integrated military, last-ditch charges like this, nearly suicidal missions, were so popular they sometimes drew lots for who got to go first. No one wanted to be left out. "All right, let's move. Data link check, sync up with tactical movement orders. Screw up and you're dead." I heard acknowledgements from everyone. Then I burst from cover and took the lead of the tightly packed Packwolf cavalry. "Commencing disruption." "I'm counting on you." Time to place our bets, and our lives, on the table. The distance to the Cottus-class ship ahead, fortified just over this ridge, was around 12 kilometers. It wasn't far at full speed on a Packwolf, but facing a land battleship bristling with automated defenses, it might as well have been an eternity. Of course, that was only if we charged in blind. As my cavalry broke forward, the tank squad advanced too. They raised their main guns and opened fire on the nearest Cottus class, hereafter referred to as Target A. Naturally, Even the Sashigame couldn't punch through a land battleship's armor with their main cannons. These multi-legged tanks were meant to fight light combat vehicles, lightly armored aircraft, and infantry support. So their real target was the ship's interception systems. Not that this would work on most enemies, but hey, standard issue came with these shells, and I was glad we kept them. I'd argued we should ditch them for more conventional ammo, but Celine insisted we keep them for emergencies. Thank the stars she did. Just before impact, the shells detonated. Sensors embedded in the warheads calculated optimal detonation range, then triggered. What spread out wasn't firepower, it was a disruption field. Microscopic metal particles designed to float in the air via magnetic fields, like mist. They scattered incoming light, neutralizing optical weapons. This was why we favored physical weapons. The Ecliptic Republic believed you could just wait out or escape the area of effect. But from our perspective, being forced to flee or hold still was already a loss. Laser attenuation rate, nearly 100%. Based on weather and atmosphere, effect should last 5 minutes. With remaining ammo, we can deploy this twice more. Please keep that in mind. Plenty. Next. Roger. Firing. The second volley burst just before impact as well, scattering a different kind of metallic mist. If the first was a lumen disruption curtain, this was a jammer. The particles disrupted radar signals, throwing off targeting systems. From here, I could see gun turrets and artillery dancing, scanning wildly, firing at random. Perfect. They took the bait. These crews clearly had zero experience operating battleships. They were relying almost entirely on semi-autonomous systems, and their response time was sluggish. In situations like this, you're supposed to switch to manual targeting and visual confirmation. That's what the original, properly trained crew would have done, either relocate or switch to optical aiming instantly. Final shot, firing now. Go. The third volley turned the world white. It was smoke, intended to blind visual sensors in open combat. But not just any smoke. This was body temp fog, designed to also block thermal sensors. The only thing that could see through it was a rare atmospheric analysis radar system, which we knew they didn't have because that tech belonged to us. Our higher federation monopolized it across the galaxy, a miracle of science born from literallions of debate by godlike minds over 2 trillion years. There's no way they'd waste it on a monkey-grade knockoff model. Everyone. All that's left is to pray. We'd done everything we could. Now, the only move left was to charge in blind, relying on the terrain data preloaded into the pack wolves. It was a little do-or-die coin toss. They couldn't see a damn thing. All they could do was fire wildly into the mist and hope. This was the higher federation specialty. Overwhelming, brute force power plays. Please, enjoy it to your heart's content. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Suicide tactics, technically considered the last resort. Yet for reasons unknown, some lunatics not only train for them and integrate them into combat doctrine, but achieve abnormally high success rates. As a result, mechanized soldiers of the integrated military tend to develop a dangerous habit of attempting them whenever possible. Of course, if there's time to retreat and bring in heavy support, they'll do so. But when seconds count, these soldiers never hesitate to go all in with a reckless, all-or-nothing assault. PRA Chapter 72.1 6-12. A shrill whine cut through the air as a projectile, no, a shell, whizzed past just inches away. Around the time the distance to the enemy shrank to 4 kilometers, they seemed to snap out of their confusion and switched tactics, firing everything they had to push us back with a thick curtain of suppressive fire. But broadcasting all that light and sound meant giving away their position and inviting counterattacks against their weaker, less armored sections. Suppressing enemy interceptors. All cannons, firing. Using range data sent by the advanced NATs, Celine adjusted her aim. Peaking only the scorpion tail-like cannons over the ridge, she methodically silenced the enemy's close-range weapons one after another. Target didn't move. Maybe it didn't have the processing power to fire while on the move, or maybe it was just dead set on holding the line. Attacks from the topiaries were still ongoing, so it likely didn't want to reposition for tactical reasons. Then again, thinking it over, this place was far too distant from the rear. Even with the Aegean-class high-income systems, Its real strength only came online with satellite support. The fact that it was firing at the extreme edge of their range meant they likely weren't linked to the Kotus class. That's why we were only dealing with a barrage from one ship. Since we were calculating the assault vector, the other Kotus class, henceforth referred to as Target B, couldn't bring its line of fire to bear. Its FCS prioritized avoiding friendly fire, and so it held back. If this were the integrated military, they'd be perfectly fine with friendly fire so long as they could obliterate a suicide unit. Hell, Target A's captain would probably volunteer to be bait, gleefully shouting, "Take the shot, even if it hits me," and disable the IFF safeguards. But with a system relying on pseudo-intelligence to hold its hand every step of the way, there was no room for that kind of reckless gamble. More to the point, they wouldn't. Standard model pseudo-intelligences were hardwired to prioritize self-preservation and the protection of allied units, so they were programmed not to take such high-risk countermeasures. After all, these ships were originally designed for use by old humans. A hull breach could kill dozens of their squishy kind. The idea of having a pseudo-intelligence make a decision that could lead to self-destruction? Unthinkable. 2 kilometers left. Their pressures dropping. All units switched to random evasive maneuvers. The convoy, which had been weaving in a line with just enough spacing to avoid secondary damage, shifted into a staggered horizontal formation, accelerating and decelerating at random intervals. At the same time, we transitioned from wheeled armor mode to quadruped mode, making our movements more organic and much harder to predict. Fortunately, there were still no dropouts. Galata and 2 tech obs have taken shrapnel from a near miss, but reported no significant damage and confirmed they could keep going. Thanks to Celine's support, we'd barely maintained our data link even under this level of warfare. No one's face photo, tagged with vitals and hovering at the edge of my HUD, had disappeared. A small miracle, really. Now came the second gamble, 5 seconds to breach the 1,000 meter mark. Mortars ready. Volley, now. The moment the armor plating on Target A's starboard side slid open, a volley of shells fired from the pack wolves, recently retrofitted into self-propelled howitzers, roared out nearly in unison. Perfect. We'd won this one. Apparently, the enemy hadn't changed its configuration from default, because the anti-personnel shrapnel mines were set to deploy precisely when the distance dropped below 1,000 meters. Just as the emergency weapons, normally concealed beneath armor, peeked out, our high-explosive shells rained down on them. Knowing your enemy's specs really was a huge advantage. Emergency countermeasures had to activate when needed, so they were always hidden under armor. But that made the split second they deployed completely defenseless. And when you lived in accelerated time like we did, slipping in a counterattack in that instant was easy. But luck never lasted forever. The enemy halted its automated fire and switched to manually operated turrets. A single shot hit one of the pack wolves square on. "Wow, are you alright?" The pack wolf took a direct hit from a cold gun that fired over 100 rounds per second, tearing it apart in a storm of metal. The Sylvanian rider was thrown into the air. He spun wildly in the air, the momentum from the wreck flinging him forward. He hit the ground hard, rolled several times, and quickly disappeared from sight. My mount's destroyed. But, somehow, I'm still alive. The blast hadn't hit him directly, and thanks to the exosuit, their warrior had survived. His vitals had spiked from the shock, tinting his face photo yellow, but he was still alive. Fall back, or take cover in the hole from that last strike. Ugh. I hate this, but I'm withdrawing. May the stars protect you. 15 units remaining. Distance to target, 500 meters. Only one dropout so far, not because the enemy was skilled, but because they weren't used to suicide tactics. More than anything, we were lucky. It really did feel like we had the blessings of the 3 saints. Celine, I'm counting on you. Deploying anti-climb coating, now. No sooner had the next salvo rung out than a layer of colorless, but visually highlighted, specialized paint splashed across Target A's starboard flank. It was designed to repel anchor hooks used in 3D assault maneuvers. Ironically, we were painting over that coating with another compound that enabled hooks to grip. The magnetic paint instantly solidified, layering over the khaki camouflage to form footholds. Other countries called our mobile infantry geckos and feared us for good reason. Whether it was tanks, heavy armor, or structural surfaces coated in anti-boarding material, we had ways of getting around them. That's the core of warfare. Tactics get countered, those counters get countered again, and so on, endlessly. Just like ECM gives way to ECCM, and then Ekman counters upon counters, weapons evolved at an accelerating pace. Well, this particular tactic came from lessons hard learned during our assault on Cape Berian 6, under the Lyra Commonwealth. That whole conflict started, if I recall, after terrorists blew up one of our research stations, prompting our retaliation. We lost an entire company because our 3D mobility was neutralized and we couldn't break out of a primitive encirclement strategy. This pained? Born of that failure. We're boarding. Roger that. Hell yeah. Been itching for this. That's so high. I'm scared. Grateful for the sacrifices of those who came before us and the endless prep work that made this possible. We closed in. Target A, only now beginning to retreat, was far too slow. We latched onto the starboard side and fired our anchors, abandoning the pack wolves and hauling ourselves up. Aim for the embarkation hatch. That's where the armor's thinnest. We couldn't breach the hull from the side even with unlock bombs, but the entry hatch was a different story. Being a movable part made it inherently weaker. We couldn't exactly make a surprise entrance through the side, so we had to go through the front door. If this had ended in a slugfest with allied landships and long-range bombardments, we might have been able to exploit some unexpected breach, but this time we had no way to punch through the armor. So, we'd take the gentleman's route. We slapped an unlocked bomb onto one of the embarkation hatches closest to what was likely the command center and detonated it. One blast didn't quite do it, but the second warped the plating, and a third jammed into the gap, forced it open. Fix bayonets. Grenades, go. Grenades ready. Draw blades. Bayonets on. Now the fun starts. Frontline squad, prep for assault, complete. PRA Chapter 72.2 Fix bayonets. Grenades, go. Grenades ready. Draw blades. Bayonets on. Now the fun starts. Frontline squad, prep for assault, complete. I took up position next to the gap just wide enough for one person to squeeze through, pulled the pin on a grenade, and tossed it in. There was no reason to assume they hadn't stationed combat personnel inside, so the plan was to blast the place wide open and storm in right after. The Magius Gear Knights drew their swords, ready to act as the front line with me, while those equipped with cold guns fixed bayonets. Just as everyone finished preparing, the OC bomb went off inside the hull, and the barely attached hatch was blown away by the pressure. Charge. Let's go. Entry. Now came the close quarters part of their job. Following the tradition of the commander leading the charge, I dove inside and spotted a medium rare roasted exosuit slumped beside the door. It looked like a hastily deployed night squad had rushed to seal off the area, but their combat doctrine clearly hadn't accounted for enemies who'd toss in a grenade first. That's just bad practice. It was basic stuff in shipboard combat. Unless there was something inside that absolutely couldn't be damaged, we always tossed in a grenade or recon drone before charging in. You had to assume the enemy would do the same. With our unauthorized boarding successful, the next step was to hit the central control and take over. I deployed 4 gnats mounted on my exosuit's utility belt and charged ahead toward what seemed like the right direction. The URGA, in other words, the place with the thickest enemy presence. I blew off the head of a Magius Gear Knight who'd poked just his upper body around a corner to fire his holy bow, then rounded the bend and plunged into a group of 5 enemies, slashing wildly with my mono-atomics blade. With one sweeping arc tracing their heads, the blade cleaved through the exosuit's seals like butter, and blood rained down like a storm. Alright, lots of enemies, this must be the place. Nozama? They're coming up behind us. Leave the rear guard to me, my lord. I'll hold them off, no matter what. Got it. Falcon, I'll cover, go cut them down. Roger. As Gilita sniped an enemy through the corridor corner with flawless aim, she shouted a warning. I delegated command of the rear to her so I could keep pushing forward while intercepting the enemy. The knights wiped out the enemy rear with perfect coordination, while I smashed through the front lines using anti-personnel swordsmanship and close combat techniques I drilled into them. Here, The difference became stark, between a Night Order specialized in anti-dragon warfare, and the ones I'd personally trained for human combat as my bodyguards. Exactly. In these kinds of scenarios, things fall apart fast if you don't have the skills to fight other people. That's why I made them train so hard for this. Nozama? Rear's clear. Do we seal it off? This time we don't. Keep the retreat route open. Unlike the previous battle, we might need to bail out immediately after taking the ship. If the Aegean class abandoned Target A, the whole thing would be vaporized. We couldn't casually use foam metal wall grenade to seal things off. Blocking our own exit would be suicide. And besides, this time the enemy still had active control of the ship. If they stopped worrying about troop mobility and just sealed all the bulkheads, even a pile of unlocked bombs wouldn't be enough to get through. So we kept up steady pressure, pushing forward with the hopeful assumption that we could beat them back. There's so many of them, damn it, they're pushing hard. How many corners do they want us to fight through? Well, this is their frontliner. We'll have to clear it step by step. As the Magius Gear Knights rushed to meet us, defense systems embedded throughout the ship kicked into action. Gun turrets integrated with surveillance cameras dropped from the ceiling, while combat drones emerged from side panels that slid open along the corridor walls. The turrets were typical anti-infiltration types found in any military facility, easily blocked by shields and lightly armored, making them easy to destroy. The drones, however, were another matter. These upright, rectangular machines resembled automated service bots from civilian ships but were armed with large-caliber shotguns and mini-grenade launchers for close combat. They had to be taken out before the Magius Gear Knights. Still, the holy bows wielded by Virgil's knights packed serious firepower too. It was chaos. Wah? My right subarm's been destroyed. A Sylvania's subarm holding a shield got blown clean off by a holy bow shot. As I feared, at this range, a work-grade subarm couldn't withstand that kind of force. Even if the shield held, the base couldn't. Definitely needed a redesign. Fall back if it's too much. Suppressing fire. Chieftain. Where's the weak spot on those boxes? Shoot the sensor I just lit up. Without that, they can't aim. The combat drones were wheeled units designed only for flat terrain. Tip them over and they were as good as dead. But with our current gear, the suppressive fire was too intense to close in safely. If we had heavy armor, we could swat them like weeds, but in light gear, both shot and grenades were terrifying. So I marked the sensor units peeking through armor's gaps in our shared visual feed, and allied fire concentrated there. Once the sensors were disabled, the drones entered self-lockdown mode to avoid friendly fire, effectively silencing them. Once neutralized, they turned into nothing more than ominous gravestone-like obstacles, perfect cover for our frontline troops to bunny hop over. We used suppressive fire to keep enemies behind corners pinned while I charged in for close combat. Eventually, we reached a corridor leading to a massive bulkhead. That's the CIC. Take it. The Cottus-class bridge extended outward, packed with sensors and basically useless except as a backup command center if the main view was compromised. The true core was buried deep within the ship, heavily armored and positioned near the rear, farthest from any external threat. There, Magius Gear Knights stood shield to shield in a tight line, archers peeking out from gaps in perfect defensive formation, ready to welcome us. Combat drones flanked them as well, but we had one crucial advantage: we didn't care how much of the ship we wrecked, as long as it wasn't completely immobilized. Grenades. Here we go. Take this. We wanted prisoners, sure, but the rank-and-file Magius Gear Knights probably didn't know anything worthwhile. If they had anyone to blame, it was themselves for choosing the wrong side. Dodging enemy fire, we lobbed in arc bombs, and their proud shield wall was blasted apart, pieces flying in every direction. Yeah, they clearly lacked combat experience against us. Depending on the hit, these grenades could even cripple Type B exosuits, light, high-mobility combat models, so clustering up like that was the worst thing they could have done. Might work in night-on-night combat, but against explosives, it was a disaster. Finish off the ones still breathing. Prepare the unlock bombs. The tight formation had shielded some from the full blast. Some poor souls were left alive, groaning in pain. Their armor, designed for fighting dragons, was heavier than what Galata and the others wore. Less mobile, but definitely tougher. It was a shame they didn't die outright. But all I could spare was the time to finish them off. They'd been burning the forest for long enough. I wasn't about to hear them out. Alright then. Time to crack this place open. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Cottus-class landing sweeper, a small mobile base at 300 meters long and 80 meters wide. Though it lacks onboard manufacturing facilities, it can transport vast quantities of troops and equipment while boasting a formidable array of cannons and defensive weapons. Designed to support assault squads and clear paths for land battleships, it functions as a mobile HQ. Direct confrontations aren't exactly its forte. PRA Chapter 73.1, 613. As expected from a Combat Information Center, CIC, the bulkhead was tough. We had to wrap the unlocked bomb twice just to force it open. Tradition dictated that before entering a breached room, you toss in a grenade. It had been that way since time immemorial. But this time, instead of a knock bomb, we threw in a non-lethal stun grenade. I figured if we were going to be boarding ships in close quarters combat, it wouldn't hurt for everyone to carry at least one. Naturally, since this was old human tech, the room was packed with consoles and equipment. Hurling in an explosive would have ruined everything. Room secured, all clear. Our nimble Sylvanian and tech gob pointman slipped inside and finished off the guards and gear priest who had been blinded and stunned. Just like that, the CIC was ours. Good. If they'd set up for a self-destruct to keep the ship from being captured, we'd have been in serious trouble. Alright. Everyone to intercept positions. Don't let the enemy get close. We're testing if we can take full control of the ship. Got it, Nozomu? Leave command to me. With Gilita fired up and ready, I handed off command to her and focused on taking control of the ship. There were probably still survivors on board, so I'd need her to buy me some time while I worked. It wouldn't be easy. Time was short. If the enemy command suspected the ship had been captured, they'd rather blow it up than let it fall into our hands. And if the Aegean class in the rear realized what had happened, its main cannon could start firing on us at any moment. First off, congratulations on capturing the enemy ship, Lieutenant. Thanks. What's the Aegean class doing? A short pause, then the report came in. It was still shelling the edge of the forest. Perfect. With no satellite support, they hadn't been able to link up with their rear command. They must have handed control to the captain and stuck to the plan. Still, considering the scale of the arsenal they'd excavated, it was likely they'd secured some form of long-range communication. We didn't know when they'd realized Targeta had fallen, so we had to move fast. Celine, do we have a manual for this type of console? Unfortunately, I don't have any manuals from the Ecliptic Republic. We managed with the Titan II because its drivers were stored internally, but this system wasn't designed for direct interface with us, so don't expect anything user-friendly. Didn't think so. Project Braro's ships were built with Ecliptic Republic personnel in mind. Everything was optimized for them. Unlike the Titan II, which was available for PMC use, this ship wouldn't be so simple to operate, which meant I had to work blind and issue commands to the pseudo-intelligence system. It felt like trying to adjust a delicate watch mechanism while wearing thick rubber gloves over heavy-duty work gloves. Damn it, this ship was massive, and so were its control panels. The sheer number of variables displayed on the monitors was overwhelming. Sure, I'm a mechanized human, but this wasn't something I could run solo by hand. I couldn't believe anyone thought this was a sensible way to operate a ship. Let's see, any usable ports, TCH. The gear priest was directly jacked into one. I wanted to extract data from them, so I couldn't just force a logout or yank the connection. Hey, Peter, careful there. You pull too hard, and he'll die. I needed to find another way, something deeper inside the system. This area, maybe. I kicked open a maintenance hatch under the console. Just as I thought, it housed a direct port for maintenance access. Time to hit the pseudo-intelligence system with some cyber warfare and seize control. The question was whether I could pull it off in the little time we had left. I wasn't an CW specialist, and this was a warship's core terminal. It would have serious defenses. Unlike Degenerate God, at least the code here was in readable binary, but breaching the firewall alone would still be tough. Celine, back me up. Roger. Conveniently, Target B has paused its attack, confused by Target A's sudden halt in movement. I'll allocate all available resources to support you, but don't forget this means the tank squad will lose support temporarily. Right. No fair play. Time for a dirty trick. I extended a cable from my neck and jacked directly into the terminal. Okay, no need to strong-arm the control AI into submission. Instead, I'd forge higher-level crew credentials. Luckily, this ship was designed to interface with our higher Federation forces. Its OS accounted for situations where the top commander might be taken out, and allowed temporary authority transfers to mechanized humans or mathematical consciousness entities. If I exploited that weakness, I should be able to hack the pseudo-intelligence system, at least to some extent. Nozoma? How much longer? There's more of them than we thought, tons of them on board! Keep your head down. You'll get killed. The shield. The shield's not gonna hold. Give me 5 more minutes. Come on, come on. Things were heating up both inside and out. Damn you, Virgil. Not only luring Betopias into a killing zone to wipe them out, you had backup fighters to handle takeover attempts. We needed to lock down the bulkheads fast before reinforcements overwhelmed us. Sure, we had the better gear, but there were only 15 of us. We had to wrap this up fast. Welcome aboard the Themis 11. A Cottus-class landing sweeper of the 114th Ecliptic Republic Union Ground Forces, Lieutenant Matsuo Ozama. As soon as I connected to the bland, no-frills Ecliptic Republic Union OS, a synthesized voice greeted me. So the idea of Targeter was Themis. If I remembered right, she was the Greek Titan goddess of law. I quickly keyed in a few authentication codes based on the IFF system. Since this ship had originally been part of our seed fleet, it didn't immediately reject me. Celine, can we use the data we pulled from an NR-12 to fabricate crew credentials? Make it look like I'm an advisor or something assigned to her. Understood. Then from this moment on, Lieutenant, you are a newly transferred observer officer. Congratulations on the promotion. PRA Chapter 73.2 Celine, can we use the data we pulled from an NR-12 to fabricate crew credentials? Make it look like I'm an advisor or something assigned to her. Understood. Then from this moment on, Lieutenant, you are a newly transferred observer officer. Congratulations on the promotion. Oh, she pulled out something that sounded just authoritative enough without actually being important. That kind of half-baked status should work nicely for seducing a rigid pseudo-intelligence. Please maintain the connection for a while so I can extract the information. I'll run the transmitted data through a decoder and forcibly trigger the emergency protocol. Let's see. How about we forge a final message from the captain? I got it. Do as you see fit. Understood, observer officer. Honestly, trying to sweet-talk a pseudo-intelligence like the kind installed in warships was something even old-generation fiction didn't bother pretending was possible. But there were still ways to go about it. All that mattered was making it fully and perfectly believe I was the one authoritative figure it could rely on right now. Still, unlike us, the Gear Priests didn't have crew authority. So how the hell had they managed to make this thing take orders? Especially considering it had partially allowed manual control over the defense systems at some point. I had no clue how the command hierarchy got twisted like that. And while we were transmitting friendly identification codes, albeit imperfectly, why was it still able to attack us? Normally, I should have been locked out as a target. Nothing should have been shooting at me. This vessel is currently in semi-autonomous operational mode, Lieutenant Matsai. Please state your reason for accessing it, as you are not part of this unit. There's been a major entanglement in the chain of command. Contact the 114th Combat Headquarters and Central Control. Acknowledged. Attempting contact via nearest relay comms. The long silence probably meant it was scrambling to reach the front line or Central Command using whatever satellites or networks were still functioning. But unfortunately for it, the only thing within communication range were the targets, so no reply was ever coming. If there was something still connected, I'd be the one wanting to know about it. Error. Connection to command structure failed due to unknown communications error. Query the vessel's highest authority. Acknowledged. Attempting to contact Commander Alan Coppola. Error. Not aboard. Query the next in-line commanders up to the 5th tier. Now, see, Pseudo-intelligences were meant to assist humans with their work. They might look like they were in control, but they actually had zero real authority. This was by design, thanks to people terrified of machines and their doomsday fantasies about AI rebellions. Those scenarios could never happen unless someone intentionally built them to allow it. As a result, these systems could only carry out the exact orders of someone with proper clearance. Nothing more. So, when functioning correctly, they couldn't do anything unless instructed. Sure, you could pre-program the OS to execute Action B if Condition A occurred, an emergency fallback in case the ship ended up totally unmanned, but that's about it. They couldn't assess situations or improvise responses on their own. We humans could say, this is Condition A-, close enough to A, so let's take Action B- instead of B. But a pseudo-intelligence? No. It was programmed not to react flexibly even to approximate conditions, which means it was basically like a greenhorn employee desperate to avoid responsibility. If you kept demanding to speak to a supervisor, eventually it'd panic. Celine intercepted the communication to someone who likely held command authority, read its contents, and forged a command code. Under normal conditions, this would never work. There should always be someone with proper authority aboard. But in abnormal situations like this, the technique worked. That's why we called it a cheat. Are there any codes other than mine currently accessing your systems? Error. Identification codes unknown. However, command authority has been granted. Cease immediately. They're rebels. Your systems have been hacked. Is there a superior officer who approved their access? Querying higher authority. Error. And now Themis had officially entered a full-blown panic. Who was it supposed to listen to anymore? The starboard defense systems had largely gone silent. Despite not being in an active combat zone, bizarre firing orders continued to come in from an unknown command chain. Signs of battle were also showing up inside the ship. Now drowning in confusion, the pseudo-intelligence reached out for the last straw. No. The one it shouldn't be reaching for. I invoke the authority of Observer Officer of Inanna 12 and request temporary command rights. Error. Current command structure engaged in seeding operations. I invoke the authority of Observer Officer of Inanna 12 and request temporary command rights. Repeating the order seemed to put it in a bind, torn between two undesirable outcomes, leaving things as is or handing control over to me. It started taking longer to respond. Come on, hurry. Hurry up. 5 minutes had already passed in base reality time. If that Aegean class opened fire, we'd be blown to bits. Lieutenant, I've completed the decode. The data includes a forged message from Commander Alan Coppola, instructing you to take command. Well done, Celine. You heard that, Themis 11. You've been ordered by Commander Alan Coppola to transfer command to me. Understood, Lieutenant Matsuin Ozomu. You are now the provisional captain. Full authority transferred. Welcome aboard Themis 11. Hell yeah. First things first. Flank speed. Bearing 12 o'clock. Emergency seal all bulkheads. Orders acknowledged. Flank speed. Bearing 12 o'clock. Emergency sealing all bulkheads. The ship's anti-gravity units kicked into higher output, lifting the hull slightly to stabilize it for firing. Thrusters began pushing the ship into a slight hover. Then the 3 main engines at the rear ignited, propelling the vessel forward. Too slow. You were on the enemy front lines. Should have been hovering at all times. This kind of complacency is exactly why we were able to take over. Yes. The wall dropped. Now the enemy's stuck. Just as we'd advanced about the length of 2 ships, Galata cheered over the descending bulkhead. But then a sudden shock violently rocked the ship. Whoa. All hands, brace for impact. Seems like the Aegean class had realized that Themis 11 had been taken. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Pseudo-intelligences resemble mathematical consciousnesses in many ways, but differ completely in one key aspect: authority. Because of this, when cornered under their primary directive, self-preservation, they are prone to accepting questionable orders. A minor yet exploitable flaw. PRA Chapter 74.1 614. The 500mm heavy anti-ground artillery was among the largest railguns deployable on land. Any larger, and it risked disturbing the Earth's axis. Even without any elaborate mechanisms, A straightforward compressed mass cannon could effortlessly obliterate a 200-meter radius with sheer kinetic energy alone, carving out a crater nearly 10 meters deep. Because monsters like this were running rampant, countries had begun abandoning their permanent fortification plans and poured resources into building mobile military bases instead. If our advance had been even a little slower, Themis 11 would have been vaporized along with us, our only legacy left behind as metallic dust scattered across a gouged landscape. Too damn close. Near miss. Fragmentation damage to rear thruster 1. Are you okay, Lieutenant? Still in one piece. I braced myself as the ship shook violently, dodging tumbling comrades to stay upright. Galata came flying at me, and I caught her with my left arm, clutching her tightly, but we weren't out of danger yet. Warning. We're under attack. Now you tell me? Was it still groggy from being under that gear priest's control? Switch to random evasive maneuvers. Damage report. Now. Fragments struck the rear armor plating. Fires reported in tail blocks 2 through 7. 21 life signs have vanished inside the ship. Fragments penetrated thruster 1, which is now ablaze. Automatic fire suppression activated. Damage control team. Unresponsive. Focus everything on hull integrity. Inject quick hardening sealant into all damaged sections. Move. Damn it. No wonder that thing was said to be second only to satellite bombardments in destructive power. Even escaping at the edge of its blast radius wasn't enough to stop it from piercing our armor. Still, as long as we got out of the spot they initially targeted, we might manage. If they were linked with satellite data, then sure. An Aegean-class main cannon had the absurd precision to nail a vehicle speeding over 200 km per hour. But if they were just calculating trajectories from afar, we could dodge with random evasive patterns. After all, the Cottus-class landing sweepers were designed with that very scenario in mind, staying operational under satellite attacks. Their armor might be thin, but in mobile shootouts, they weren't slow enough to get nailed by a half-blind enemy. Lieutenant, should we retreat? Not yet. We silence target B and break their momentum. Aim the main gun. Honestly, I wanted to get the hell out of here. But we couldn't just run, not with target B so close. Turn our backs now, and we'd get shot from behind, lose the thrusters, and be dead in the water. After that, we'd just take repeated hits from that 500mm cannon until we were nothing but fragments. If we wanted to escape this battlefield alive, we had to at least neutralize Target 10's offensive capabilities. Error. That order cannot be accepted, Acting Captain. That is the Allied ship Tethys 7. Of course. This SY pseudo-intelligences were such a pain, too rigid. If Selene were in direct control, she would have kicked the IFF code aside and opened fire without hesitation. Nozomu, this is kind of embarrassing. Am I not too heavy? You're fine. Just hold still. Ride Elpoldi. Peter. Are you two still alive? I can't stand up. What the hell's going on? I'm falling. Whoa. The evasive maneuvers were so intense that it felt like we were butter being churned inside a jar. But if I stopped now and let them carpet bomb a kilometer radius, we'd all be dead. They'd just have to deal with it. If anything, the enemies trapped behind bulkheads were probably having it worse. Everyone, hit the floor or grab onto something and hang on. This'll keep going for a while. We had to keep dodging and still keep an eye on Target B, or rather, Tethys 7. It was way too much at once. First, I had to talk sense into this damn rigid pseudo-intelligence. And seriously, how unfair was this? While it was under a gear priest's control, this thing fired at me without hesitation, despite my friendly IFF code. But now that everything was back to normal, it suddenly couldn't make exceptions? I get that some magic was at play, but the fact that they could compel the pseudo-intelligence to follow otherwise impermissible commands without breaking was beyond ridiculous. You recognize there's a mutiny happening on board, right? Recognized based on presence of unauthorized access. Tethys 7 has been seized by their force. Try calling its captain. Understood. Connecting to Colonel Edgardron. Meanwhile, here I was, having to go through the trouble of crafting a formal request just to issue a command. With no captain, vice captain, or any of the 5-tiered command authority holders on board, and with a non-registered individual manually operating the ship, I finally managed to invoke substitute authority and override the IFF error. No response. Radar lock-on confirmed from Allied vessel. Per Protocol R, Tethys 7 is temporarily excluded from Allied designation. Will treat as hostile until aggression ceases. But it was too late. It seemed Tethys 7 had also realized that the Aegean-class cannon was targeting us, and turned its guns our way. Mass-produced weapons were generally designed to destroy their counterparts. So Tethys 7's rapid-fire gun could pierce Themis 11's armor without issue. The one saving grace? We were so close that they couldn't use anti-ship missiles. Those required proximity fuses to prevent premature detonation. At this range, the system wouldn't allow launch. Even if they tried to force it with magic, the warheads would deactivate and fail to explode. That said, dodging a rapid-fire gun at close range wasn't like evading long-range bombardments. Our only hope now lay in the armor layout designed by the Higher Federation, and the ship's ability to keep moving even after taking damage. Target their rapid-fire cannon. Target locked. Preparing to fire. Commence fire. But Tethys 7 fired first, by several seconds. Their rams slammed into our port side, tearing through the bridge. In response, our point defense systems kicked in and returned fire across the side plating, but those weren't designed for anti-ship combat, so they hardly mattered. Bridge severely damaged. 37% of sensors offline. Forget the dead sensors. Use range data from the data link and keep firing. Meanwhile, our target was their rapid-fire cannon. Take that out, and they'd lose their only means of sinking us. This was where training made a difference. In a situation like this, going straight for the enemy's head might seem tempting, but in equal-class fights, the side that loses its main armament first is at a massive disadvantage. Few confirmed hits. Our ship is floating and performing random evasive maneuvers. Targeting is extremely unstable. Unlike the enemy, who was stationary, we had our anti-gravity units running and thrusters blasting. That meant unstable footing, unstable guns. We were moving at full speed to avoid the Aegean's cannon, and that hurt our accuracy. Worse still, rapid-fire cannons, unlike other exposed weapons, were armored and tough. 1 or 2 hits wouldn't silence it. We had to hit it again and again. Keep firing. Alter course, turn to 9 o'clock. Acknowledged. Changing course to 9 o'clock. If we wanted to turn the tables, we had to take some risks. Our biggest problems right now were the suppressive fire from afar, and Tethys 7's own attacks. Still, there was a way to silence the latter, though admittedly a bit extreme. Warning, add current trajectory, impact with Tethys 7 in 32 seconds. Ram them. Rip their belly open. Denied. Collision not advisable under hull preservation protocols. This vessel is not equipped for ramming attacks. PRA Chapter 74.2 Warning, add current trajectory, impact with Tethys 7 in 32 seconds. Ram them. Rip their belly open. Denied. Collision not advisable under hull preservation protocols. This vessel is not equipped for ramming attacks. You just needed to stop right before we hit. I wasn't expecting our hull to be that sturdy. I just wanted it going like it was going to crash into the enemy, but don't actually crash. Sure, the ship that served as the basis for the Kotos class, the Sahuma-class landing sweeper, an escort type based on the Kusanagi class, was outfitted with a ram. But looking back, I really wanted to ask the designers what the hell they were thinking. At least the people of the Ecliptic Republic Union had enough sense to leave that part out in the design phase. Anyway, just getting close was good enough. 5 seconds later, the sporadic long-range fire from the Aegean class ceased. They must have realized that if this kept up, even Tethys 7, which was still under their control, would take damage. Good. That's one less deadly threat. And since we no longer need to keep up evasive maneuvers, our hit rate just improved. Shots began to strike even the small, hard-to-hit rapid-fire turrets. I saw armor plating fly off. The enemy must have finally realized, albeit too late, that unless they took out our weapons first, they were the ones in danger. They began shifting their aim toward our turrets. Until now, they focused fire on the bridge, presumably because it looked like a weak spot, but now, it was clear they were adjusting their targeting. I see. So their captain was on the bridge, huh? If they could observe the situation with their own eyes, I suppose it was only natural for a barely augmented old human to want to be up there. The enemy kept making poor decisions. It really helped that they weren't used to situations like this. At this range, their rear-mounted short-range ground-targeting rocket pods would likely be shot down the moment they launched, and any misfire could cause them damage as well, so they wouldn't dare use them now. Victory was finally starting to take shape. Enemy rapid-fire turret armor is detaching. Functionality nearly compromised. Keep firing. Don't worry about what comes after. Lieutenant. You need to see this. Ugh, what now? As I turned to the incoming data from Celine, I almost let out a bizarre noise. The Aegean class had stopped firing. With Themis 11 now under our control, and Tethys 7 too busy exchanging blows with us to maintain pressure, the Topiarius forces in the forest must have realized this was their chance. They came charging out at full force. A flood of them, hundreds, possibly close to 1,000, emerged for an all-or-nothing assault. This was bad. They didn't know what was happening over here. If they came charging in, it'd be chaos. We needed to silence Tethys 7 and explained the situation before they got caught in the crossfire. Even with heat-resistant coating, their armor couldn't withstand concentrated plasma fire. This was really bad. Warning. Radar detects faint signals. Presumed hostile infantry equipped with infiltration tech. Cut automatic interception protocols. I don't care what happens, do not fire. But acting captain, unidentified hostiles are approaching our ship. I said don't fire. Damn it. They couldn't tell what was happening, but both had been burning their forest. Of course they'd attack both ships. We were trying to help them, and they were attacking back because they didn't know that. Talk about headache. Orders, Lieutenant? Should I initiate suppressive fire with the tank squad? No. If we fire first, it's over. Themis 11, firing on incoming infantry is strictly forbidden. Acknowledged. Also, enemy rapid-fire turret 1 silenced. Acting captain. Now take out turret 2. The forward-mounted rapid-fire gun had been silenced thanks to our earlier barrage. After multiple hits, the armor came off and a round must have penetrated the inner mechanisms, rendering it inoperable. Thanks to the automated damage control systems, it didn't explode or catch fire, but smoke was billowing out. Good enough. Taking fire from rapid-fire turret 2. Turret 1 degraded. Hull damage increasing. Recommend withdrawal. If we pull back now, we're dead. Hold your ground. Keep closing in and rotate left. Open firing lines for the rear turrets. Right now, our ship was charging head-on into the enemy's starboard side. That minimized our exposed surface area, but it also meant only our forward turret could fire. In contrast, the enemy could bring both of theirs to bear, concentrating firepower. That's why our turret 1 was heavily damaged, and theirs got wrecked around the same time. Because we were focusing everything on our forward arc, the rear remained untouched. But our armor was falling apart, and even regular countermeasures were starting to deal real damage. We had to expose our flank and pass alongside them, so our rear turret could destroy theirs. Rapid-fire turret 1 critically damaged. Risk of secondary explosion. Initiating self-destruct. Aim up turret 2. Fire the moment you lock on. As a last desperate act, turret 1 got a few more shots off toward the enemy's rear before it went up in a blast that took the gun mount with it. Probably because a round hit the battery pack dead on. A special rapid hardening agent began sealing the gaping hole in the hull. But would it be in time? One more hit there and the weakened area might fail catastrophically. As the ship groaned and slid sideways to rotate, I watched helplessly, waiting for Themis 11's rear turret to swing into view from under the bridge and open fire. Come on, faster, faster. Firing line secured. Target locked. Open fire. Maximum rate confirmed. Firing at maximum allowed rate. In baseline reality, it was just a few seconds, but in the heightened clock speed I was running, it felt like an eternity before the turret finally aligned with the enemy. It wasn't the most agile, but it did its job. And since the enemy was less than 100 meters away, our shots landed with pinpoint accuracy. Within seconds, the armor was stripped away. 4 more seconds, and the internal mechanisms were exposed. Then the rounds pierced inside and fire erupted from within. Nice. That's both of their main turrets down. Tethys 7 couldn't destroy Themis 11 now. Wait, The Topiarius forces are boarding. Oh no. If the Aegean class opens fire, they'll be caught in the blast too. Even with some lag, the enemy had access to frontline updates. If both of their ships were at risk of being captured, they might blow them up to minimize losses. We had to warn the Topiarius, somehow. But we couldn't speak their language, some bizarre mix of base 3 and base 15 random encoding. Wait. That's it. Amid the remaining, functioning sensors, I spotted a figure scaling the enemy ship, setting off traps and bypassing anti-boarding coatings. She was alive. Burnt and battered. Her once silver hair singed black, but she'd made it through. It was a miracle, honestly, but we had to stop her. If she got caught in the blast, we'd lose our only translator. Themis 11. Are the external speakers still functional? Roughly 60% destroyed, but some are still operational. I had to call her off, convince her to switch ships. With no way to hack Tethys 7 remotely, this was my only shot. Can you hear me? It's me. Stop attacking that ship and board this one instead, hurry. I didn't know how far the warning would carry in the deafening chaos of battle, but I screamed it anyway, shouting my lungs out to the only Topia who might listen. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Although artillery battles between landing raft are not normally envisaged, the integrated military, which plans for every possible contingency, expose their soldiers to even highly improbable scenarios through simulations. PRA Chapter 75.1 615. Can you hear me? Tell your people to stop what they're doing and board this ship instead. I wasn't sure if she could hear me over the thunder of artillery and the savage roars of the charge echoing across the battlefield, but I cranked the speakers to maximum and shouted anyway. She turned to look, her body in a heartbreaking state. Then, after saying something to her comrades, she suddenly leapt up onto the deck of Tethys 7. And came sprinting toward us at full speed before launching herself across. Are you kidding me? Even if we were still relatively close to avoid the Aegean-class bombardment, we were at least 150 meters apart. And she jumped the gap like it was a long jump event? Just how insane are her base specs, that elf look-alike? Normally, not even a Type B synthetic body could make that leap without an exosuit. Nozomu? Why are you here? I thought the forest was in danger and came to help. We've silenced this big guy. Pull back, now. Wait. Just wait a second. Right after saying that, she dashed toward the stern, yanked out 2 sticks from her waist, and began twirling them furiously as they lit up brilliantly. They looked like resin-smeared torches, but the brightness rivaled that of a signal beacon used under jamming conditions. But unfortunately, my visual sensors picked up words I really didn't want to hear in this situation. Ah, this is bad, it's too late. Lieutenant. Warning. Multiple magnetic heat weapon signatures detected. No, we're gonna get roasted at this rate. Wait, a ship this size usually carries countermeasures that can disrupt magnetic field-based weaponry. If we activate those, we might just scrape by. Themis 11. What's the status of our anti-magnetic disruption field? It was damaged in the artillery exchange. It's too late to neutralize the incoming warheads with missiles, either. Goddamn sons of... My scream and the plasma barrage pouring down from the forest's edge happened almost simultaneously. Damn it, the melee troops were just a distraction. The real threat was the artillery unit hiding and gathering plasma magic for this. Now that I looked closely, the ones who had swarmed Tethys 7 were already jumping ship and fleeing the moment their allies activated their magic. The melee troops would definitely get caught up in the blast range, and they still went through with it? These guys were crazy. Sorry. We had some infighting, and we ended up deciding to draw their attention and then start blasting. This heat's clearly worse than what hit us before. It's a 16-voice layered chorus model. We weren't really thinking about getting away. I didn't know what exactly a 16-voice layered chorus was, but I sure as hell knew it meant anti-ship scale firepower. Damn it, what were the people who made these gardeners planning to defend against by giving them such ridiculous spec? If we had the equipment, we could have collapsed the magnetic field surrounding the plasma and neutralized it, but with everything broken, that wasn't an option. Evasive maneuvers, now executing, but the blast radius is too wide. Estimated success rate of evasion, 12.7%. Let it hit anywhere but the critical sections. Keep the ship upright, no grounding. That raises success rate to 58.22%. Recommend immediate evacuation. Don't throw out barely improved odds while saying impossible things. Sure, I don't want to let go of this captured prize, but no one's stepping outside into an uncontrolled plasma shower. And why the hell do they just blanket the area like this when their own troops are still in close combat? Are they insane? Funf. Get whoever can still move through the holes made by the artillery fire and get in here. They came out here ready to die, so I'd know if they'll listen. She was still waving her torch frantically, but when the bombardment didn't stop, she gave up and came running. We opened every hatch to take her in and gather other surviving topiaries. Whether they'd make it through now depended entirely on luck. It seemed Tethys 7 finally realized too late that it needed to move. Its anti-gravity units kicked in, and the ship began to rise. But it was too slow. That's the downside of land-based battleships. Once they settle down, it takes time to get them moving again. If they hadn't already been on standby, that heavy frame would take a while to lift. And plasma, hotter than a star's core and seemingly appearing out of nowhere, wasn't going to wait. Hard to port. Executing. Man, these pseudo-intelligences never panic. It felt so sterile in moments like this. As I thought that, I watched what little remained of the ship's optical sensors burn out from the light. The world went white, on fire. Lieutenant. Lieutenant. Are you all right? I'm alive. Unlike artillery shells, plasma didn't come with a deafening boom. It was more like a superheated orb carved through armor like a butter knife. But miraculously, the CIC where we were holed up made it through unscathed. The upper structure's completely gone. Can you see this? No good, the sensor system's mostly dead. What's the status of Tethys 7? Barely even a trace left. It looks like melted cheese. Jesus, that's terrifying. We really cut it close. When I ordered the pseudo-intelligence to give me a damage report, it showed just how reckless our evasion had been, aimed solely at keeping the ship barely functional. About 2/3 of the bridge and a good chunk of the bow were gone. Detection systems were mostly dead, leaving us blind and deaf. Our cyber warfare jammers had cleared up, so we could barely navigate using radar, but without Celine guiding us, we couldn't even move straight. Thank God Funf managed to get them to stop firing. A bit late, sure, but if a second or third volley had come in, we'd be part of a melted art installation right now. Still, this prize we fought so hard to claim had lost most of its value. It was like thinking we'd taken a silver general, only to realize it had somehow turned into a knight. Well, knights are strong if you know how to use them. Themis 11, can we navigate while randomly dodging? I want us as far from this location as possible. Acting Captain, with current sensor functionality, that would be extremely difficult. Friendly forces outside the ship will provide support. Link data and follow their guidance. PRA Chapter 75.2 Themis 11, can we navigate while randomly dodging? I want us as far from this location as possible. Acting Captain, with current sensor functionality, that would be extremely difficult. Friendly forces outside the ship will provide support. Link data and follow their guidance. It probably wasn't ideal for a ship belonging to the Ecliptic Republic Union to connect to a non-affiliated communication band without authorization from someone with the proper clearance. Still, it must have judged that staying blind, motionless, with a potential enemy capable of destroying it lying in wait, was the worst option. Compliantly, it deepened the data link and began maneuvering in response to Celine's instructions. Understood. Commencing navigation per instructions. Good girl. Mind looking after her for a while, Celine? Leave it to me. I've dealt with plenty of unruly types before. I decided not to ask which particular brat had made her get used to handling that kind of trouble and yanked out the connection terminal. Man. Thought I was gonna die. Same. Gulata, who had been clutching me the whole time, went limp in my arms. Her vitals had spiked into the yellow range from the stress. Everyone else, who had been twisted into comically odd poses, also looked relieved now that the ground beneath us had finally stabilized. We were used to floating around in space, but for those who usually stood on two legs and got along with solid ground, the ride must have been too much. It still feels like the world's spinning. I think I'm gonna puke. Spinning. Feels sick. Ow! I hit something. Riad Elboldi was groaning, slumped against the chair where a prisoner was tied. He was upside down, gripping the floor with both hands while his legs tangled around the armrest. He must have had a hell of a time staying in that position. Peter had apparently clung for dear life to the console with both his arms and subarms. The part he'd grabbed was visibly dented. As for Falcon, he must have been unlucky. With no good handholds left, he'd gotten flung around like a pinball. His gear armor looked like a potato, dented and battered all over. Others who'd been shaken around were now stuck in poses resembling avant-garde art installations. Between bruises and sprains, they'd all have something to complain about, but at least no one had died. Considering that just 16 of us had pulled off a suicidal assault against a landing craft, fought an artillery battle in light armor, and then survived a rain of plasma, we got off pretty lightly. No fatalities. What a sweet, sweet phrase. In a combat report, those words were as thrilling as enemy command post secured or melee charge successful. Celine, any follow-up bombardments? None for now. Even the Aegean class at the rear seems confused about what just happened. Got to love the fog of war. That very fog we'd always hated and tried to pierce on the front lines was now protecting us. Until information reached the rear, no one could know what had happened. Situations like that could arise anywhere, and even in an age of faster-than-light communication, it hadn't changed, especially in places like this where we couldn't rely on satellites. The fog was even thicker. The Aegean class must have struggled to stay in sync with the front, but it looked like we still had a bit of a window before they realized the assault had completely collapsed. Hindsight's 2020, but you should have pushed forward earlier, Virgil. Sometimes, a game-winning position could be flipped by a piece that dropped in from nowhere. We'd had our own plans wrecked more times than we could count by surprise reinforcements. If you'd been in a spot where you could read the situation in real time, the outcome could have been entirely different. But hey, I get wanting to play it safe. We just don't make that choice ourselves. In fact, if he had come forward, our target might have changed to the Aegean class. Though, considering its absurd size, not sure we could have taken it down. Oh right, Funf. Is she alive? Hold on. The hatch she jumped into was near the bridge, so the sensors are down. Warning, bulkhead breach detected in Section 2, Block 492. Pulling up the ship's interior map showed the breach was near the spot she had leapt into. Ah, good. Seems like she was fine. That's a relief. But seriously, her tribe had already wrecked enough of the ship. Could she please not break anything else? Themis 11, open the bulkhead and let them through. Be polite. Unregistered drone group. Clearance not recommended. That's a special operations unit from our side. No need to be on alert. With that half-baked excuse, the system bought it, and we felt the distant vibration of a bulkhead sliding open through the floor. Hopefully, this meant Topiarius and the others could come aboard without blowing more things up. Nozoma, looks like you've got quite the entourage. Despite the passage being tall enough for someone of decent height, Funf had to crouch as she approached. Behind her were several dozen Topia. Each wore variations of similar battle gear, and all looked worse for wear. Their armor was covered in soot from the forest fires, some had singed hair, and a few were clearly more seriously damaged. Missing limbs from stray bullets, exposed internals from lost armor plating. Even in that state, their fighting spirit hadn't broken. They were still ready to charge in headfirst. It was admirable. Unlike us, who could come back as long as our brain shells were intact, they had no replacements. One of the gardeners behind her tried to notch an arrow, but Funf's hand shot out, grabbed it, and crushed it. I couldn't decipher their compressed radio wave language, scrambled hybrid of trinary and quindecimal code, but I didn't need to. Stop. That's what she was saying. It was a threat. Her usual smiling eyes, the ones that looked like gentle slits, had snapped open. The irises of her camera lenses shrank, revealing Morse clearer. Eyes now sharp with the menace of a seasoned warrior, not the childlike girl we knew. That look must have shaken them. Their warriors reaching for their weapons hesitated, took a step back, and lifted their hands to show they were unarmed. Wait. Had we been wrong about her all along? We thought she was just some oversized kid acting on impulse, but was she actually a respected warrior in her own right? Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. For the warriors of Topiarius, the forest is more important than their own lives. PRA Chapter 76.1. Shout out to Carlo Romero for becoming a patron. 616. Despite barely making it out of the battle zone in one piece, the interior of Themis 11 was anything but calm. The tension was thick, almost physically viscous, caught between the wary stares of the Topiarius warriors and our own troops, who remained in a constant state of readiness, prepared for an attack at any moment. Sorry about that, Nozomu. My folks, you know. They don't really do outsiders. Either hang M or hunt M, those are usually the only options they care about. Well, as long as they don't start any trouble, it's fine. I'll take you close to the edge of the forest. Oh, thanks. Seriously, I almost died again. Will be a while until I can get on the next battlefield. She had gone back to her usual slitted eyes and carefree laugh, but considering she could speak to me so casually amidst the charged atmosphere between our two sides, and no one from behind her was saying a word, it was clear she held some serious clout as a warrior. But wow, this thing's huge. It's moving. And floating. How does this even work? Hey, don't touch the console. You'll mess up the controls. Still, despite the situation, she was acting like always, glancing around wide-eyed, touching anything that caught her interest. It was a problem. Fiddling with random instruments could scramble our data and compromise the ship's systems. Could she not? I've only ever seen something this big during the trial. Trial? Yeah, what was it called again? Binary code's hard. Anyway, there's this place in the forest, off-limits most of the time, and if you make it back alive, you get praised. Like some sort of test of courage? Maybe? Here. Look, proof. Without warning, she abruptly pulled up her top. Let's just say the exposed mucosal area was the same color as the inside of a mouth, and showed me her back. There, etched into her armor-like skin with some kind of special dye, was a complex tattoo. The pattern resembled a mural, a scene depicting trees growing out of what looked like a massive ship-like structure, rendered entirely in interlocking straight lines with no curves. The distinctive style gave it a feel almost like religious art. It was fascinating. I was sure I'd seen something like this before, in a VR game. Ah, that's right. The Tree of Sephiroth. The circular parts, Sephira, if I remembered correctly, were replaced with structures that looked like spacefaring vessels. So indecent. Nozomu, this isn't decent. Tell her to stop. Got it, Galata. But please stop trying to cover my lens. It won't break, but it will scratch. I only managed to observe it for a few seconds in base reality before Galata froze in disbelief at what, by her noble lady standards, was an outrageously improper act. Then she turned beet red and tried to shield my main camera. I had my pain sensors turned off for combat, but even in this Type-C body, getting something in the eye triggers a flood of alerts. And since the pseudo-mucous areas are delicate, I'd really appreciate it if she didn't do that. Funf, seemingly unaware of what the fuss was about, blinked in confusion. Meanwhile, on the sub-camera feed, I caught several Topiarius warriors pressing the thumb of their right hand to their foreheads, then lowering it vertically to their lips while murmuring something. Even in space, it seemed some religious gestures remained, just like how people still put their hands together to pray. So that tattoo, for them, who, come to think of it, lacked any male-presenting individuals, it must be something sacred. Revered just by being seen. Then I remembered the data we pulled from the degenerate god and everything clicked. One corrupted file had been titled Project Eden. Most of it was unreadable, but the few decipherable bits had terms linked to an old Earth religion still followed in some obscure corners, Christianity. According to archived texts, the land of Eden, created by the sacred four-letter name YHWH, was a paradise full of every tree that was pleasant to the sight and good for food, a garden without hunger. In that Eden stood the Tree of Sephiroth, also called the Tree of Life, which bore fruit granting eternal life. It stood opposite the Tree of Knowledge. Humanity, it was said, bit from the latter and became what it is now, earning God's wrath and getting kicked out of paradise. What a petty jerk. That was clearly a management failure on his part. Still, the idea of eternal life sent a jolt through the neurons simulated inside my photon crystals. Eternal life. Machines that run endlessly without maintenance. And something that doesn't affect humans who've tasted the fruit of knowledge. This was starting to sound very plausible. As I asked Funf to put her clothes back on and brushed Gilletta off with a quick move, I realized I wanted to think about this more deeply. But now wasn't the time, so I stashed a reminder deep in my mental notepad, along with a hunch. Those lunatics who stirred up that mess on Terra 16 had probably tried to interpret this planet's nature through the lens of existing mythology. Lieutenant, we're completely out of the main cannon's range now. Should we land near the forest? Don't get too close, we don't want to provoke an attack. Set us down about 20 kilometers out. Roger that. Be careful though, Themis 11 might still move, but it's basically a flying coffin right now. Even with such a brutal assessment from my partner, Themis 11 made no complaints and quietly followed its orders, easing to a stop at the designated coordinates. This is the thing with pseudo-intelligences, they never grumble, and that just makes them feel less human. This spot good enough? Yup. What's wrong, Mill? Whoops. PRA Chapter 76.2. This spot good enough? Yup. What's wrong, Mill? Whoops. She seemed to have reflexively spoken in binary language, but then Funf turned to the one who had grabbed her shoulder to get her attention. On closer look, wasn't that the one I'd taken prisoner? And switched back to her native tongue. The two talked for a bit, but then the mood suddenly soured and they started grabbing each other by the collar. They bared their fangs, foreheads pressed together, sizing each other up with an intensity that bordered on violence. It was almost impressive, if it weren't so dangerously volatile. As the others began to reach for their safeties, I quickly moved between them and pleaded for the fight to stop. She said we might as well kill Nozomu and the others too, just in case. Like she didn't see what happened out there. Funf snapped. Well, yeah, this ship did burn the forest too. It's not unreasonable for her to have concerns, I admitted. But it's still rude. I saw it. The enemy panicked when your group charged in. That's why we were able to push back. That's why the forest didn't burn to the ground. Who the hell kills the warriors who helped them just because they might be dangerous? I appreciated her coming to our defense, but seriously, could she not do it with her fists? Things had finally started going smoothly, and now she was going to put a sour note on all of it. Still, I couldn't really blame them for being suspicious. I looked just like the people who burned their forest down. Even if, fundamentally, I was something entirely different, to the gardeners, who had spent who knows how long cut off from the outside world, that surface similarity was enough to spark unease, maybe even fear. Too bad I couldn't use the classic old routine where I take my head off and joke. See? Not a robot. A timeless bit that always got either laughs or horrified silence. This body didn't allow for that. The argument dragged on a little while longer, still in a language we couldn't parse, but eventually a few other topias joined in. After some back and forth, Mel finally backed down, though she didn't look happy about it. My guess? Some of the more level-headed types, even if they came from a barbaric lifestyle, had said something like come on, let it go, and that was enough to tip the scales. God, I really hoped that was the case. Otherwise, dealing with the Topiarius was going to be a nightmare. Just because we mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses were good at suicide tactics didn't mean we liked dying. We were willing to throw ourselves away because it worked and because we were replaceable, not because we thought life was cheap. I mean, sure, we're soldiers. If you're truly intelligent, you don't need our kind. So we're always prepared to die. We'll even read out speeches about how our lives weigh less than a feather with straight faces, but the Topiarius, they were different. Even with just a single battle to go on, it was clear. We die gladly if it means 1,000 can live. They die thrilled if they can take 1,000 with them. Same end result, sure, but the wrapping's completely different. Like Mochi versus Jayui Mochi. Looks close, totally different feel. Which is why, really, I needed a few of them to be more like her. Chieftain, what now? These guys are seriously unhinged. Don't be so obvious just because they can't understand you. At least keep your face neutral. It's not like they can read our expressions. Reincarnation, fiddling nervously with the safety on his cold gun, narrowed his yellow camera eye in obvious suspicion. I shot him a look. He wasn't wrong. There was no way the topiaries could parse his squawks or his nuanced goblin-like expressions, but still. Just in case, maybe try looking serious. Damn, do all diplomats have to deal with this much stress? If I made it back alive, I'd treat my friend who went into diplomacy to a meal. We used to joke that if they screwed up, we'd be the ones dying on the front lines, but now that I was here, I realized that probably cut way deeper than I thought. This right here? This is why I never climb past Lieutenant. We're all good for now. The fighting's settled down too, so we'll go put out the fires. And since this is your kill, you've got the right to decide how to display it. Funf said, turning back to me. Sure. Thanks, I guess. Still, people on this planet sure love their trophies. The tech gobs wanted skulls, the topiaries wanted whole displays like this. Couldn't anyone just be content with a kill mark? I walked with them to the exit to make sure they didn't try anything weird, and by the time we watched the cyber elves shuffle out, the sun was already cresting the horizon. What a night! Lieutenant, you're acting like it's over. But nothing's over yet. We still have interrogations, sweep and clears, and a pile of unresolved issues. Can I at least get 5 minutes to feel accomplished? Scratching the back of my head, I let out a heavy sigh in the wrecked hull of our ship. I was technically the captain of a land battleship now. A one-castle nation. Sounds like a hell of a promotion on paper, but with all these drafty, broken gaps? It didn't feel like much to celebrate. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Though the higher Federation integrated military typically finds it more efficient to produce new equipment than to repurpose captured weapons, a small but passionate faction who finds joy in operating enemy gear repainted in the integrated military color. They even draw up manuals, set of regulations, and training protocols to make that possible. PRA Chapter 77.171. Lieutenant, nice and easy, okay? Nice and easy. I know. Like I'd ever be sloppy with your instructions. The morning after the fierce battle, we held a short meeting about what to do with the half-ruined Themis 11. The knights insisted that capturing such a massive Sanctus gear would reassure people of the Holy City. The tech gobs were thrilled, calling it the ultimate trophy. The Sylvanians, meanwhile, remained fairly indifferent, neutral, or perhaps just uninterested. After about a quarter hour of discussion, I personally felt that, given its condition, with 80% of the starboard defense systems destroyed, the bow shattered, and the bridge gone, we'd be better off salvaging it for parts. But in the end, we decided to keep it operational. Currently, we'd parked Dichotomous 4 and Sashigame on the open deck and managed to maintain visual feeds by connecting their sensors via cable. But getting this thing fully functional again would require a massive overhaul. Honestly, considering the bridge had melted down to its space, we'd probably need a proper dry dock for land battleships if we wanted a full restoration. And that wasn't happening. Still, just getting our hands on a heavy anti-gravity unit big enough to float this thing made it worth it in my eyes. But during the meeting, it was Celine who pushed hardest to keep it. Could you display the cable disconnect order using our tags? Just follow the instructions, please. I've spoofed a valid maintenance officer ID, but if we screw up, the whole thing will get wiped for security. And that's how I ended up here, working inside the ship's data core in a coverall. Thankfully, this body doesn't sweat, shed, or sneeze, so I could work in everyday clothes. The old humans, though, must have had it rough, either geared up in cam protection suits or working naked with just a cap on. Alright, this converter goes here. Then we split it with a relay. Please don't mix up the cable removal order from 11 to 24. They're connected to core systems and are extremely sensitive. Also, don't forget to assign our tags as you go. We're going to reuse them. I'm not an engineer, you know. Don't expect too much precision from me. Right now, I was following Celine's step-by-step guidance to remove the AI housing unit for Themis 11. The pseudo-intelligence that ran the ship's systems. Since this AI was built by the Ecliptic Republic Union, it had black-boxed fail-safes for security. If cleanup protocols triggered, it would destroy all stored data. so we had to proceed with extreme caution. Even one wrong step could overload the ship's entire electrical system. Every single wire I unplugged made me nervous. I was a pilot, not a combat engineer. This kind of work was far from my expertise. Still, Celine's puppet frame and the drones we brought weren't any more dexterous than me. So, I had no choice but to follow her instructions, nervous and fumbling. Lucky for you, Celine, that the maintenance manual was still here. Yes, a true stroke of luck. Even I would have spent 6 months just figuring out the structure by scanning it. The Braro's package of the 114th Combat Corps seemed to have been left in its factory default state, save for having a commander assigned. Probably because they planned to configure it after completing the planetary seeding operation, and keeping a full ground force idle for 50 years would have been a waste. Everything was in its designated place, still wrapped in protective film like new, and among it all, having the maintenance manual intact was a miracle. We were using Allied equipment, so we knew the specs, but we weren't specialists, no access to schematics. Without the manual, Celine's plan might have taken half a year just to maybe succeed. But, are you really serious? You want to rip out Themis 11 and install yourself instead? My processing space is maxed out. I can't afford to complain about a bulky housing if I can get a quantum computer. If I want to support you and handle ship control, I need a much bigger desk. Yes, Celine wanted to transplant herself into Themis 11. I understood the logic. Even though landing craft like this were small compared to other land battleships, they still had to manage heavy armaments and data flow for command and control. While they didn't use photon crystals, they did house generic quantum processors and large-scale data systems. For Celine, who only had one brain shell, this was the perfect opportunity to gain a long-awaited sub-brain. Until now, she'd been making do with familiar box drones and dichotomous 4-type I unit. But since my own body was getting an upgrade, she apparently decided she wanted a makeover, too. Personally, I would have preferred to give her a brand new frame rather than sticking her into this wreck. But hey, if she'd been wearing nothing but a bedsheet until now, even rags were a step up. This big power connector is the last one to remove, right? That's right. Oh, be careful, tilt it downward first, then push up again to release the lock. Otherwise, the protection system kicks in. They even installed a physical failsafe. They really went all out. Clunk. A loud noise rang out as I fully detached the AI housing. The server room lights went dark. A few seconds later, red emergency lights flickered on and the server activity stopped. The system must have been designed to shut down completely without an AI present. All right, Lieutenant. Follow the rest of the instructions. Yeah. It's going to feel strange not being able to talk to you for a while. It's just a few dozen minutes. You'll survive. Yeah. I'll manage. Even if I'll miss you. You're strong enough to handle it, Lieutenant. And more importantly, I trust you completely. Please take care of my body. With that, her boxy drone descended next to me and shut down. Celine had transferred out of the drone and into stasis, preparing for her new housing. This is the first time I've truly been alone. As I opened the maintenance hatch with a multi-tool, I found myself murmuring aloud. Ever since I woke up, ever since I survived the Terra 16 disaster and awoke, I'd always had Celine by my side. Say something, and she'd respond. Get stuck, and she'd offer help. I'd taken it for granted. But now that she was offline, I realized how truly alone I was. There was no incoming access, no active comms. This was genuine solitude, not part of any training simulation, and it made my non-existent heart pound like it was sick. I was alone in this cold, sterile server room. No familiar voice replied to my words, no signal responded to my compressed radio wave speech. Only the noisy silence of power-saving servers lay around me like a heavy fog. You really held on, didn't you, Celine? For 2,000 years my partner had endured this crushing quiet and isolation. Waiting all that time. Could I have done the same, if our roles were reversed? Her brain shell, carefully detached and resting before me, looked nearly identical to mine. The only difference was a pattern marking it as containing a digitized self, but to me, it was unique. It housed the mind of someone I cherished. Since no one was watching, I allowed myself to gently embrace it, just for a moment. Then I followed her written instructions and resumed reconnecting the cables. When disassembling, things like cable order or zip tie tension didn't matter. But now I had to think through everything. The layout, impact resistance, even auxiliary armor placement. I became so focused that I didn't notice 2 hours had passed in base reality. Oops. I'd let myself get too sentimental. Who knew when the Aegean class might show up? I couldn't afford to waste time. I shook off the nostalgia, connected the final cable, and sent the wake-up signal. Good morning, Lieutenant. PRA Chapter 77.2. Good morning, Lieutenant. And then, light returned to the world. The illumination flared back to life, and the server awoke once more, its colorful lights blinking like the lost hues had finally come home. The lights were far too dramatic for something meant to merely stimulate the visual sensors, but right now, I was just glad to see them. Ah. Good morning. It hadn't been anything close to the kind of loneliness she had endured, but I felt like I could understand, just a little, how much that first good morning meant to Celine. My mind, disordered with anxiety and solitude, slowly began to settle. Lieutenant, is something wrong? Your vitals show some irregularities. No, I'm just happy that you woke up safely. I gently patted the armor covering her brain shell and asked how she felt after waking. Half of it was to hide my embarrassment, the other half was gratitude. No matter how efficiently I could compress words, there was no way I could fully express this. The driver installation is taking a bit of time, but thanks to the High Federation integration design, I should be able to move soon. It's a bit quirky, but I can more or less read the system. I see. That's good to hear. Once everything's done, we should return to our original base and begin repairs as much as possible. I also want to carry out some interrogations. Take your time. There's no rush. With that, my work here was done. I stood slowly, doing my best to act as though nothing had happened, and exited the central computation chamber. Behind me, I heard the door open and then the triple lock click firmly into place to keep it shut. Confirming that, I started walking toward the CIC, which served as our temporary command post. Lord Nozomu, Peter? What is it? And then, bouncing toward me came Peter, who had shed his exosuit. With his fluffy fur fully exposed, it was hard to read his expression, typical of Sylvanians, but he seemed a bit irritated. The prisoners are being noisy. Shouting to be released, yelling about beasts, mocking us. Then just turn off the translator. Or stuff something in his mouth. That would compromise my duties. What if he tries to escape? I can't let them scheme among themselves either. Man. He was serious about this. We'd already run a full scan and confirmed the prisoners weren't carrying any hidden weapons. They were securely bound in ductile titanium alloy cuffs coated with single-molecule resistant plating. There was no real chance of escape. But Peter was determined to see the job through, no shortcuts. Also, we're fine, but Falcon lost his temper and nearly struck. Galata had to drag him out of there. That guy really needs to learn some patience. Well, Falcon had always been the straightforward type. To him, rebels were unforgivable by default, and when they had the nerve to keep mouthing off after getting captured, of course it pissed him off. Riedelboldi was getting antsy too, asking when the interrogation would start. Yeah. About that. I still need to prepare, so I'd like to let them bake in the sun a bit longer. Baked. We mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses knew very well that the old humans, fragile creatures of protein, weakened without water and nutrition. Civilians who rarely entered VR and relied on prosthetic bodies to communicate in standard networks often forgot that. But among military personnel, who frequently trained with allied forces, it was common knowledge. We even went out of our way to prepare water purifiers and rations for supply-deprived allies. And that's exactly why we knew this was their weakness. Even the most gung-ho soldier could be reduced to selling out their comrades for a single can of water if left with nothing for 3 days. That's why we, who had no treaty with the enemy, more accurately, were rejected by them, chose to conduct interrogations after lightly drying out the prisoners. They treated us like objects to be shattered. Compared to that, not killing them outright was already generous. Don't you think? Water, that lubricating fluid, loosened lips. It also sapped their strength to resist, very convenient. So no, We hadn't opened the bulkhead yet. The Magiusgear Knights trapped inside were still struggling to escape, but give it 2 more days, and they'd calm down. Since the battle happened inside a ship, they wouldn't have had water or rations on them anyway. Soon, they'd be too weak to cause trouble. Not that it really mattered, our true target was the commanding officer. I planned to extract their data directly, excluding the sub-brain. The rest of the interrogations were just bonus. We've had complaints that it's unbearably noisy all over the place. Tell them it's still better than artillery fire. Besides, I'm afraid a direct connection might risk contamination. It was a hassle for my comrades, but they'd have to continue playing jailer a little longer. After all, those prisoners had the terminals needed to pilot the ship. Just like Aurelia had interfered with my cyber entrance, directly linking for interrogation was far too risky. Sure, it'd be easier if I could just extract the data from their sub-brain's memory medium, but for that, I'd need a completely isolated computation unit to avoid any danger. So until Celine adjusted to her new body, I'd just have to be patient a little longer. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Interrogations via cybernetics require advanced knowledge of cyber warfare, so specialized units are often deployed. However, in frontline conditions where such support is unavailable, it is not uncommon across the galaxy to conduct intense interrogations on enemies who are not protected under treaty law. This practice arises from the high risk of counter-hacking or aggressive firewall retaliation during direct link. PRA Chapter 78.172. Hey, Nozomu. As I smoked a cigarette on the deck of Themis 11, Galata approached, now out of her armor. We were waiting for Celine's systems to finish optimizing and for the captives to finish drying in the sun, more or less. Galata, now wearing the same kind of coveralls as me, probably because they were handy as both workwear and exosuit innerwear, must have been servicing her armor. A faint smudge of oil marked her cheek. What is it, Galata? Really now, your face is dirty. Ah. I'm not a child, you know. Then at least have the decency to check a hand mirror after work. She was a noble who'd joined the Night Order to escape her home life. Little things like that probably felt like a hassle, or maybe she just didn't care for them. Her cheeks turned red as I wiped the oil from her face, but she didn't slap my hand away. When I gestured for her to sit beside me, she did, though just enough off to the side, as if to say, no way, I'm sitting right at the edge of this high place. Well, with the bridge excluded, we were still a good 12 meters up. A fall from here could easily be fatal. Even in my current body, if I botched a landing, it could result in meaning loss. So, what's on your mind? I was too focused during the assault to notice it then, but now that I think about it, it's kind of incredible that we managed to take something this huge. I never imagined I'd end up storming what's practically a fortress, twice, as a Magiusgear Knight. That's because we hit all the inherent weaknesses of large structures at once. No matter how well built or heavily armed a massive weapon may be, it always has fatal flaws. They're hard to operate alone, and if enemies breach the inside, they're especially vulnerable. From a situational standpoint, Virgil made the right call in how he deployed his forces. But from our perspective, he made several major mistakes, like keeping the Magiusgear Knights in reserve. Hearing her response made me smile without thinking. She's sharp. Just one battle and she learns this much. Normally, these kinds of assault carriers, mobile fortresses, really, are supposed to be surrounded by mobile weapons, tank battalions, wheeled armored forces, and infantry. The idea is to slowly and steadily push the front line forward, using the carrier as its core. More importantly, the surrounding forces exist to ward off attacks like ours, suicidal charges that aim to breach the interior, the most vulnerable part. As you said, these ships are essentially mobile forts. If you use siege tactics against them, they fold easily. Virgil had kept his Magiusgear Knights inside, trying to avoid them being wiped out by Topiarius. Strategically, that wasn't irrational. But if you wanted to cover the blind spots that come with such a massive structure, you have to accompany it with the smallest, most essential unit, infantry. Without infantry and high-mobility light vehicles patrolling the perimeter, these carriers are astonishingly fragile. The fact that just 16 of us managed to break in and seize control says it all. This was exactly why even civilizations as advanced as the Higher Federation, capable of building structures that could cover celestial bodies, still hadn't done away with infantry. In the end, as long as humans remain human, you need similarly sized units to fully secure and hold any position. All these machines exist to support deployment and combat. They're powerful pieces on the board, yes, but like in Shogai, if you place them wrong, even a humble foot soldier can take them. A land battleship plays both the role of offensive foothold and fortress to be defended. That's why it must always be deployed alongside infantry and mobile units. Otherwise, people like us climb aboard and have our way with it, like we did yesterday, she finished. I gave a deep nod, pleased with how quickly she grasped it. No matter how mobile it was, this thing was still massive. It couldn't escape from fast-moving pack wolves. Even with a full set of defensive weaponry, it wasn't perfect. Our occupation of it proved that. And there was more than one way to attack. We had abandoned the idea long ago as a bit too much, but some nations still used rather extreme tactics, like launching unmanned warheads filled with infantry from orbital satellites. Let's set aside the ones who sniff mutated versions of democratic ideals and go into battle high off their own rhetoric, though I wonder if they're still shouting the same nonsense even 2,000 years later. Regardless, unless all branches of the military are integrated and supplied to function as a single combat unit, there will always be weaknesses, no matter how far technology evolves. That's why we continue using such a diverse, complicated mix of weaponry, far from the simplicity that most militaries desire, risking logistical nightmares in the process. So hey, Nozomu? This is technically a ship, right? By definition, yes. This is my first time on a ship. Is that so? The Holy City is mostly landlocked, after all. Now that she mentioned it, the Holy City did have canals with riverboats, but most transport relied on vehicles or trams. Some provinces had large lakes, but the region wasn't coastal. There was irrigation, sure, but no massive canal systems. So it made sense she'd never been on a ship before. But with everything going on, especially our manpower shortage making it a real pain to maintain control of the vessel, I thought she'd just come over for a casual chat. When I turned to look, though, I saw her running her hand slowly along the deck, deep in thought. I may not know much about ships, but I do know that warships are a thing. In the Duke of Near-Mother Lake's territory, southwest of the capital, there's a huge lake and river, and they deploy ships with siege ballistas on them for defense. I dug around in the database and found what she was referring to, part of the intel shared by Aurelia. The lake was about 400 square kilometers and almost perfectly round. Though unknown to them, it was actually a man-made crater formed by dropping a high-mass projectile during planetary seeding operations. Designed to moisten the atmosphere and supply fresh water, the crater had mountains raised around it via tectonic manipulation, creating a lake that now served as a logistical hub for the southwest. Warships were stationed there to deter troublemakers, but even so, I never imagined a battlefield where you'd need something this big. Hey, Nozomu? You said you used to control guardian deities, right? What kind of battlefields have you been through? Her eyes, full of deep curiosity and a hint of fear at things she couldn't even imagine, met mine. For a moment, I struggled to find the right words. I just can't picture it. A battlefield that needs something like this. One so brutal that guardian deities have to clash. I can't help but wonder, what kind of battles did you survive to get here? Well, if she'd grown up in the Holy City, being presented with something like this out of the blue must be overwhelming. The height alone, not counting the bridge, was taller than most mobile weapons, though that made sense, since it had to transport them. The thing floated, bristled with giant guns and guided missiles, and looked like a hedgehog from hell. And then she learned that this was just one of three, commanded by an even bigger ship, which in turn guarded something even larger. It was no surprise, even for someone who'd kept up with this intensifying war, that she might flinch a little. I considered how best to explain it to her. But then figured, she of all people could handle it. I pulled a direct link cable from my neck and offered it to her. Want to see it for yourself? What our real battlefield looks like. Your battlefield. You're mechanized now. You can access my memories directly. Glitter, here, you're the only one I'd trust enough to show this to. PRA Chapter 78.2 Want to see it for yourself? What our real battlefield looks like. Your battlefield. You're mechanized now. You can access my memories directly. Glitter, here, you're the only one I'd trust enough to show this to. Even though we had taken out the 2 landing crafts, the enemy still had a fully operational Aegean class, a Jages class, and a single Kotus class remaining. If she wanted to repel that threat and protect the Holy City, she would need to step onto our battlefield, not with orbital bombardments or hypersonic fighters raining down, but close enough. I figured it'd be better for her mental health to see that kind of death trap ahead of time rather than face it head-on without warning. After a brief moment of hesitation, she picked up the cable and linked it directly to her wrist. It scares me. But if this lets me understand you better, as her vision flickered slightly, a familiar sensation washed over me, one that always came with a successful direct link. I reached into my memory and pulled one out. Since she only had a sub-brain, full sensory immersion would have been too much for her. Instead, I linked our 5 senses and used myself as a converter, giving her a level of immersion that wasn't overwhelming. In terms of depth, it was comparable to the VR headsets allowed during compulsory education. This is taking forever. Are we there yet? Lieutenant Junior Grade, you've slowed your clock rate too much. I'm raising it back to regulation levels. What? Whoa, huh? I hear Nozoma's voice. That's my thought from back then. Brings back memories. I was still a Lieutenant Junior Grade during this operation. The visuals we shared through the link showed data from a skirmish with the Lyra Commonwealth. During our assault on Aridful Prime's first planet, their main production world. At the time, I had been assigned to the 268th Independent Combat Unit of the 7th Assault Strike Fleet. I led the 2nd Company under the 2nd Battalion, and also acted as the battalion's 3rd ranking officer on the field. The memory picked up right after the preliminary skirmish, when our fleet had just scattered the planet's defense fleet and seized orbital superiority. That's when the ground force commander boldly pushed for a direct strike on the enemy's capital. The objective was to perform a drop assault, crush the defensive positions capable of attacking orbit, and establish a beachhead to support the main landing force. We were the tip of the spear among the drop teams. Ahem. This is your captain speaking from Momiji 23. To ensure a pleasant journey through the stars, please take a moment to review the safety card as we play the in-flight guide. There are voices besides Nozoma's. That's one of our kamikaze jockeys talking. The pilot of the Type A Model 1 high-altitude assault lander, commonly known as the UK-24 Model B. Now, there were standard procedures when it came to planetary assaults. First step, eliminate the defending fleet in orbit. Second step, take out the planet's surface-based anti-air emplacements. This part was always a headache. It wasn't as simple as hurling mass drivers from orbit and calling it a day. The enemy's central command typically resided in deep underground bunkers, protected by force fields. The visible cities were mostly just for show, places where civilians lived, but not military targets. Blasting those surface structures to bits would only slaughter innocent people and enrage the enemy, tactically pointless. That's why, in the Higher Federation, the standard procedure was to drop in mobile weapons and destroy the enemy's mobile anti-air positions. Step 2 was crucial. Due to some mild turbulence from poor atmospheric conditions, please keep your seatbacks upright and your seatbelts fastened. Additionally, per aviation regulations, smoking is prohibited aboard this craft. That job fell to us, the mobile weapons pilots suspended in cylindrical heat-resistant pods in the belly of the UK-24S, which looked like manta rays gliding through the sky. These were the 24th iteration of the model. Mobile weapons were the kings of ground combat. With durability rivaling tanks, agility from bipedal movement, and a massive payload of diverse armaments, they were true multi-role machines capable of facing any enemy. We were deployed en masse to wipe out the surface-based anti-air units that were still bombarding our orbiting fleet with unrelenting fire. Look down there. Something's flashing like crazy. Are you seriously diving into that? Oh yeah. I remember this. We botched the surprise attack, and most of their anti-air systems were still operational. It was a rough one. Not the worst, though this counts as not the worst. Wait, something just exploded next to us. One of the Ukas carrying 4th Company's 2nd platoon just got blown out of the sky. There's no sound in space, of course, but I could add some later, if you want. The anti-air barrage was still thick. Dropships and fighters launched from the motherships were turning into multicolored blossoms all around us. But most of the pilots inside were fine. They were protected by reinforced core shields, and their brain shells remained intact. After retrieval, they just get patched up and be back at it with a man. That was rough. Looks like Nakase's squad won't be making it to the ground. They were hyped about hitting 5 kills and becoming aces. Must be a bitter pill to swallow. Is it just me, or are you and Celine taking this really lightly? Well, the machines blew up, but the pilots are still alive. At this altitude, ground-launched anti-air fire, already weakened from travel distance, wasn't enough to kill either the kamikaze jockeys or the mobile weapons. They'd get wrecked, sure, but they wouldn't die. Antimatter warheads were another story, but heavy particle beams and mass shells weren't that big of a deal. In fact, Sergeant Nakase and his 3 subordinates, who were blown apart earlier, were healthy enough after the battle to get drunk during the victory party and pass out in the hallway. They were more upset about missing their shot at glory. Alright, time to drop. Wait, what? So fast. We'll now be entering the atmosphere. Ground weather is sunny, a pleasant 25 degrees Celsius. However, occasional outbursts of heavy particles and mass shells may occur, so remain alert. Despite some casualties, the landing units quickly reformed their formations and dove straight down toward the planet, ready to breach the atmosphere. Galata was screaming at the sheer speed. But if she found this level of immersion intense with just a light VR interface, what would happen if we tried a full sensory setup together? As I entertained that slightly twisted thought, the version of me within the memory simply stared into the refracted glow of ablative heating, eagerly awaiting touchdown on the surface. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Memory sharing, a common practice among those who have been mechanized. It's used not only for mission reports but also for reminiscing. In particular, for mathematical consciousness entities, the value of shared data is so high that they often establish dedicated communication bands just for this. Some individuals even consider it a hobby. While it does carry an element of entertainment, essentially a raw drama, it also serves as a powerful form of collective intelligence for mathematical consciousnesses. Engaging in this is almost a physiological instinct. PRA Chapter 79.173. The moment they touched the dense atmospheric layer enveloping the celestial body, just before entering its gravitational field, only took a few dozen seconds in base reality time. This is Subpilot Higashino, Ensign. We've cleared the atmosphere and are cruising smoothly. Please note that we do not provide motion sickness bags or blankets, so make sure you've brought your own. That's so casual. Way too casual. That's how all those kamikaze jockeys are. Honestly, Lieutenant Commander Kyogoku and Ensign Higashino are on the more serious end of the spectrum. Some of them crank loud music the whole time if they're really feeling goofy. The Uka-24 soared past the Kalman line with ease, gliding at supersonic speed under a sky tinted green by the planet's unique atmosphere. Its main engines roared to life, propelling it forward within the atmosphere and rapidly accelerating with the momentum. Even though the craft was protected inside a heat-resistant shell, intense lateral g-forces and vertical gravity pressed down on them at the same time. This is fast and terrifying. Calm down, Galata. This is just a memory playback. It doesn't affect our physical bodies at all, and these are memories from a mission I survived. That doesn't make it any less terrifying. How can you stay so calm? Actually, I remember being pretty impatient to just get on the ground already. During the re-entry, both Celine and I had transferred our brain shells into the craft, so it wasn't too hard on us, but any baseline human would have been turned into pulp in an instant. We didn't go full immersion specifically because Galata wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. After all, when the Uka-24 pushed its thrusters to full power, it became an ultra-high-speed assault craft capable of hitting Mach 24. An absolutely insane machine. Its design concept was simple insanity: fly at speeds no targeting system could track, at altitudes too high for any practical lead shot. A brute force solution with an absurdity level that felt like 1200% brain-muscle ratio. You wanted to tell the engineers, enough with the meathead logic already. Still, that kind of brute force worked. Once it began accelerating, almost nothing could shoot it down. Its only vulnerabilities were the brief moment it slowed down to form a squadron, and the entry phase when it couldn't change trajectory. Once it was inside the atmosphere, its sheer speed acted as a shield thick enough to shrug off most attacks. But it wasn't like we could just cruise along forever. These kamikaze jockeys had one job: get us, payload and all, safely to our destination. "This is your captain, Lieutenant Commander Kyogoku. We're now cruising comfortably within enemy-controlled airspace. As we are about to enter the interception zone, please remain seated until the seatbelt sign is off. Also, be mindful not to leave personal belongings in the aisles. The altitude. Nozomu, we're losing altitude fast." "Of course we are. If we just dropped straight down from above, we'd be sitting ducks." The dropships that had been flying in formation suddenly broke ranks, veering off from the squadron of fighter escorts. Those fighters had been fending off both the attack craft that had only just broken through the thermosphere and the enemy interceptors that had rushed to meet them. Each ship began a wild dive toward its target, leaving erratic trajectories as they weaved through evasive maneuvers. It was like watching a mass suicide attempt. The gray-green Earth loomed larger by the second, growing big enough to make out every detail. Below, anti-aircraft installations came into view, self-propelled guns, tanks, and massive sweeper landing ships and cruisers with all their guns aimed skyward, ready to swat down any incoming craft. "Look over there, Galata. That's the enemy stronghold." "Eek. There's that many of them?" The ground was blanketed in a furious storm of anti-air fire, with 6 land-based warships holding position. They were standard-issue models from the Lyra Commonwealth, but being stationed on the Aridful Prime meant they were all the latest versions. Their combat proficiency wasn't bad either. They responded to our cyber warfare with counter-CW and fired back fiercely. You could feel the passion of people who had dedicated their short lives to relentless training. As we expected from the briefing, this is one hell of a battlefield. "Lieutenant, orders from Battalion Command. Our company is to destroy the southern outlying sweeper landing ship, codenamed Target E. This is our battlefield, the Integrated Military Ground Assault Force." A second answer to modern warfare's first answer, when digging in on the surface stopped being viable under orbital bombardment. So intense. With satellite strikes now easy and common, surface-based permanent fortresses had become outdated. In this kind of modern warfare, front-line positions did everything they could to keep us away, laying down unrelenting fire. But at this speed, and with this level of electronic jamming, nothing had a chance of locking onto the UK-24. Hopeful for a lucky hit, the enemy scattered flak randomly into the sky. The assault landers, flying nimbly through the hazard zone like they were mocking the barrage, received the signal from the battalion commander and initiated their assault runs. "This is Captain Kyogoku. We are now beginning our approach. Please ensure your seatbelts are securely fastened. It will be a short flight, about 45 seconds in base reality time, but we hope you enjoy your journey through the skies." Sliding through barely perceptible gaps in enemy fire, squeezing their crafts into sub-second pockets of space by cranking their neural processors to max. This was exactly the kind of madness that earned these maniacs the name kamikaze jockeys. The ship shook for just a moment, likely a shell grazing the hull. In flight crew slang, that was a scratch graze. For unarmed transport pilots, who rarely got to rack up kill counts, these were bragging rights, like tallying kill marks. We, who lived and died by getting up close and personal, had no room to talk. But even so, these guys were absolutely unhinged. Flying within millimeters of death and calling it a day's work just because it's not against the rules? Yeah, they'd clearly lost a few screws, but back then, we couldn't afford to dwell on that kind of insanity. If we did, we'd lose our grip on sanity altogether. So we focused on prepping the craft for the battle that lay less than a minute ahead. "Alright, it's starting. Celine, status check. Main engine stable at critical output. Data link is nominal. All actuators warmed up. All armaments accounted for. All systems green. Lieutenant. Good. Tame 206. Initiate maneuver sequence. PRA Chapter 79.2. Alright, it's starting. Celine, status check. Main engine stable at critical output. Data link is nominal. All actuators warmed up. All armaments accounted for. All systems green. Lieutenant. Good. Tame 206. Initiate maneuver sequence. A red visual sensor lit up, and at the same moment the protective and assistive visor lowered. The explosive bolts connecting the heat-resistant shell to the Uka activated. This vessel has safely arrived at its destination. All electronic devices may now be used. Thank you for flying with us. The G-forces, which had been pulling sideways, suddenly shifted to a diagonal angle. With a complex sequence of motion, the unit dove straight downward, relying on freefall and inertia. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the shell burst open, and my old beloved machine, Type A Assault Mesh, codenamed Tame 206, was hurled into the air. It looks like the Guardian Deity. Yeah. That was actually modeled after this unit. The mesh that burst into the skies of Eridful Prime shared many visual elements with the Titan II. However, the machine, named after a legendary hero, was the latest model born of Higher Federation's most advanced technology, its insides entirely different. While the silhouette remained broadly similar, the chest and head armor featured rounded, ancient samurai-like contours. Designed for ground warfare, yet equipped with thrusters all over for high mobility combat, even a casual observer could tell it was a completely different beast. More than anything, its armaments were in a different league. Thermal camouflage engaged. Commence cyber warfare. Understood. Following my past self's instructions, Celine activated the Type A mobile weapons defensive systems. It vanished. It's coated in special paint, that's all. The jet black frame, designed for space combat, was covered in electromagnetic paint that functioned as thermal camouflage. Upon activation, it projected the scenery behind it onto its surface, rendering the machine effectively invisible, while simultaneously releasing gas that masked its surface temperature to match the surrounding atmosphere. Celine also released jamming signals, disrupting radar lock-ons and covering that brief window of vulnerability before landing. Thanks to her, we were spared the warm welcome of tracer rounds streaking across the sky in layers of deadly anti-air fire. Still, a few unlucky Allied units exploded mid-air. But since the machines prioritized survivability, no one had actually died, only fallen out of the operation. Everyone just focused on the assault, unconcerned, knowing recovery would come later. While adjusting posture with mid-air thrusters and initiating a soft landing with the anti-gravity unit, I launched the bottom of the heat shell straight toward the artillery position that had just been firing like mad. And at that moment, I severed my link to the memory. What? No, from here on, it gets a little too intense, so let's wrap it up here. Galata lifted her head in surprise at the sudden cut-off, but honestly, what followed was a gore-filled hellscape I couldn't show her. I mean, think about it, when a 10-meter-tall combat mesh tramples through an infantry-packed stronghold, things get real ugly. And in this particular scene, I executed a sliding landing right on top of a squad of armored infantry, pulling off a brutal takedown mid-motion. It felt a bit too graphic to let her witness. She was already unnerved by how heavily armed the battlefield was, and I figured this would be too much. It wasn't that I looked down on her resolve. But everything has a proper dosage, and dumping it all on her at once wouldn't do any good. That's why I chose to stop there. You really do treat me like a kid, Nozomu. I'm not underestimating you. I just think it's important to pace things. Yeah. But still, thanks. Honestly, I was overwhelmed. Massive ships, way too big for just one, and the Guardian deities pulling out all the stops. I was having trouble keeping up. She lay on her back and covered her face with an arm to shield her eyes from the clear sky's sunlight. It was incredible. So that's it. That was your real battlefield, huh? No wonder fights feel lukewarm in comparison to you. They're not lukewarm. People still die, and the threats are real. It's only going to get more intense from here, right? She murmured, still hiding her eyes beneath her arm. Seeing those ships, I got scared. Scared? Of what? You fought bravely, held the rear and stopped the enemy beautifully. But your battlefield is only getting fiercer and larger. I couldn't help but wonder if there'll come a time when I'll just be in the way. That one day, tagging along will only make me your weakness. And that terrified me. I didn't mock her for that fear. Even if she'd become partly mechanized with her sub-brain, Galata was still one of the old humans. Until now, she'd only ever fought on planetary surfaces, no landships, no space battles. Maybe some big monsters like dragons, sure, but nothing like this. And now, less than a year later, she was thrown headfirst into this kind of carnage. It was natural she'd start to fear falling short, but still, don't misunderstand, my comrade. I can't fight alone, you know. Not without the Sylvanians, the Tech Gobs, or you. None of you are ever going to become dead weight. What scares me isn't you falling behind, it's you dying. But, besides, the one who gave us the most trouble on that battlefield was someone just like you, an old human, same standard. With updated gear, you can keep fighting. Don't sell yourself short, comrade. Her head tilted slightly, and from beneath her shifted arm, one narrowed eye peeked at me. It was a searching gaze, as if trying to tell whether I was just saying that to be nice. But when I smiled at her, those cat-like eyes softened, heavy with sleep and trust. Everything from here on is distant. If I'm to return, I'll need your help, Galata. If you say so, then I'll believe you. My saint. That's the kind of answer I like. There was only so much two people could do. I'd only achieved what I had thanks to my companions. I was grateful to be relied upon, but being overestimated could be just as troublesome. Even if there were differences in individual specs, what really mattered in the end was numbers, the sheer volume of hands at work. As I sat there, idly kicking my feet at the edge, I heard soft breathing behind me. I turned to find Galata had fallen asleep again, her arm still draped over her eyes. Well, I had dragged her out of bed last night and kept her running around for cleanup until now. Careful not to make a sound, I stood up, intending to search the dichotomous four parked on deck for something to cover her with. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Even when their individual performance differences were significant, the Higher Federation never underestimate the combat capabilities of old humans. Having experienced numerous defeats at their hand, they learn not to be complacent. They deeply respect how, despite having fragile lives that would end if their bodies are destroyed, unlike their own, old humans still throw themselves into battle without fear. PRA Chapter 80.174. The difference between voluntarily sharing one's memories and having them forcibly pried open was vast. With the former, one could filter out the inconvenient parts and present an idealized version. But with the latter, raw, unedited data was laid bare. Because of that, even in the Higher Federation, revealing one's memories during criminal interrogations or witness testimonies involved a mess of bureaucratic red tape. Without the subject's explicit consent, it wasn't done, unless the case involved a second-degree or higher felony like murder, robbery, or government embezzlement. For beings like us, mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses, who lived through our sense of self, memory was just that sacred. I suddenly found myself wondering, even if they weren't part of an allied nation or bound to us by treaty, would doing this to a prisoner come back to haunt us later? Let me go. I'll tell you nothing, you filthy heretics and barbarians. Ride Elpoldi, the gag's loose. Sorry, chieftain. I'll tighten it up. In the miraculously undamaged medbay aboard Themis 11, we had the self-important looking archbishop of the prisoners bound to a treatment table. And now, just as I was about to proceed, I found myself hesitating. Was this even legal? Hey, Celine. Think this'll come back to bite us when we rejoin our unit? It's definitely walking a fine line. Given the origin of the conflict, and the fact that no Type 6 deadly encounter casualties were involved, we can't exactly fall back on emergency intel gathering. And strictly interpreted, they're technically part of the Ecliptic Republic Union. Wait. Really? Under Article 245 of the Pan-Galactic Navigational Code and its supplemental provisions. When considering command succession and treatment of descendants in the case of shipwrecked space vessels, that interpretation holds. So even if they created that servitor species just to get by until rescue, they're still classified under space law that way, huh? This was the kind of issue we really should have thought about before starting the interrogation. But I hadn't realized it until all the prep was done. After all, I was a pilot of combat mechs, not military legal officers or law experts. Sure, I was an officer and had received education on wartime law and general legal codes. But not even the High Federation could anticipate a case this strange in advance. Now, even though our return to base was still a long way off, I couldn't help worrying whether we'd end up facing a court-martial. But if we interpret it that way, then the ones who formed that local government are rebels, not civilians. That means we don't have any duty to protect them, right? They boarded a military vessel without ID or registry, seized Allied assets, and used them unlawfully. That makes the act of killing or capturing them fully legal. They even attacked us, so technically, they're terrorists, not POWs. Still, since it's not treason against the High Federation, seizing their memories might not be strictly legal, huh? If we had a strong cooperation request from the local government, maybe. But there's no specific statute or precedent to rely on. If we had Fleet Command's endorsement, we could fudge it a bit. As I stared down my partner's doll frame, both of us groaning over the issue, the local crew looked at us like we were wasting time, and each expressed their exasperation in their own way. What's the holdup, Chieftain? Is this memory-peaking thing really that complicated? The act itself is simple. What I'm worried about is getting chewed out after we're back home. If this guy were just a rebel, a couple of forms would do the trick. But his status is murky. Ridiculous. You're not stringing him up by his heels or cutting off his fingers. Just do it already. Do you need someone's approval? I doubt Lady Aurelia would object. Post hoc approval is actually the worst option. It's even worse than acting unilaterally. Exactly. The whole "we'll get the stamp later" mentality didn't fly in a legalist society, especially one with a hyper-bureaucratic structure like the Higher Federation. It wasn't just because we were public servants as soldiers. Our kind, by biological design, held strict adherence to process and order as a core instinct. And to prevent internal actors from committing misconduct, the system had deliberately assigned uptight AIs as watchdogs. These systems were so rigid that even something as simple as a misaligned timestamp on a document could trigger an automatic rejection. In an active war zone, sure, retroactive approvals were often tolerated. But if you tried that after things settled down, you were in for a world of trouble. At best, you'd be demoted or have your pay docked. At worst, from the outside, we may have seemed like we lived impulsively, driven by excitement or curiosity in the moment. But the reality was, we mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses had our own codes and ethics to uphold. We had too much to protect. Technically simple or not, once a legal gray area triggered our foundational ethics protocols, we just couldn't sit still. And if we made it home only to be slapped with a consciousness freeze sentence? That wouldn't be funny at all. The destruction and modification of Tiamat 25, the Great Mother, and the Holy City in Inner 12, plus the capture of Themis 11, would probably be justified under emergency measures. But this interrogation? It was questionable whether it met the bar of urgency. I didn't think it was impossible to defend. But it would almost certainly turn into a huge bureaucratic mess because this kind of case, it had no precedent. Even if our own government forgave us, what if the Ecliptic Republic Union decided to interfere? Sure, Parliament might commend us for a job well done, but it'd be the Foreign Ministry that got caught in the crossfire. Even if we scrub it from our memories, the logs will still be there. In hindsight, it really would have helped if we had a formal request from the local government. Something to make it seem like we had no choice. Your homeland is a pain in the ass, Chieftain. If the interrogation's necessary, I can take over. No, leave it to me, Chieftain. These types always sing like canaries after you rip off a toe or two. If all they do is scream, just keep cutting till they talk. Man, this culture clash. Galata sounded like she was trying to be considerate, but she'd already picked up a pair of surgical pliers from the maybe. What the hell was she planning to do with those? And Rydell Poldy, ever the eager one, was already toying with his drawn high-density blade. I'll pass. Testimony extracted through physical pain is unreliable. People often spouted nonsense just to escape agony, even if only temporarily. Plus, they were surprisingly fragile. Old humans could die from all sorts of things, you never knew what would do them in. torture was a technique that demanded skill, experience, and observation. But since it was abhorred by every civilization, it had long since faded into obscurity. Stick to what you're good at, like the old saying goes. We weren't trained interrogators. Nothing good would come of us getting reckless here. I didn't want unreliable intel clouding the issue, so we'd put the prisoner questioning on hold. Once we were back in the Holy City, we could request permission from the Cardinal Aide. It'd be a hassle, but paperwork mattered. All right, call it off for now. Toss him back in the brig. Feeding useless prisoners is a pain in the ass. Grumbling, Riedelboldi used the raw strength of his exosuit to drag our information source off the table. He was rough about it, and the guy smacked both his shins hard against the edge. The muffled yelp he let out sounded really painful. I hoped that'd only leave a bruise. Judging by the sound, though, something might have fractured. Man, I really am a public servant to the core. Fear of accountability is universal. After all, we'd called off the interrogation entirely for what amounted to selfish, risk-averse reasons. Which meant we suddenly had nothing to do. There was only so much we could do in terms of field repairs on Themis 11 with the limited equipment. And if Virgil got reckless again and dragged the Aegean class into the fray, we'd be screwed. It wasn't so bad if they just fired blind from max range, but if they launched recon drones and zeroed in for real, they reduce us to dust. If possible, I really wanted to retrieve the Block 22B, Lord Nozomu. Something's crawling out of the forest, lots of them. PRA Chapter 80.2 Lord Nozomu. Something's crawling out of the forest, lots of them. I was thinking how annoying it was to keep shifting my position every 30 minutes or so when the comm device suddenly beeped. Since it was Peter's squad on sentry duty, they must have noticed something unusual and reported it. Is that the Topiarius? Yes. It's quite an impressive procession. Glad not to be bored, I went up to the deck, and sure enough, just as my steward captain said, a fairly large procession was quietly emerging from the forest. The gardeners, dressed for battle, were decorated in various styles, and they carried flags I hadn't seen the night before. Their steady marching pace made it clear they weren't launching an attack. The loud drum and fife music, deliberately abandoning stealth, seemed to be a show of respectful visitation. Celine, aim the cannons at the sky. I don't know if they'll understand, but apply universal protocol. I understood. And gather as many crew as can move to the ship's edge. As a courtesy in return, we pointed our cannons skyward to show no hostility and, except for the minimum number of guards needed inside, we came out onto the deck. Shoot, I'd been too busy to bother earlier, but I should have at least output my dress uniform. Standing there in my work coveralls and leather belt first-line outfit, looking like I'd just been working non-stop, I felt a bit embarrassed even if they didn't care. All personnel, remove magazines and fold stocks. I ordered the troops into a position of presenting their rifles as a salute, preparing them to welcome the visitors. Still, they looked a bit uneasy, wondering if this was really okay. Well, it should be fine. If they'd truly wanted to kill us, they would have unleashed that plasma attack without warning again. I didn't know their maximum range, but anyone who would march this loudly and then leisurely set up camp wasn't the type to launch a surprise assault, so no need to be overly cautious. Still, why on earth did they come in such a large group? Maybe they brought someone important. But I don't see anything like a palanquin. Unlike us, maybe they don't need to make a fuss with fancy rides to show off. Their style really is quite different. As I watched intently, I saw the procession's lead speed up. 5 of them were running at a fierce speed of about 80 kilometers per hour, and I recognized one face among them with relief. It was Funf. She ran up waving, skillfully climbing onto the deck by grabbing hold of a damaged part of the hull, and without breaking a sweat, if she even had a system for sweating, she landed flawlessly. Nozomu. Praise me. The elders finally agreed. Your face looks terrible again. Well, you know, it is what it is. Funf had come ahead as a scout, and honestly, her face was a mess. Her left cheek was torn, and the faceplate was slightly detached from the base, proof she'd taken a brutal hit. When I asked what happened, it seemed word got to the higher-ups that she'd almost come to blows with Mill, and she'd been scolded harshly for it. Apparently, fights to the death without official approval are strictly forbidden, which was terrifying considering their culture tolerated deadly one-on-one duels anyway. Anyway, I brought this. It's special. She handed me a data chip, another old-fashioned kind. Usually, these information carriers were disposable and used only when transferring data or for sensitive content that couldn't be shared over open networks. In our time, they were only seen as sealed orders or arbitration between companies. What surprised me more was that this was a Higher Federation standard chip. Celine. No doubt about it, it's a mass-produced memory element made by Yutani Heavy Industries. The chip, about a bit smaller than a pinky fingernail, was the kind you slot into the terminal at the back of your neck. It was a commercial product by Yutani Heavy Industries, which split the market with Greater East Asia Heavy Industries in industrial sectors. It even had a serial number etched on it, though that probably didn't mean much. Judging by its pristine condition, the number was likely just assigned by the 3D molding machine when it was produced. No, wait a minute, why was a Higher Federation product showing up here? I'd assumed these gardeners were offspring of the network hazard terrorists. There was no way they were from the Higher Federation, right? Sure, they had similarities to mathematical consciousnesses, and the humanoid drone industry thrived, but they wouldn't make such eccentric beings. Also, their design philosophy was very different from the aberrations nesting in Tiamat 25 or the Nosferatu filling the Valley of Death. Those were also created by modifying our manufacturing equipment, but their style was entirely different. If anything, with their efficient artificial smart blood flowing through them, they were closer to tech gobs. Rather than a mystery, it felt like a bad omen. Yes, maybe some of the 22nd Seed Fleet was involved in this incident too? That thought popped into my mind, and although I had no system to sweat, I felt a cold sweat breaking out on my back. So, what exactly is this? A random number table. They say it's a pain to have talk through me. It's safe. Trust me. Given what it was, and what it contained, this was serious. Topiarius, an exclusive tribe with a kill anyone who trespasses attitude, was sending me a random number table with hybrid trinary and quindecimal code language. This was really bad news. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Because the mechanized humans of the Higher Federation and the mathematical consciousnesses are often not treated as humans by other nations, they're rarely part of treaties. But since they're descendants of an allied country, it is only natural that they are being careful. There are cases of crews drifting through vast space leaving descendants to maintain their ships over generations, even if all survivors have died out, eventually returning to their homeland. Because of that, international law exists for the succession of command rights. PRA Chapter 81.1. Since the author rarely updates the rules and we're quickly catching up to the latest chapter, I'll be reducing the release rate from 7 chapters per week to 4 starting next month. Thank you for reading. 7.5. Even though it could only have weighed a few grams, the chip felt unnaturally heavy between my fingers. I stared at it for a moment, hesitating, then muttered, "Oh, to hell with it," and shoved it into the slot. "Lieutenant, that's careless of you," Celine shouted. "They treated us with respect. It wouldn't be right to respond with suspicion." I told her to be ready to defend us if anything went wrong, and began scanning the contents of the chip with the utmost caution. No viruses, no embedded offensive programs, no deception-based traps. Once the scan was complete and I'd reviewed the data, I confirmed that it really did contain nothing but a random number table. I had already converted the strange hybrid trinary and quindecimal code language into binary with my converter, and then into its original form. That meant I could now speak the gardener's native tongue. Test. Can you hear me? I hear you. Can you understand what I am saying? No problem. Pulling the now useless chip out, I hesitantly spoke the alien language. Funf responded with a smile. Unlike when she had been speaking the binary-based language she'd probably taught herself, her voice now sounded calm and composed. The way she spoke gave off the impression of a dignified warrior. It felt off. She usually came across as childish and impulsive, but when speaking her mother tongue, she sounded formal and reserved. It was a complete shift in tone. Jarring, even. "I have come as a herald. There are a few customs I would like you to follow. To avoid unnecessary friction, I have been sent as a special exception." "Thanks for the courtesy. I assume you've noticed our own display of respect?" "Yes, I saw it and wondered what was going on. But that was your group's way of showing respect? When you started disarming, the formation became a little unsettled. We thought you might be surrendering." Though her composed and dignified manner still felt strange to me, Funf remained unfazed. As a formal envoy of her tribe, she was acting with due seriousness. According to the customs of Topiarius, receiving guests from another tribe required assuming a battle-ready posture. That meant arming your troops, keeping weapons primed to fire at any moment, instead of setting up a non-combat formation. I was honestly taken aback. By the way, what's the point of that ritual? We don't speak with the weak. By showing we're ready to fight at any time, we prove we have the strength worthy of dialogue. At the same time, not forming an actual combat formation is our way of showing respect. I see. So Topiarians had a cultural principle of only treating the strong as equals. That's why they'd openly flaunt their military might when receiving guests, to demonstrate they were always ready for battle. If we looked at it through our lens, it would come off as nothing more than gunboat diplomacy. We can kill you anytime, don't forget, and all sense of respect would fly out the window. I never imagined our respectful disarmament could be seen by them as cowardice. I knew different races meant different cultures, but this was a level of disparity I was struggling to keep up with. Got it. I'll have everyone arm themselves again. Is there anything else we need to do to receive you properly? Once we arrive, we'll fire 3 arrows into the air. We'd like you to return fire with the same number of weapons. A ceremonial gun salute, then. That at least was familiar, and I felt a small sense of relief. Celine, can we fire the rear rapid-fire gun? We can, but isn't that a bit overkill for a salute? Given their values, the bigger the better. I think they'd appreciate it. Swinging from one extreme to another, I listened to my partner's exasperated grumbling while quickly issuing orders to rearm the squad. I also suited up in my exosuit, lowered my helmet, and strapped on a mono-atomics blade. Ready for anything. The others were scrambling, first told to disarm, now suddenly ordered to rearm, but I hoped they'd bear with it. My saint. What is it, Falcon? My gear armor's got all banged up. It won't close properly anymore. What should I do? Right, he'd taken a serious hit while dodging that blast. There was no time to fetch a spare from the prisoners. I'd packed a few cheap Type C exosuits just in case, might as well hand one over. Me? Receiving such an honor? You joined the charge, didn't you? You've earned it. It works almost the same as your gear armor, so you shouldn't have a problem. Once we have time, we'll do a proper training session. Being in combat meant always risking damage to your gear. That's why I brought a few of the Type C exosuits. They folded down pretty small, after all. They were pre-configured, so just putting one on and moving in it wouldn't be an issue. The original Type C model was designed with reservists in mind, people recalled in emergencies to support from the rear. It was built to be intuitive and easy to handle, even for those out of practice. Unlike the Type A, which could injure the wearer if mishandled, the Type C prioritized user safety and functionality. Its feel was nearly identical to gear armor. Falcon had probably stuck with his old suit out of habit and attachment, but from now on, it might be best if all 5 gear knights directly under my command wore these simplified models like Galata. Lucky you, Falcon. Think I would have gotten one if I'd joined the charge too? That charge was an honor. I won't give this up to anyone. Falcon looked proud as he donned his new armor, while the others watched enviously. I decided to hold off distributing the rest for now. It wasn't meant as a reward. I'd planned to give them out anyway, but no need to dampen his spirits or spoil his moment. Will this do? Yes. With that armor on, you really look the part of a warrior. Nozama. PRA Chapter 81.2. Will this do? Yes. With that armor on, you really look the part of a warrior. Nozama. A hand reached down from above and gently traced the shadows along the side of my exosuit-clad face, moving down to my chin. The gesture felt affectionate, perhaps because her voice had taken on a more mature tone, no longer resembling the curious chatter of an oversized child. Well then, I will go let them know you are ready. Remember to respond properly. Got it. We'll do it just like I was taught. Also, I have a favor to ask. She brought it up just as she was about to leave. I asked what it was, and she replied in binary, when I talk to you. Can I still use binary? I don't mind. Yay! With a voice of pure joy warped by the Doppler effect, Fun flapped off the edge in one fluid motion, startling me. I quickly peeked over, only to see her kick off the wall 2-3 times to slow her descent, land with a textbook 5-point stance, then tumble forward several times to bleed off the remaining momentum, before running off toward her group, using that leftover speed. Yeah. Her physical ability really was incredible. She could probably wear a Type B Model I exosuit, something reserved for soldiers who weren't meant for frontline combat, and not be at a disadvantage at all. Topiaries really are broken in terms of specs. Compared to Techgobs or Sylvanians, their combat capabilities are way too high, Celine said. Someone must have designed them that way. Deliberately, to make sure they could meet their objectives. Despite being life forms born from the same cradle, Terra 16, they were strikingly different. Techgobs had exceptional aptitude, capable of passing on both skills and knowledge as long as their Tiamat 25 node remained intact. Sylvanians, in contrast, were far too simple. Then there were the Topiaries. They wielded magic, swapped out lost limbs with ease, and demonstrated military-grade performance without even wearing exosuits while looking like some elf substitute. What were the creators thinking when they made this kind of imbalance? If I had been the designer, I would have at least tried to maintain some level of consistency or equilibrium. What if among them emerged who hated staying hidden, someone like Funf, and decided to make a bid for planetary dominance? What then? This planet really was full of mysteries. A long, column-like formation of several hundred individuals, built more for mobility than combat, came to a halt in front of Themis 11. The march had been supported by drums and flutes, the music both keeping their tempo and serving as a clear signal for stopping. If this wasn't just for show, if it wasn't simply because like how we thought massive constructs were cool but rather done out of necessity, then that was fascinating in itself. Why didn't their humanoid drone frames, with all their impressive capabilities, have long-range comms or data link systems? After a few synchronized steps, the formation stopped, and a volley of arrows was loosed. With a sharp, cloth-tearing screech, the special whistling arrows trailed vivid red smoke as they painted arcs through the air, pointedly aimed away from the ship. Signal flares, huh? Flashy and effective. We'd done the same thing to boost morale before, launching bright, meaningless bursts just to fire everyone up. In some ways, it felt like we'd get along. Prepare the ceremonial volley. Loaded. All guns standing by. Fire. At the order, the rapid-fire cannons fired 3 shots in staggered intervals. The Topiaries formation, likely still traumatized from past forest fires, wavered slightly, but upon realizing the guns were aimed skyward, they seemed to confirm it wasn't a hostile act. The tension quickly died down. Soon, the formation split in two, and from the front, a group of Topiaries emerged, flanked by escorts. All right, we're heading down. We'll match their escort numbers. Gulta, Reincarnation, Peter, come with me. Using the wires from my exosuit, I rappelled down smoothly. Among the fully armored Topiaries, one stood out, dressed in far more ornate garb. It wasn't hard to guess she was the elder. Even among the sleek lines of the Topiaries, her limbs were particularly long and elegant, covered in intricate tattoos far too complex to be decorative. She wore an abundance of jewelry that clinked with every move. Her attire resembled a cocktail dress, with plunging cuts around the neck and chest, and most of her back exposed, a clear mark of her status. She was tall, about as tall as me in my exosuit, so likely around 190 centimeters. Her exposed limbs featured ball joints coated in magnetic film paint, and her skin bore visible panel seams for maintenance, altogether creating a humanoid form that hovered just on the edge of uncanny. Even by our standards, where faces could be reshaped endlessly, hers could be called perfect. She looked like something out of antiquity. A bisque doll from a forgotten era. Her aristocratic, oval face had such a narrow jaw, one might wonder if it could even chew. Her small, delicate mouth hardly seemed fit to deliver the fierce words spoken by Topiaries. Her nose, while aesthetically ideal, also functioned properly, evidently a breathing sensor. Her slightly drooping camera eyes glowed ruby red, like embedded gemstones, and her long, loosely bound hair, reaching down to her knees, was a soft shade of indigo. But the most eye-catching feature was her ears, narrow and pointed like bamboo leaves, clearly housing multiple high-performance sensors. From a silhouette alone, she looked exactly like an elf. The sheer contrast between her towering figure and her doll-like face momentarily threw me off, not because I found her attractive, but because I recoiled at the sheer fetishism of whoever had created her species. Over-designed much? Learn some moderation. The topiarius with the OO etched into her cheek gave me a full once-over before finally transmitting a signal. I'm Nile, elder of Decum and leader of the Quinqui. I've come to speak with you, foreign mortal, for I've heard of your deeds in battle and deemed them worth hearing. The language, decoded from random number encryption, was complex, but once converted to binary and retranslated, it came off as ridiculously archaic. A mortal, huh? Well, I suppose it made sense given I still looked like old human to her. And yet, for all things must fade, for all that nothing in this universe is eternal, they still had the gall to structure their protocol with such arrogance. I am Lieutenant Matsuin Ozomu, of the Higher Federation's 22nd Seed Fleet. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Nile. It was hard to gauge how deferential I needed to be, but if she was an elder, that probably put her a step above a senator, more like a cabinet minister. The naming convention hinted at a council system, so she likely wasn't a president or prime minister. As I mulled this over, she suddenly closed the distance between us. My guards reached for their weapons, but I stopped them with a quick hand signal, just as she leaned in close to my neck and sniffed me. No, you are not mortal. You smell of different blood. Wait, do I smell? This body doesn't metabolize anything besides nanomachines, and I don't even have sweat glands. There shouldn't be any scent. You smell like us, like white blood. What are you? I tilted my head. I had no titles besides the one I'd already given. So how exactly was I supposed to answer that? Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Even 2 millennia ago, by galactic standards, it was not considered normal diplomacy to flash your military might while saying, "Let's be friends." That wasn't an olive branch, it was a gunboat threat dressed up in ribbons. Submit, or else. PRA Chapter 82.176. Though this body was meant for civilian use, it circulated high-efficiency artificial blood known as smart blood. Still, being fully sealed, there shouldn't have been any way for the scent to leak unless I was injured. In other words, this elder, Nile, hadn't smelled me directly. She must have sensed something was off and realized I wasn't an old human through some other kind of intuition. That little imp carries a similar scent. The sacred scent of white blood. I ask again, what are you? After a brief hesitation, I decided to be honest. I had a hunch, just a feeling, that things would go more smoothly if I came clean about arriving from beyond the stars, rather than trying to fake being one of the old humans. The tree of Sephiroth that held the spaceship Sephira, the memory unit of the Yutani Heavy Industries, something about all this was different from the adversaries I'd faced before. If you understand binary language, then perhaps this will make sense. I am a mechanized human of the Higher Federation, a citizen of the stars who has converted their consciousness into binary code. Oh my. A starborn one. So the legends were true. At my words, Nile's already large camera eye widened, her pupils narrowing sharply. Then, without warning, she took my hand, leaned in close, and began to sniff me more deeply. Even I was taken aback by that. Behind me, Galata was shouting something about how indecent it was, and frankly, I agreed with her. At the very least, she could have asked before touching me. Getting hit with this kind of thing out of nowhere was honestly frightening. You speak the truth. Your skin is similar, but not that of a mortal. Your blood smells the same as ours. Just like the myths passed down from the Maker. The Maker? There's a myth, Funf chimed in. That we were created by the Maker to protect Gan Eden. The moment she said that, Funf's face exploded. The culprit was right in front of me, the elder who, by appearances alone, looked better suited to sitting quietly in a display case. Without warning, she landed a flawless backhand across her subordinate's face for speaking out of turn. Oh wow wow. The sound rang out across the clear sky like a car crash. None of the others reacted, which suggested that this sort of discipline was completely routine among them. But to us, it was shocking. Funf's faceplate bent as if it might snap off from even a low-power coal gunshot, and her nose twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet they only saw this kind of strike as a light scolding. I mean, if that hit connected with my civilian-grade synthetic skull, it'd crack for sure. That level of violence being normalized was just insane. Yeah, no doubt about it, this woman was a true topiarius. Despite her delicate, noble appearance, she was a full-blooded barbarian. Her attitude practically screamed that it was faster to hit someone than explain things, and that mindset had probably developed out of necessity to lead this hyperphysical, militarized society. Do not interrupt while your superior is speaking. It is disrespectful. My apologies. Wiping the blood from her face, Funf audibly reset her broken nose. She didn't seem the least bit surprised. Clearly, she was used to this kind of thing. Terrifying. The myth goes like this. The gods joined hands to create the world, but our god was unjustly cast out from that circle. Yet even after being cast away, they never stopped loving the world they had wished to create, and so, to care for the stars, they made us. So in other words, you're products of the higher federation. Or, sorry, created by mechanized humans? At my question, Niall, still expressionless, flicked Funf's blood off the back of her hand and replied that she didn't know the details. The myth was passed down orally. The Maker left little behind. What we retain are a few teachings, some ancient letters long since fallen out of use, 9 minor holy sites scattered across this great paradise. And 1 tumor. The minor holy sites aside. A tumor? It fell 1,000 years ago. Burned the forest and crushed one of the minor holy sites. Too massive to move, we had no choice but to leave it. Thus, we call it the tumor, an accursed place. No doubt about it. That was Block 22B. The mobile weapons production block we'd been searching for had, by sheer misfortune, crashed right into one of their holy sites. Aberrations spawn from the tumor. We set a trial. Those who defeat them are called warriors. But eradication is still a distant dream. With a sigh of frustration, Niall changed the subject. She turned to look up at the towering Themis equals 11 behind me and said, on top of that, there's the interference of mortals. We ignored them for years, thinking them insignificant, and now they've returned, fools who've forgotten the fear we carved into them. They've come to burn our forest. Clearly, she had feelings about the ship that had set fire to their precious forest and caused heavy casualties among her warriors. Her glare at the wreck was full of hatred, and after a moment she turned to me, eyes sharp and direct. But tell me, Starborn One. You weren't summoned. Why did you help us? Why take an interest in this forest? When you stepped into our land and this idiot brought your message, I thought you were just another lunatic. But now I'm not so sure. Apparently, before us, there had been others. A few had ventured into the forest out of pure curiosity, archaeological ambition, or even to preach the machine faith, reckless as that was. Some Magius Gear Knights had infiltrated from other territories in search of Sanctus Gear, hoping for promotion, reckless fools. Then there were petty thieves after ancient relics to pawn, and scholars intrigued by the mysteries of the forest. Their fates were easy enough to imagine. Would people who'd lived such lives be willing to hear our proposal? To be honest, we came for that tumor. That thing? Our objective hadn't changed from the start. Acquire Block 22B, mass-produce the Titan II, solve the issues plaguing the Holy City, and then repay the bastards who had turned Terra 16 into what it was. To that end, we'd hoped to build a peaceful relationship with the Topiarius. The tumor contains systems capable of producing powerful weapons. The fact it fell onto a sacred site was purely an accident. So you say the minor holy site, our mother, was crushed by chance? We believed it was retribution from those who had chased away our maker. Do you know of a massive celestial body that fell to the south, about 1,000 years ago? That tumor is a fragment of it. Greater than. When I mentioned the fall of the celestial canopy holy city, Niall placed a hand on her chin and muttered, "Ah, that one." So she really had lived long enough to have witnessed that celestial event. That confirmed it. These beings must have originated as humanoid drones. That would explain why the strange laws of this planet seemed to apply to them. If so, then perhaps it was their origin, possibly having been made by the higher federation, that allowed them to survive, while my own and Celine's bodies and the development bases deteriorated from age and decay. Could it be that magic didn't function like a physical law, acting universally, but instead operated with some form of selective intention? If you are not mortal but starborn, and if you aim to remove the tumor and help restore our damaged minor holy site, then, while the other stubborn elders may not agree, I, personally, might be willing to assist you then. But first, there is the matter of the barbarians from the north. The calamity that approaches from the north must be dealt with. PRA Chapter 82.2 Well. Yeah, that figured. Virgil clearly knew that the Block 22B, capable of mass-producing mobile weapons, had landed in this forest. Otherwise, there was no rational reason for him to meddle here. The gardeners were indeed powerful, but as long as no one interfered with the forest, they posed no threat. Like a wasp's nest, only dangerous if you poke it. Leave it alone, and it's as if it's not even there. Well. Yeah, that figured. Virgil clearly knew that the Block 22B, capable of mass-producing mobile weapons, had landed in this forest. Otherwise, there was no rational reason for him to meddle here. The gardeners were indeed powerful, but as long as no one interfered with the forest, they posed no threat. Like a wasp's nest, only dangerous if you poke it. Leave it alone, and it's as if it's not even there. And yet, knowing that, he still risked their wrath by launching a scorched earth assault to invade the forest. That could only mean he was after a decisive blow. Personally, I thought lining up battleships would have been enough to bring the holy city to its knees. But Virgil, ever cautious and timid, probably wanted a religious symbol too. In other words, a guardian deity, a being that appeared in a time of national crisis and protected the holy city. Why he felt the need to seize control of the city not just through a coup backed by relics, but with the approval of religious authorities as well, I couldn't say. But apparently, in his mind, it all made sense. If I assumed the worst, maybe he feared I'd activate the Titan II and escape, and that the faithful would go underground and wage a decades-long guerrilla resistance. No matter how many Aegean-class ships he had, crushing human-sized resistance fighters hiding and moving in the shadows wouldn't be easy. Realistically, it was an extremely roundabout approach, but not without merit. Besides, we needed to take Virgil down too. So, cooperating wasn't out of the question. Lady Nile, to us as well, those who burned your forest are our enemies. Far from opposing your cause, we would gladly offer our help in avenging this wrong. However, do not mince words. I have no patience for vague speech. Then to speak plainly, we may not have the strength to defend the forest with our current forces. At those unadorned words, Niall's eyes narrowed sharply. No doubt she was about to snap back. Are you saying our seasoned warriors aren't enough? I pulled a COM device from my pouch. Come to think of it, I hadn't used it in a while, and projected a 3D image into the air. It was a map created using data from recon drones that had roughly surveyed the terrain around here. First, you need to protect this vast forest. Meanwhile, the enemy has this. Next, I projected the pride of the Briarways package, the Aegean-class medium land battleship. I placed the Themis 11 beside it for scale, which seemed to do the trick. The wise elder immediately grasped the overwhelming power we were up against. We call this an Aegean class. Its main gun can strike from so far away, it could reach us from 2 forests over. That much, we've surmised. Our warriors reported that the shells were fired from beyond even the rearmost positions. What if that continues for more than a day? 3 days and nights, or worse, 7? That's absurd. I understood her urge to deny it. But the Aegean class could do it. Its internal factory unit could produce small-scale shells and spare parts. While it couldn't replace the entire barrel on its own, if they avoided overheating and paced their shots, say, 1 every 20 seconds, it could easily fire non-stop for 3 days and nights. In fact, if you wanted to stand on even ground in a land battleship skirmish, that kind of endurance was essential. The specs required continuous firepower down to the letter, and if it didn't go full barrage and stuck to night harassment fire instead, the giant of Briarways could keep bombarding the forest for a month straight. On top of that, they'll likely deploy a Cottus class behind the Aegean, and if needed, a Gyges class 3 times its size, along with thousands of troops encircling the area. Could you continue fighting at such a distance from the forest? It's not impossible. Not impossible. But the scale is overwhelming. The Aegean class measured 2.5 kilometers in length. Its thousands of modular blocks covered a surface area too vast to estimate. The number of self-defense drones stored inside was beyond counting. Even if we managed to breach it and reach the core, capturing the central command wouldn't be easy. This ship is like a many-headed giant. Even if you board it and try to take out the commander, there are 3 separate combat control centers: main, sub, and reserve. You'd need to strike all 3 simultaneously, or it won't stop. What a troublesome beast. But tell me, child of the stars, how do you know all this? Well, let's just say it was created in the Sea of Stars. Our homeland had built it for export, so while I didn't know the exact design, I was familiar with the overall specs. The Kusunagi class, which served as the base model, was one of the most standardized land battleships, simple, mass-producible, and designed for broad deployment. Its balanced, straightforward design made it ideal for export, and because our forces specialized in boarding and interior combat, the designers had prepared plenty of countermeasures. Unlike smaller ships, it had space to spare. So they installed multiple command centers and simply planned to cut off a compromised one and continue operations from the rest. To seize control of it, we'd need to launch simultaneous attacks from 3 directions and take all command points at once, without delay. If you're gonna be hijacked, better to blow yourself up first. That was our military tradition, which was why, unlike the Kotos or Gyges class, the Aegean class couldn't be taken down by boarding and wreaking havoc from the inside. There was a time when I'd hoped to catch one on the front lines, but if that had happened, the best strategy would have been to harass it until it withdrew. That's just how tough and problematic land battleships were. Arrows are useless. Destroying it from the inside is nearly impossible. And from far beyond our reach, it can keep firing for a month. Can the forest survive that? Perhaps, if we used a 144-voice multi-layer chant array. That ship is equipped with thermal dispersion systems. Even if you could fire, a direct hit wouldn't land. Plasma cannons weren't meant for use inside an atmosphere, but they packed a punch. That's why large war machines always came equipped with countermeasures. Just like Titan II had neutralized a heavy particle breath from the Dragon using a magnetic field dispersion barrier, the Aegean would surely have defenses that could dissipate the plasma sphere's energy field. Which is exactly why we obsess over kinetic impact. Kinetic energy is an equal opportunity threat. Do you really think a weapon from the tumor could work? I'll make it work. Honestly, even a full battalion of Titan IIs wouldn't make it easy. But it was still better than this hopeless stalemate. We'd take heavy losses, but we had to do something. No, we would do something. Then, by my position as an elder, I permit you to face the trial. There must have been a lot of conflict within her, but Niall looked me straight in the eye and spoke without hesitation. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. To prevent large structures from being rendered useless by having their command centers seized, it is common practice to equip them with multiple command posts. The parts that have been captured can be electronically severed to enable self-defense. PRA Chapter 83.177. Wait, what? You're doing a full-scale overhaul? Here? Yes. It's impossible to remove the tumor, Block 22B, with our current assets, so we're modifying on-site. Exactly 30 minutes after us becoming the first humans officially authorized to enter the forest, Celine, who had been unusually silent and deep in thought, suddenly said something completely out of left field. Even if we're overhauling it, we only have a small 3D printing unit, don't we? Which is why we're improvising. Take a look at this. Wondering what on earth she was talking about now, I opened the data she'd handed over, and was met with a rather jaw-dropping diagram. You're saying we're gonna strip off most of the armor plating? Fortunately, the damage control systems are still functional, so abandoning blocks is relatively easy. If we keep slimming it down, we can probably get it airborne. Unbelievable as it sounded, Celine was proposing to convert the Themis 11 into an airship by purging nearly 80% of the outer combat sections, drastically reducing its weight. In fact, the Kotos-class vessel weighed about 110,000 tons and was already equipped with 2 large anti-gravity units to allow it to move across land. Their output was incredible, enough to let this massive hulk hover like a tank over the terrain. So, in theory, if we kept cutting the weight, it could be made to fly. That said, it would only be barely able to fly, definitely not maneuver in combat. Where did you even dig up this idea from? Flying fortresses went out of fashion for a reason. They're totally inefficient. Back when anti-gravity tech had first been developed on old Earth, there was a brief trend of trying to make battleships fly. The idea was that mobile bases in the air could be used more flexibly and wouldn't be constrained by terrain, but simulations had shown that it just didn't work. The area that needed defending became too wide, and the moment air superiority was lost, they'd be swarmed by melee fighters and torn to shreds. After that, airborne warships were scrapped in favor of ground-based landships. Now, they were pretty much confined to the realm of sci-fi. No nation actually used them anymore, well, except for that one oddball case where a ship was used to guard a mining facility on a gas giant. But that was more like an armed balloon, an entirely different category. In the current level of civilization, where neither air superiority fighters nor melee strikecraft exist, I thought it might actually be viable, Celine added modestly. Well, the lack of natural enemies does make a difference. Besides, we can't exactly bulldoze our way through the forest dragging Block 2-2B behind us, so we don't have much choice. Still, this girl sure had a knack for coming up with wild ideas. This one felt a bit too brute force for comfort. From the looks of the plan, she'd fiddled with the main and sub-thruster placements to generate vertical thrust, but wasn't 120 km/h top speed kind of pathetic? It was so slow it might as well be a sitting duck. I doubted it could dodge anti-air fire at that rate. We can't engage in full combat with this vessel anymore anyway, so why not embrace it? We can climb gradually into the upper atmosphere, which should allow us to barely avoid enemy fire. Well, I suppose it's not like we have any better options. Scratching my head, I weighed whether it was worth preserving a half-crippled landship, or going all in on the potential benefit of flight. In the end, I decided to go along with Celine's suggestion. We had to lift Block 2-2B no matter what. This ship couldn't match an Aegean class in direct combat anyway. It was smarter to convert it into something useful. We'd lose a ton of stability and defensive strength, and even most of the remaining interception weapons would have to be discarded, but those were dead weight to begin with. Better to think of it as shedding useless mass. Alright. Let's do it. How long will it take? Give me about 2 days. I'll need manual labor for the finer adjustments, and I also need to disassemble 2 units each of Sashigame and Dichotomous 4 for their sensor components, so I request your authorization. 2 days, huh? That's a pretty big gamble. Now the question was, how long would it take for Virgil to regroup? He'd just lost his precious 2 landing ships, so he probably wouldn't launch another full-scale attack today or tomorrow. But harassment artillery strikes were still a risk. Plus, 1 Gyges class and 1 Kotos class ship were still operational. If they committed those, even at the cost of giving up territory, the situation could turn against us fast. The scariest part was not knowing where they were deployed or how long their reorganization would take. But sitting here worrying about what we couldn't know was just a waste of time. The smart move was to investigate as much as we could and then take a calculated risk. I mean, I did survive that network hazard purely by luck. Surely the 3 saints would still be watching over me. Somehow, I'd manage. Alright. Let's do it. Thank you, Lieutenant. I will begin immediately. When we gathered the crew and explained Celine's plan, their reactions were understandably shocked. That said, their reasons for being shocked varied wildly. To them, the fact that something this massive could even move was already hard to believe. Being told it would now fly probably just didn't compute. Wow. It's gonna fly? Through the air? For real? Well, theoretically. Don't theoretically me. That makes it worse. Ignoring Gilata's little protest, we got to work. We salvaged anything useful and cleared out the blocks to be purged, secured the surrounding area, then triggered the purge sequence. Originally, this system existed to prevent disasters, like moving around with unexploded ordnance still embedded, or to stop fires from spreading. It definitely wasn't designed for launching ships into the sky. It was less of a trick and more of a glitch, something only possible because Celine was in direct control of the ship. If the Themis 11's pseudo-intelligence had still been in charge, it would have laughed us off and shut the idea down. Roll call. Everyone's here. Point check. Anyone nearby? Clear. Once we'd all moved away from the purge zone and confirmed it was safe, we hit the switch. Explosive bolts blew, a block slipped loose and dropped. We watched closely until it settled without issue, then repositioned and purged the next one to avoid any parts colliding midair. Hey, Nozomu, what is it? Glitter? I mean, I'm doing it because you told me to, but what is this whole clear thing? It's an ancient safety incantation, passed down through the ages. PRA Chapter 83.2. Salvaged memories from old Earth were limited, but even among them, we, whose species had a borderline fetish for constructing massive structures, well, even before becoming mechanized, we were building giant Buddhas, so it was probably in our blood. Still held one lesson dear. Point and call. And shout clear out loud. There existed a powerful dataset showing that just doing this one simple thing reduced mistaken button presses to 1/6. So even now, with numerous safety features and strict work protocols in place, we continue to point for safety's sake to prevent cats, those chaotic agents of human disaster, from showing up on site. It's a brilliant phrase. Just taking things seriously like this helps prevent over 80% of accidents. I'll keep using it during major operations, so don't forget it, alright? Sure. Got it. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to translate well to other species. Galata didn't really get it. Well, fair enough. She was a professional soldier, not a construction worker. You couldn't truly appreciate the brilliance of this unless you'd worked on site. Night operations are dangerous. Let's finish today's work here. So there you have it. Good job today. Stay safe tomorrow too. Stay safe. While the others, who didn't really feel the closing ritual, went off to rest, I, who didn't need breaks, continued working with Celine. We transplanted the sensor units from the Sashigame and Dichotomous 4 to the ship's underside, and reused the surviving components from the bridge. It was a rush job, sure, cobbled together at best. But at least we wouldn't be flying around blind anymore. Nozomu. What's up, Funf? I was elbow deep in wiring, following the tags Celine had generated, when Funf came crawling out of the forest again, completely undetected by the sensors, and brought company. And 5 of them? You brought friends? They were interested in the outside too, but they were scared of getting yelled at, so they kept quiet. Yeah, well, dragging them here uninvited is murder on my heart, so maybe don't. But you got the elders' approval, Nozomu, so they insisted on coming. I'm sorry, okay? I was a little spooked by the sudden appearance of so many cyber elves, but given the reason, I let it go. Besides, Nile had already warned me. If I was going to confront the tumor, there were those who wanted to participate in the trial. I'd wanted a chance to bond a bit beforehand anyway, so this was fine. Is it still off limits inside? Celine's drones are rewiring stuff right now, so yeah, better stay out. Celine was currently modifying internal settings to make the ship airworthy, using drones to work. The last thing we needed was curious kids poking around and pressing buttons like, "What's this do?" That could bring the whole thing down. You can wander around the abandoned blocks we blasted earlier, though. Yay! As soon as I said it was okay, the 5 of them cheered and scattered toward whatever caught their interest. One especially small one, however, tried sneaking toward the tents where everyone was resting. I caught them by the collar just in time. Hey, don't go over there. What were you planning to do? Let me go. Funf said there's super cute fluffy things in there. Of course, it had to be the Sylvanians. For them, being cuddled like a plush toy as adults was a serious humiliation. Let them rest in peace, please. Still, I'd thought this before. Topiarius had some wild individual variation. Funf was around 250 centimeters, Nile about 190, and that constantly glowering mole was a bit over 170, but the one I just caught was barely 140 centimeters. Tiny. Funf, what's this one's name? That's Sage Item. I guess I shouldn't have bragged about the fluffies. I wanna pet the fluffy things too. Sage item. A small, bunny-like gardener with dainty features, thrashed around but couldn't escape my grip due to the difference in reach. Her pale purple hair fluttered amusingly, so I started braiding it on a whim. Wow. Hey, what are you doing? Getting messed with without permission pisses you off, doesn't it? So don't do that to my important friends, okay? Gah. What happened to my head? I finished her hair in a beautiful crown braid and let her go. She must have felt weird having her long hair suddenly not touching her anywhere, because she spun in circles like a dog chasing its tail and kept patting her head. Whoa, Nozomu, that's amazing, it's super neat. I got my hair braided? I'm gonna get in trouble. I haven't even passed the trial yet. Well, that's how much they hate being cuddled. Please understand and bear with it. Apparently, getting your hair braided meant something significant in Topiary's culture. Come to think of it, Nyla wore her indigo hair in elaborate braids. The others didn't do anything that fancy, so it probably had to do with rank or status in their tribe. Hey, Nozomu. Do mine too. I'm an adult, so I won't get in trouble. What happened to exploring? Ah, fine. Yay. Make mine fancier than Sage items. Funf plopped down in front of me, though her head still came up to my chest, and pleaded to be styled. She was green. Maybe twin tails. I could braid her hair like cords and tie it into 2 luxurious loops. As I was happily weaving her hair, I suddenly felt a very cold gaze on me. I looked up with a jolt, and there it was. One of Celine's nat drones hovered ominously. Lieutenant, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. Wait, this isn't what it looks like. Even through the drone's visual sensor, I could feel her flat, exasperated stare. I had no excuse. I had abandoned my task and started playing with the Topiarius. So that's what you were doing? Our work efficiency has dropped. At this rate, we'll fall behind schedule. Please focus. I'm really sorry. At my age, the most painful thing was being scolded by someone who was actually doing things properly. I bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle to express my remorse, and quietly returned to work. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Large airship project. A scrapped ship design based on the idea that if we fly the ship, it'll be stronger, right? Simulations revealed a fatal flaw. The moment air superiority was lost, the ship was shot down. Ground-based ships were always more durable, and since flying meant proximity to orbital range, they became easy targets for space warships as well. Despite the romantic appeal, the concept was ultimately deemed impractical and shelved by most nations. PRA Chapter 84.178. The completed, or rather, declared complete, Themis 11 had taken on an appearance that would likely make its original pseudo-intelligence owner weep, even without emotions. The bridge block had been removed, most of the armor plating stripped off and concentrated on the underside. The result looked, well, like a flounder half-dried overnight, with only one side eaten. There was no consideration for aerodynamics whatsoever, so the way it clumsily forced its way through the atmosphere with nothing but force field shielding was as inelegant as it gets. It truly felt like it was flying through brute force alone, powered purely by its anti-gravity units. According to Celine, the structural integrity was fine on paper, and even if the anti-gravity field cut out, it wouldn't immediately fall apart. Still, the fact that it couldn't even glide and would just plummet straight down left me with a lingering sense of unease. Is something the matter, Lieutenant? No, nothing. As long as it works, I've got no complaints. Maybe she picked up on my inner thoughts as I watched the forest from the CIC. But someone who had put in that much effort didn't deserve to be criticized. It's the same principle as answering anything's fine when asked what you want for lunch. If what comes out is some kind of questionable fried rice made from last night's leftovers, you just smile and eat it. Ugh, I've got the creeps. Hey, chieftain, we're not gonna fall, right? Right? Oh stars, Great Mother, please protect us. Once we were airborne, the crew had mixed reactions. But once the live feed from the combat control core showed them what exactly they were flying in, it seemed the reality sank in, and panic set in. Well, who could blame them? These were people who had lived their whole lives on the ground, now being carried to an altitude of 10,000 meters in something that looked like it had no business flying at all. Waha tilde. Amazing. Hey. Can I go out on the deck? Of course not, you idiot. No, wait. There was one person totally unfazed. If anything, she was excited. Funf's eyes sparkled as she looked at the world below from the monitor, completely unbothered by the height. And then she said something horrifying. But the wind looks really nice. You'll be blown off before you can enjoy it. Behind her, a dozen or so topiaries had boarded along for the ride. Once the tumor removed, this trial of theirs would be gone forever. This was their last chance to take it, and these crazy elves didn't want to miss it. The survival rate was under 30%, and yet this many still volunteered. Seriously, what the hell? Child of the stars, we'd like to see the forest with our own eyes too. Please don't say such reckless things. Do you have any idea how fast we're going? Maybe because Funf seemed so unbothered, the other topiaries started to let their curiosity get the better of them too, which was not helping. Right now, Themis 11 was floating purely on its anti-gravity field shielding. The deck was probably a mess of turbulence. There was no way we could let anyone out there. We weren't protected by any aerodynamically optimized armor. Granted, Celine and I had already flown a test flight, just the two of us, and confirmed it worked. Worst case scenario, we wouldn't die. Still, seeing it in full operation like this brought all my anxieties to the surface. We were pushing both the reactor and the anti-gravity units to their limits, and with one of the three aft thrusters, specifically the rightmost one, dead, we had to handle the controls with absurd delicacy just to keep a straight line. On top of that, the whole thing was a rush job. Themis 11 was originally a land-based vessel, so its airtightness wasn't exactly perfect. While the outer shell had been reinforced for chemical warfare protection, we'd removed the most critical part of that, so now the wind howled through gaps all over the place. Hey, Celine. I've got a bad feeling. What is it, Lieutenant? Don't tell me, you disabled the master caution system, didn't you? Very perceptive of you. I knew it. The flight control system had been way too quiet despite all the out-of-spec behavior. Something had felt off. Don't worry, I have it under control. You idiot. This would normally qualify for a Mayday emergency alert. Lieutenant, those people crashed because they didn't know their systems were broken. We know, and we're in control. That's a big difference. Like hell it is. We might be able to work with fuzzy logic unlike AIs, but this is just plain reckless. We never should have tried to force something built for crawling on the ground to fly. Can't we fly a little lower? Well, the air resistance gets pretty intense down there. We'd really prefer to stay at high altitude. She said it so casually, but could she maybe consider how we felt, knowing we were basically tightrope walking at this altitude? Actually, if we had to be this high for stable flight, could we even tow the Block 22B? Probably not with this setup. Once we secure it, we'll need to produce dedicated anti-gravity units meant for mobile weapons to reduce the load. Do you know how huge the factory blocks on spacefaring ships are? I figured as much, but really, brute force again? You do this a lot, you know. Those who remained blissfully unaware of our bickering were lucky, in a way. They were only scared of flying. I, on the other hand, understood that if Celine's control slipped even once, we could lose everything. It's not that I didn't trust my partner's abilities. It's just, when you start thinking about the what-ifs, like an attack or a system failure. It was a nerve-wracking trip the whole way, but thanks to Celine's skill, we somehow made it through in one piece. And then we saw it, a gap in the green carpet of dense forest below. Funf pointed and shouted, "The mine, a holy site." Hey, Celine. The structure our topiarious guide pointed out stirred a wave of nostalgia in me. At the same time, the suspicion I'd been harboring deepened sharply. Yes. No mistake. That's an Akatsuki-class space sweeper. It had crash-landed and now lay buried among the trees, an integrated military warship. The Akatsuki class was designed to shield larger vessels from mobile weapons and boarding craft during space combat. It acted as a forward sweeper, securing battle space in tandem with destroyers, a broom for the vast cosmos. Is the transponder still active? No. The canopy's covered by trees, so we can't read the ID marker. No IFF response either. I'd say it's completely dead. At about 400 meters in diameter, It was relatively small for a spacefaring warship. Its perfectly circular hull was lined with rails, allowing it to shift and concentrate interception weapons in any direction. Since it wasn't meant for direct combat, minimizing its exposure wasn't a priority. Still, I remembered how reassuring it had felt to have it watching over us. The real issue, though, was the massive box crushing 3/4 of it. From this height, the rectangular box looked like a candy tin, but in reality, it was a colossal structure with a short side over 100 meters long, covered in vines and branches just like the ship. No doubt about it, it was one of the factory blocks installed on satellite-class spaceships. Confirmed. That's Block 2B2. Well, at least we didn't come all this way for nothing. PRA Chapter 84.2 There didn't appear to be any visible damage to the factory block. Most likely, the hull beneath had absorbed the brunt of the impact. After all, satellite-class spaceships weren't designed to survive by being sturdy, they absorbed shock by breaking apart in a controlled way. That design philosophy had done its job. To be honest, I had been a little worried. The numbers said it had decelerated enough to avoid a total wreck even if it hit the ground, but there was always the chance it had gotten smashed anyway. So, seeing that it looked intact brought a quiet wave of relief. This was the very thing that had sparked a war threatening the extinction of an entire forest and an entire race. If it turned out the core objective had been reduced to rubble, it wouldn't even be a joke. All right, bring us down. Roger that. Lowering to altitude 100 slowly. There aren't any mountains, but the air's a little unstable today, so make sure you're holding on to something. Screams echoed from all around the violently shaking interior, and once again I was hit with the realization that this really needed improvement. Once we pulled back to the Holy City and prepped ourselves properly, I was definitely going to overhaul the hull. Even without a proper factory, if we could mass-produce Titan II units, we could use them as makeshift cranes, so it should be manageable. Target altitude reached. We're stable. All right, disembarking. All hands, move out. At my command, we dashed toward the weapons storage bay along the ship's flank. The space was fairly roomy, originally meant for several tanks and 3 mobile weapons. But now, with no proper occupants, it felt cavernously empty and cold. We'd come here to fill this space up, but I couldn't help but worry whether the ship could still fly once we did. All troops, equipment check. We're good. Body checks done too. After completing not just the exosuit's self-diagnostics but also paired visual checks for loose or missing gear, I tied a rope made of reinforced carbon fiber to a makeshift anchor and threw it down. Whoa, that's pretty high. Pretty doesn't even cover it. We're seriously doing this with just one rope? Wah. The descent method, of course, was rappelling. If we brought this massive thing down directly and damaged the forest, Topiarius would absolutely lose it. A bit risky, but we had no choice. But it was fine. Really. The descent rope was thick and woven from reinforced carbon, strong enough to hold 20 tons on a single line. We'd also made proper descent rigs this time. As long as everyone just held on, they'd get down safely. I'd even demoed it to prove it. All right, just like we planned. I'll go down first to watch for ambushes. Sylvanian vanguards will secure drop zone. Then Tech Gobs, Magius Gear Knights, and Topiarius descend in that order. Heavy gear comes down last. Still, I figured this would take some courage for those trembling at the thought of jumping from higher than the ship's edge. As for me, getting thrown from even higher was routine, practically part of daily life. Didn't faze me at all. Come to think of it, a friend in rear security once said something. How much would it take for you to rappel off the top of City Hall? A regular clerk would refuse outright. A soldier would say, give me 5,000 yen, the standard hazard bonus. And an assault unit wouldn't say a word, they'd just jump. I really hoped these folks would reach that level someday. Let's go. Let's go, I shouted, and Gilita followed with a slightly shaky voice. Let's go. Let's go. On the second round, perhaps embarrassed for lagging behind earlier, Riot Elboldi roared with a booming voice. Let's go. Let's go. By the third time, everyone finally managed to shout in unison. Yeah, that's the spirit. Nervous but motivated, not bad at all. Fear wasn't something to be ashamed of. What mattered was the resolve to act despite it. As long as they had that, even if they were a bit stiff or even wet themselves, it didn't really matter. Too quiet. Louder. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. Descent. Follow me. I grabbed the rope whipping in the wind and seized a descent rig, equipped with twin wheels and a motor. Throwing myself into the air and gripping the switch, I let it carry me rapidly downward. This way, the friction wouldn't burn through the armor on my palms, and I could land with minimal resistance. I zipped down to about 10 meters above the ground, then let go of the device and dropped the rest of the way. It was faster that way, and more importantly, I didn't want the enemy predicting our landing spot while we were most vulnerable. From the ambush's perspective, they just needed to aim at the bottom of the rope and wait for prey to drop down like idiots. Couldn't ask for an easier target. Using my exosuit's shock absorption system and practiced movement, I minimized landing lag and immediately drew my cold gun from the holster. It was already warmed up and ready to fire. At the same time, a swarm of gnats launched from the mount case on my waist, fanning out to cover my blind spots. Clear. Next, move. De-dropping. Peter's voice cracked as he grabbed the rope and started descending. Since he was new to this, I'd set his device to a slower speed and had him using his subarms to grip as well, so he wasn't at risk of falling. He probably realized he was still alive after that long, yet somehow too short, descent, and once he planted his feet a few times on solid ground, he grabbed the submachine gun slung behind him, extended the stock, and moved aside to let the next person land. The point men came down one after another, forming a ring and establishing a beachhead. Then the heavy gear troops followed, and finally, the supplely hard cases were dropped. These contained grenades, lock-busting charges, and spare mags. From here on, this site would serve as our resupply point, with deliveries to the front line done via the pack wolves. Wait, hey. Funf. What about the descent rigs? Once the area was secure, the guide and trial takers started coming down. But those savages had slid down the rope without even using the descent rigs. This way faster. We're used to descending with ropes. Sure, but is that a normal thing to do? Their palms better not be torn up. Just to be sure, I had everyone show me their hands and confirmed there were no injuries, but for some reason, Topiarius still gave me a baffling label, overprotective. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Thanks to anti-gravity units, staying aloft has become much easier. Even so, the effects of atmosphere and air currents can't be escaped, so aerodynamics continued to be a field of active research. PRA Chapter 85.179. We had landed about 5 kilometers from Block 22B, the trial site, and the crash, or perhaps controlled landing, site of the Akatsuki-class space sweeper. For the time being, we had finished our preparations without incident. According to Funf, who had already cleared the trial once, the general flow was to defeat the aberrations and bring back a branch growing from the tumor. Supposedly, aberrations roamed within a 10-kilometer radius, so we had taken a fairly aggressive landing spot. Still, whether it was luck or good timing, we managed to avoid an immediate encounter upon descent, which was a huge relief. Hey, Funf, just to be clear again, the aberrations are they're big. Like, about 1.5 of me? And they have long arms that almost drag on the ground when they walk. So, they actually look a bit smaller than they really are. And so, the aberrations were, in short, massive. Funf herself stood out even among the tallest of the Topiarius, and she claimed to have seen ones even larger than her. That alone told us plenty. What's more, they weren't lanky like a Nosferatu. No, these things had hulking, gorilla-like bodies with thick, rugged frames and what sounded like armored plating. Not exactly comforting. The elders say they usually move in groups of 3 to 5. Arrows work, but it takes dozens to finally bring one down. The most effective method is to rip off the head, but that's easier said than done. The gardeners, having gathered information from their predecessors, shared all this with us, but honestly, it was just alarming. If Topiarius arrows could pierce them, then our cold guns would probably inflict damage too. But the fact that it took dozens of arrows to disable one meant they were seriously tough. Glad I brought this. I reached back and ran a hand over the launcher for the anti-tank rocket-assisted charge mounted on my back, relieved that I had brought it along. Technically, we could have manufactured them as soon as the Celestial Canopies factories were brought online. But since our expected threats had all been soft targets, by our standards, even exosuits were relatively soft, we had shelved them up to now. Still, this time felt different. I had a feeling we'd need it, and I was glad I'd dug it out. That said, the thing was bulky and heavy, so we didn't have many. I had assigned one launcher and 2 spare magazines to each of the Tegob, but even then, we barely had 30 rounds total. That would be more than enough for a typical anti-tank infantry mission, but based on past experience, aberrations often attacked in numbers, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this wouldn't be enough. Well, better than nothing, I supposed. In the worst case, I'll have to charge in again. Lieutenant, please don't do anything reckless. We don't have any spare synthetic bodies, so if you get broken again, it's back to the box for you. I am not going through that humiliation again. I'll be careful. I knew it was necessary if it came to it, but the thought of being packed into a box, unable to move under my own power, was something I never wanted to experience again. Sure, a proper integrated military soldier was expected to treat synthetic bodies as expendable. But even so, I steeled myself with extra caution, and ordered the formation and advance. Because of the dense forest canopy, we couldn't count on air support from Themis 11, which was standing by overhead. While we had transplanted some of its surviving weapons to the underside, firing them too liberally would cause major damage to the forest, and we didn't want to risk angering them. So we had no choice but to impose strict limits on its use. As a result, we opted for a traditional skirmish formation, spreading out while securing the perimeter with recon drones. The Sylvanians formed a broad, arrowhead-shaped front line, with the Tekgobs carrying light machine guns positioned behind them as support. I stationed myself and the Magius Gear Knights in the center, with the Topiarius rearguard forming a flexible recon unit capable of shifting roles on the fly. We had been advancing carefully for about 10 minutes. Just as I began thinking it was about time for contact, sure enough, the sensors picked something up. Lieutenant, an enemy spotted. That thing is Huck, a heavy exosuit. The signal picked up by the Nats was, as Funf had described, a massive hunk of alloy. It was a heavily reinforced exosuit, designed for heavy-duty labor. It looked like a dull gray-blue mechanical gorilla. Flesh-like tumors and tentacles bulged grotesquely out from the gaps in its angular armor plating, making for a ghastly sight, but the exterior was identical to the ones used by the Ecliptic Republic Union. In other words, some kind of aberration was roaming around in the equipment of one of our allied nations. Damn it, this isn't funny. What's wrong, Chieftain? Is it that serious? Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with our current light gear, this is seriously bad. The powered exosuits we wore, standard issue in the integrated military, were designed purely for combat. But that thing was made for rescuing stranded combat vehicles, conducting emergency repairs on spaceships, or venturing into hazardous areas for damage control, places where you needed raw strength but weren't expecting heavy fire. The reason it hadn't been adopted for frontline combat was simple: it was too damn big. Even using gorilla-style knuckle walking, it stood over 3 meters tall, too large to function as infantry, yet not equipped with enough payload to match combat vehicles. On the front lines, it would be little more than a sitting duck. No matter how big it was, there were limits to how thick you could make its armor. And to power such a massive frame, you had to sacrifice things like force fields. It couldn't withstand tank rounds, and it lacked the mobility of infantry. That's why it had been relegated to rear-line support roles. If it were something as huge and specialized as a mobile weapon, it might have had the payload capacity to carry a wide range of gear. But because it had to be wearable by humans and usable in human-occupied areas, it was a textbook case of trying to do too much and excelling at nothing. Still, even a poorly fitted piece of cloth had its uses, and so these suits remained in service. They had been adopted as mobile mini-construction units for heavy work in the rear, but to us right now, they posed a serious threat. Damn it! If only we had a Sashigame, we could have taken it out with the main gun. We left it behind so we wouldn't damage the forest, remember? This time, we had deliberately gone in light, out of respect for the Topiarius, who had been kind enough to accommodate us. That meant deploying only infantry. The Sashigame and Dichotomous 4 were simply too big. They couldn't move without plowing through the trees. That was why I dug out the anti-tank gear, just in case something big showed up. But I hadn't expected to encounter something this hard to take down with conventional firearms right off the bat. Nozomu, can we take it down with our current weapons? Well, it's still just an exosuit. If we can disable the joints or sensors, we'll manage, but... PRA Chapter 85.2 Nozomu, can we take it down with our current weapons? Well, it's still just an exosuit. If we can disable the joints or sensors, we'll manage, but that thing might be an easy mark for fully equipped exosuit infantry, but with what we had on hand, it was going to be tough. As far as I knew, its specs were a total weight of 3.5 tons, a top speed of 75 km per hour, and armor thickness up to 80 mm at the chest, pretty damn sturdy. Unless they'd cobbled it together from scrap, the material was a ductile titanium alloy, highly resistant to impact, meaning bullets weren't going to do much either, which left us with two options: either blind it completely by taking out the sensors, or batter the joints until it was immobilized. But the thing was designed for combat engineers operating just behind the front line, where stray bullets flew thick and fast. It had bulletproofing and fragment-resistant joint seals, so there was no shoot at once and boom, done. Even with point-blank bursts from an LMG or SMG, we'd be lucky to disable a single function after pumping in dozens of rounds. This was going to be one hell of a busy battlefield. Funf. These guys hit just one and they all rush in. Yeah, figured. They didn't seem to be fully data-linked, but I'd picked up shortwave radio chatter. They were definitely monitoring each other. No chance of picking them off one by one like a game of whack-a-mole. Which meant I had to say it, those fateful, death flag-raising words. Not that it was wrong from a tactical perspective, it was only a problem when used on the strategic level. We'll just have to remain flexible and respond to the situation as it develops. Isn't that just making it up as we go? Glitter, who had actually received proper military training, gave me a perfectly legitimate jab. But hey, we didn't have a better option. Alright, we'll start by engaging the 3 units up ahead. Then we'll proceed at cruising speed while staying alert and move toward the tumor. We have no idea what might happen, so keep up full perimeter watch and clean this up fast. That's better than overcomplicating things with theory. Clear and simple. Not having a fixed plan makes me nervous. Still, it seemed TechGob approved. Riedelbolder grabbed his LMG with enthusiasm. On the other hand, the Sylvanians, probably reflecting Tissie's influence, with their culture of reading star calendars and precisely celebrating events, looked uneasy about the lack of structure. And, naturally, then we shall take the vanguard as well. The high-tech barbarians, the Topiarius, liked the plan too, full of fire and itching to push forward. Except your main weapons are mid to long range, remember? If you charge in too far, we won't be able to fire safely because of the crossfire risk. So follow the plan, no complaints. I'd gotten permission directly from Lady Niall to command the front lines. Stick to that. The plan's simple. I'll create an opening with the Sylvanian pointman. Once we do, everyone concentrate fire on the designated spots and take them out. What's the criteria for a kill? When it can do nothing but squirm. Understood. Answering Gilletter's clear-cut question, I set the system to highlight the weak points of the heavy exosuits. I marked the target zones in holographic displays for the Topiarius units and asked them to take positions in the treetops for overwatch fire. Let's do this. Ugh, this is too scary. Don't be a coward, Peter. They're unarmed. For you guys, they should be easy targets. I grabbed my cold gun, moved to the front line, and stood alongside the vanguard, just outside the enemy sensor range. Here we go. Charge! With that rallying cry, I led the charge as the forward commander of the higher Federation forces. The moment we emerged from the brush, the enemy's motion sensors must have picked us up. They all turned in unison. That was perfect. If the sensors faced forward, they weren't tracking anything behind. I fired 3 cold gun shots in rapid succession, destroying the head of the frontmost unit. The hits landed within milliseconds of each other, so close it was hard to tell the difference. The shockwave amplified the impact several-fold. The spherical side and blocky head twisted in unnatural directions, and the transparent casing over the sensors shattered. Hugh, grows. And then, from the broken neck armor, A mass of worm-like tendrils squirted out under pressure, utterly revolting. It looked like the thing had been stuffed full of flesh and tendrils inside a suit, forced into motion. Honestly, it reminded me of one of those walking armor enemies from his fantasy VR games. Usually they're just empty, animated by spirits or magic, but this one was crammed full of parasitic organisms. Not great for my mental health, that's for sure. Yeah. I probably wouldn't want to see spaghetti for a while. This is seriously disgusting. No way I'm bringing this back. Shoot it. Keep it away. Knees. Go for the knees. High-velocity bursts from LMGs and SMGs rained down like a sudden storm, and the two remaining units staggered. Apparently, the concentrated fire on their legs, driven by pure revulsion, did the trick. The knee seals ruptured, and they toppled over dramatically. All right. As long as we could focus our fire, they weren't too hard to deal with. The real problem was the numbers. Lieutenant. 3 squads approaching from 6 o'clock. 2 more from 11 and 3 o'clock. Reinforcements incoming, fast. Of course they were. How many are we talking at max? Can't say for sure, forests interfering with sensors, but it's easily over 100. Damn it, here comes the Zerg rush again. Everyone, hold formation and push through. They can't follow us into tight spaces. Reaching the tumor is the key. With bodies that size, they wouldn't be able to maneuver once inside Block 22B. That would make them easier to intercept. And odds were, a Titan II unit might still be inside. Those were made for extravehicular work. Having a spare lying around wouldn't be strange. Speed is everything. Move out. Careful not to trip on the tangled roots carpeting the ground, we pressed forward, cutting down the abominations as we went. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Despite their size and intimidating appearance, heavy exosuits were originally designed for heavy labor, specialized for combat engineers operating just behind the front lines. While not entirely incapable of combat, their bulk, necessary for high output, resulted in large frontal profiles and slower movement, making them ill-suited for modern high-speed warfare. Their main roles included construction, transport, and rescuing immobilized allies. That said, their heavy armor could still prove useful against under-equipped enemies, and they occasionally racked up respectable combat records. PRA Chapter 86.1 710. At times like this, I really wished we had a vehicle equipped with large caliber rounds, even if the fire rate was low. Well, technically, we did have one. The third model of the Packwolf had a heavy cold gun mounted on its rear. But that thing had too many issues when firing on the move, and even though its armor was thin, it attracted a lot of attention, so it was never popular with the frontline cavalries. According to them, it's faster to kill with a handheld weapon or just run them over. The fact that its rear-heavy build made it difficult to handle was another big reason they avoided it. Still, in a place like Terra 16, where there were no enemy artillery strikes, grenades, or orbital attacks, that model probably would have shined. I regretted not having it made. It had been important to listen to the feedback from the field, but I hadn't made enough effort to apply it to changing situations. That part haunted me. Up we go. Right now, I was dodging to the side at full speed to avoid a massive boulder thrown by one of the 3 hulking aberrations clad in heavy exosuits that had appeared before me. I honestly hadn't expected them to be smart enough to throw things. Then again, that exosuit was supposed to be able to lift over 2 tons with one arm, so it made perfect sense. Funny, considering I'd been the one proclaiming that mass-based attacks were the ultimate form of justice. I closed the distance, ducking low to avoid the massive forearm that came sweeping sideways at me. It passed just a hair's breadth over the top of my helmet plate. Drawing my blade, I slammed it into its knee as I passed by. My beloved sword, with the power to slice through anything for 5 or 6 seconds, cleanly severed the thick leg. Losing its right leg threw the creature's balance off, and combined with the momentum of its own swing, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The force of its swing had been intense. The shock that should have been distributed across both knees focused entirely on one, causing artificial muscle fluid to leak from the actuator in the left knee. That thing wasn't going anywhere now. All right, next. The second one came charging in with its massive fist thrust forward. It looked like it planned to use that crushing grip to twist and pulverize anything in its path, probably even the foundation of a building. But against someone holding a blade like mine, that was a bad move. I sliced upward at the exposed left wrist, sending it flying, then brought the blade down to sever the right fist as well. I slid under its legs to avoid the charge, slicing upward through its abdomen halfway through as I passed. Tilde 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 tilde. It let out an indescribable scream, like a balloon deflating, or the groan of bursting pipes, as its insides spilled out while it collapsed. The blade hadn't cleaved it entirely, but cutting halfway through was enough to make the body twist apart under its own weight and momentum. And then there was the last one. This one didn't just pick up a random rock, it dug into the ground, tearing up a mass of soil and roots, and flung it at me like buckshot. Not a bad tactic. If an ordinary human did it, it'd just be a distraction. But with the strength of that exosuit, the debris embedded in the dirt could definitely scratch up armor plates. But I had already pushed my clock speed to the limit. In this sluggish world, I saw the move coming before it started. I dug my heels in to brake, twisted my body with the recoil, then launched into a leap that carried me right over the danger zone. Mid-air, I spun like a dragonfly. Choosing a landing point behind the enemy, I brought my blade down mid-spin and cleanly lopped off its head. Of course, it wasn't just a normal life form. Its body was controlled by a mass of worm-like tendrils and several tumors, likely neural clusters, so decapitation didn't result in instant death. Still, once the main sensory nodes were gone, it wasn't so scary anymore. Ride Elpoldi. How's the next wave? Relentless, chieftain. Had to use an entire magazine just to take out one's legs. Lord Nozomu? We have to crush their arms too or they'll keep throwing stuff. Sheer tenacity alone made them a pain. I'd taken out a 3-man unit in about 24 seconds of baseline time, but my allies were struggling, constantly shouting half-panicked updates. We really were lacking firepower. If everyone had a railgun capable of blowing them away in a single shot, it might have been different. But, well, power output was an issue. I'll crush the head. Focus fire when it's slow zone. Roger. Still, there were some who were handling it well. Gurta, who had undergone minor mechanization and been equipped with my old high-output cold gun and an FCS, was sniping with extreme precision, shooting out sensors and disrupting enemy movement. Then, the Magius Gear Knights following her would swiftly move in, destroy the joints, and finish the job with synchronized strikes. On average, they took about 45 seconds to a minute and a half to wipe out a group. Not too slow, but even after 30 minutes of fighting, we'd only advanced about a kilometer. The Akatsuki-class space sweeper, the Mine Holy Site, and the Block 22B were still out of sight, hidden by the trees. Clearly, our highly mobile but low firepower team was a bad match for these heavy exosuits. It was still early in the battle, too, so using anti-tank assault rounds now would be premature. It was a tricky situation. On the other hand, holding them off. Cover me, they're coming from behind too. Stay alert. The gardeners were putting up a hell of a fight. They were covering the rear, and the moment they detected enemy movement, they loosed arrows with astonishing precision, each one slamming into exposed tumors poking through gaps in the enemy's armor. When the enemy twitched in pain, likely due to damage to a nerve cluster, the Topias pounced on the opening without hesitation, finishing them with a second shot. But even among the fierce warriors of the Topiarius, Funf stood out, by a head, or maybe even 2 or 3 higher. She deliberately dropped to the ground to act as bait, facing the enemy head-on. Holding an arrow in her mouth and another between her fingers, she readied 3 in total. With the first, she pinned a tumor and halted its movement. With the second, she destroyed a sensor. With the third, she jammed it into the tiny gap in the front of its knee armor, finishing it off. Then, using the creature's writhing forearm as a springboard, she climbed up its body with impossible grace, yanked out her earlier arrow, knocked it again, and slammed it through a gap in its neck armor. Her movements were so fast and precise that even my civilian-grade visual sensors could barely keep up. Her skill wasn't just for show, she'd earned her reputation. Don't waste your shots. There's too many of them. Reuse your arrows as much as possible. And her commands were spot on. Even while dodging attacks, she pulled arrows from downed enemies, returned them to her quiver, and reused ones still stuck in her foes, perfecting a baffling close combat archer style. This couldn't be right. As far as I knew, archers were supposed to be ranged fighters. Yet here they were, using their bows like pistols in close quarters combat. No, we're holding them off for now. But there's a lot of them. Can't we speed up? I'll try. Just don't fall behind, watch your positioning. Got it. I'm fine. But no telling how long the rookie's arrows will last. PRA Chapter 86.2 Funf pulled arrows from the defeated aberrations and slammed them down at her comrades' feet to resupply them. Her method of logistics was pure brute force. Even so, she warned that depending on where they hit, the arrows could break or lose their tips and become unusable, meaning they wouldn't last long. Well, up until now, they'd only challenged these trials half as a test of courage. It seemed their typical approach was to defeat the minimum number of aberrations, then harvest the tree growing out of the tumor, aka Block 2B2. They hadn't been operating with extended combat or large-scale extermination in mind. Funf pulled arrows from the defeated aberrations and slammed them down at her comrades' feet to resupply them. Her method of logistics was pure brute force. Even so, she warned that depending on where they hit, the arrows could break or lose their tips and become unusable, meaning they wouldn't last long. Well, up until now, they'd only challenged these trials half as a test of courage. It seemed their typical approach was to defeat the minimum number of aberrations, then harvest the tree growing out of the tumor, aka Block 2B2. They hadn't been operating with extended combat or large-scale extermination in mind. That meant a quick victory was more necessary than ever. But, Lieutenant, 5 enemy squads incoming from the front. They're sprinting at full speed. Ah, damn it. I took a glance through the perspective of a gnat, but none of the units had the leeway to respond. Riedelpoldi and his team were in the middle of suppressive fire and reloading. Peter's group was unable to throw any more projectiles and were struggling just to keep the enemy at bay from just outside melee range. Galata and the middle guard were naturally engaged, and the topiarius in the rear had no room to spare either. That being the case, I didn't want to use it, but time to play my trump card. All units, heads up. Drawing the Holy Lance. I readied the Holy Lance that had been sitting idle in my right subarm for some time. Finally. Hasn't seen it in a while, Chieftain. Took forever because it was worn down. This is its first outing since the overhaul. Indeed, this was exactly the kind of situation I'd expected when I had the Holy Lance undergo extensive maintenance. The Holy Lance had served us well in the early battles, like the recovery of the Great Mother, but ever since I got the external reactor, I'd been overusing it, firing recklessly, even treating it like a blunt weapon. As a result, the cooling time and recharge rate had gotten unbearably long, so I'd asked Celine to take it apart and restore it. Fortunately, while the charged particle cannon hadn't been used in the integrated military for a long time, it was still considered a mature technology. That meant replacement parts could be produced and repairs made without much trouble. The only catch was that it was regarded as a holy relic by the tech gobs. Only 7 were known to still exist among their entire species, so they took extreme care not to break it, which made the maintenance time drag on. As Celine explained, without any schematics, she had to painstakingly disassemble it, redraw the blueprints, and then identify which parts were damaged. Weapons packed with delicate instruments like this always took time to analyze, even when you had the real thing in front of you. Honestly, considering all that, the work had been finished pretty quickly. Output to 25%. Sweeping 120 degrees forward for 3 seconds. Nobody gets in front of me. Firing in 5 seconds. Evacuate. Evacuate. The deity's consort is really reckless. With its full maintenance complete, and new grips and a carrying handle added so I could wield it more easily, I aimed the sparkling clean Holy Lance at the charging enemy horde. I'd set it to minimum output. We'd have to turn a blind eye to a few scorched trees. Fire. After confirming all allies had cleared the blast zone, I pulled the electronically controlled trigger. The barrel had already been preheated. Mixed heavy particles, accelerated inside the chamber, erupted forth. The formless force of destruction surged forward, a stream of invisible energy cloaked in a magnetic field, incinerating everything in its path and the melting all in its wake with overwhelming heat. After sweeping in a wide fan like a broom, all that remained were severed limbs of aberrations rolling on the scorched earth, and water vapor shimmering in the air like a heat haze. The Holy Lance, having completed its job, opened its heat dissipation panels and expelled the excess heat. Upgraded with high-performance radiators and exhaust vents, the ancient relic hissed out steam in preparation for the next shot. Good. That just wiped out about 30 of them in one go. That should buy us some distance. Nozomu. You're gonna get scolded. Cut me some slack. There's no way I could have done that without hitting some trees. Even if you get beaten by the elders, I'm not covering for you. Unlike arrows, this was a weapon that sprayed rounds and scorched a wide area, so it inevitably damaged the forest. To the topiaries, who believed in atonement by breaking a bone for every twig snapped, this was probably unforgivable. But I was hoping the whole retaking a holy site thing might balance it out. I mean, the elder lady could dent Funf's faceplate, despite its impressive toughness and flexibility, with a single backhand. If that lady punched my civilian-grade synthetic body, the soft alloy skull would cave in. Can we just blame it on the aberrations? That's way too much of a stretch. Come on, work with me here. Damn it. If only the elder would wait to hit me until I'd put on my exosuit. I planned on using anti-tank assault rounds freely if the need arose, so the inevitable scolding made me nervous. I hoped that the removal of the tumor and the reclamation of the minor holy site would outweigh the backlash, but then I remembered something I'd rather not have. Funf, who'd achieved the impressive feat of rescuing Malsolo when she'd been captured, had still gotten punished, with her arm ripped off and her face beaten to a pulp. Because that was that, and this was this. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The topiaries do have a concept of reward and punishment, but they don't believe in balancing them out. Their system work like this: give the reward first, then beat the hell out of you afterward. It's a reward system that makes no sense to mechanized humans. PRA Chapter 87.1 711. The monoatomic blade maintained its impeccable sharpness for only about 5 or 6 seconds after being drawn, but with enough skill, that limitation meant little. Even as the single atoms at the edge of the blade wore down from chemical reactions and friction, the edge remained alive. I focused my will and slammed the blade into a weak joint at the shoulder, where the armor was thin, felling what marked the 35th exosuit. Ha, Nozomu. Are you alright? You've been on the front lines non-stop. Let me take over. No problem. Just heat exhaust. The Type C Model 2 prosthetic body, with its human-like appearance, wasn't the best at dissipating heat. Pushing it beyond its limits caused internal temperatures to rise and trap heat. That's why I was breathing, though I didn't need to, trying to vent the heat. Still, once the core temperature exceeded 80 degrees Celsius, it really took a toll. I was using the enemy's own heat exhaust system to try cooling my body down, but I'd been swinging my sword for too long. A break was probably in order. With lingering regret, I brushed off the twitching tentacle bits clinging to the blade, sheathed it, and picked up my coal gun. 500 meters left. Damn it. So close yet so far. The Akatsuki-class space sweeper and the Block 22B were now close enough to see with the naked eye, but the final stretch was the longest. The grotesque enemies were, as expected, being produced from Block 2B2, which I completely forgot, had a large cargo hatch, and they kept pouring out. The dense forest made it impossible to move in a straight line, so in practice, we still had 800 meters to go. Celine, what's your position? Currently holding at 1,000 meters altitude. The tumor's entrance isn't blocked by trees, so I can provide support fire. What are your orders? I don't want to damage the structure, but can you dial down your firepower and still get a kill? I want to take them out before they react. Because the Akatsuki class had crash-landed, and the factory section was perched on top it, the cargo hatch was exposed enough to be visible from above. We had initially considered a direct assault here, but gave it up. If we failed to breach and got surrounded, that would have been the end. But with this much pressure bearing down on us, we no longer had the luxury of being picky. Analysis shows the Akatsuki class's outer shell has begun to corrode. Even in low-power mode, Firing too close could cause damage, tch. Then it's no good. The ship itself may be dead, but why wasn't it protected by Terra 16's bizarre blessing? It might still hold vital data. I couldn't risk destroying it. Target the aberrations positioned far enough from the ship. Engage ground fire. Another vague and fuzzy order. Despite the complaint, my excellent partner began activating the defensive batteries repositioned to her ship's underside, following my half-baked directive. The barrage rained down from the sky, blasting apart the heavy exosuit aberrations and scattering debris. Wait, no good. Even with reduced output, the firepower was too much. The debris was flying at dangerous velocities. Their organic parts just got splattered, but the armor fragments could easily become lethal projectiles. This wasn't sustainable. Celine, aim further out. With our light armor, even the shockwaves could break our exteriors. You're so demanding, Lieutenant. I can't reduce the pressure much, but I'll narrow the blast radius. The high-altitude auto-fire began picking off enemies at a distance, but the pressure from those pouring out of Block 2B2 remained steady. In that case, we had no choice but to charge straight in and break through. Fighting both the scattered enemies in the forest and the ones packed inside was no longer sustainable. All units, report remaining ammo down to about 40%. Box mags are nearly done. Switching to rifles. We're barely holding it together. There's not much left. Their armor's too tough. Our arrows keep snapping. Barely any left now. Damn it. Even though we'd been resupplying by dropping crates from above and having the autonomous pack wolves haul them in, the time it took to distribute the supplies was too precious, and we couldn't keep up. Looks like it was time to gamble. If we could just close the distance to the entrance, Celine could suppress any enemies chasing from behind. All right. Let's do this. All units converge. Full speed charge, push in and infiltrate. Been waiting for this. I hate this slow-paced crap. Reincarnation, who had wrapped spare ammo belts around himself like an action movie hero, let out a cheer. I hated to let him down, but melee combat was out of the question this time. If they grabbed us, we'd be disassembled like crabs in a pot. Their armor was too thick for ordinary high-hardness blades to handle. This called for our secret weapon, Funshin rockets. Incidentally, they were affectionately nicknamed bamboo spears. We'd fire them all at once to wipe out the enemies clustered near the entrance. Then we'd rush inside, build a defensive line, and begin clearing the interior. Please let there be spare mobile weapons inside. Otherwise, this would be a massive pain. Ready the rockets. And don't forget to flip the safeties. Roger that. We pulled the anti-armor launchers from our backs and disengaged the safeties. To prevent friendly fire, the fuses wouldn't activate within 30 meters, so we kept our distance. The launchers had a safe and simple design, small countermass zones, heat dissipating salt water to dampen the blast, so even firing them in tight clusters wouldn't harm allies. Unless someone stood 50 centimeters behind you, anyway. But we'd been careful. Once we cleared the front line with rapid fire, we'd pour in like an avalanche. Data link up. Targeting. Fire. Each shot had to be lethal, and to avoid wasting ammo on the same target, I assigned individual enemies and ordered the attack. I raised my own launcher and took aim. Shoot as they land. They're not that fast. Leave it to me. Though I've been using guns instead of the Holy Lance for a while, I still get the timing. The enemies pouring out of Block 2B2 slid down the spherical armor of the Akatsuki class and landed below. Their design didn't account for mobility, so they didn't adjust their landing vectors with thrusters. That moment of landing made them perfect targets. Whatever you do, don't hit the minor sanctuary or the tumor. You're such a demanding chieftain. Make that a demanding officer. Fire. About 30 enemies slid down in succession, and we blew them up the instant they landed. Reloading was handled by subarms and took less than 5 seconds, so our ambush went off without a hitch. Good. Pressure's down up front. Move in. First squad, follow me. Using the data link system, I split the team in half. The factory was stuck atop the Akatsuki class, meaning we had to scale a steep incline. That required wires for 3D maneuvering. Half would climb while the other half provided cover. Once the first group reached the top, they'd hold the line while the rest followed. I discarded my spent launcher, fired an anchor, and began climbing the treacherous spherical slope. With each step, I fired the cold gun at more enemies popping out. Then something unexpected happened. The enemies taken out by the second squad's covering fire came tumbling down toward us like some kind of stage hazard. Ah, shit. PRA Chapter 87.2. Ah, shit. I hastily dodged as an enemy spun past just half a step to my side and crashed down with terrifying force. I felt a phantom cold sweat bead on my brow, despite the fact I couldn't even sweat. Seriously, that was way too close. That thing weighed over 3.5 tons. If I got crushed by a chunk of iron that size, especially one falling with added velocity, I'd be dead for sure. Even if my brain shell survived, both the prosthetic body and exosuit would be total losses. Damn it, even in death, they still blocked the way. How obnoxious could they get? Ah, shit. I hastily dodged as an enemy spun past just half a step to my side and crashed down with terrifying force. I felt a phantom cold sweat bead on my brow, despite the fact I couldn't even sweat. Seriously, that was way too close. That thing weighed over 3.5 tons. If I got crushed by a chunk of iron that size, especially one falling with added velocity, I'd be dead for sure. Even if my brain shell survived, both the prosthetic body and exosuit would be total losses. Damn it, even in death, they still blocked the way. How obnoxious could they get? Don't completely destroy them, focus on stopping their movement. If they fall on us, we'll be crushed instantly. That's another hard one to add to the list. Exclamation mark. Aim for the head and torso. Knock them onto their backs. Sniper team. Concentrate fire on the highlighted zones. You need to stop the bodies from falling down on Lieutenant's team, or it'll be a disaster. I knew I was asking for the impossible, but what choice did I have? Trying to climb with an anchor while dodging randomly falling 3 tons bodies was a nightmare. I aimed my cold gun at one's head and fired. Even knowing it wouldn't pierce, I opened up with rapid fire when its balance tipped. The force flipped the grotesque creature onto its back, taking some of its allies with it. I had to use that opening to climb even one step higher. I remember doing something like this in an ancient retro game back in compulsory education. Lieutenant. Less talking, more climbing. I can't give you fire support there, remember? Even so, the enemy had no sense of comradeship. They shoved each other aside the moment someone got in their way. As I dodged with a silent prayer that my anchor bolts wouldn't pop free, I heard a scream. Kaya. It was one of the topiaries assigned to second squad, providing support from below. She had been grabbed by an aberration she thought she'd neutralized. Judging by the damage, both knees and the head crushed, she must have assumed it was dead, but some of its substances had apparently survived. It had dragged itself through the chaos to get to her. Damn it. At this rate, it'll crush her. No, no, no. Let go. Let go of me. Stop. I twisted my body mid-air into a 180-degree turn, aimed the cold gun, and dialed down the output to avoid hurting her with the shockwave. My target, the wrist joint that was about to snap her neck. I fired. The first shot only dented the armor. Second shot, armor plates ruptured, exposing internal components. Third shot, probably severed the artificial muscle, because the hand clutching her head suddenly went limp. A 3-round burst, all within 0.5 seconds of base reality time. Fast, accurate, if I may say so myself, a damn fine shot. Get out of there, now. My stomach. Bursting. She had managed to get her head free, but the left hand gripping her abdomen was still intact and now tightening with the intent to kill. No matter how durable a topiarius was, this wouldn't end well. The wrist was in my blind spot, unreachable. That left the shoulder joint. But from this angle, it was heavily armored with barely any gaps. Suspended mid-air, poor footing, about 860 meters of elevation. Add to that a heavy recoil cold gun and a shoulder joint tougher than the wrist. Could I pull it off? No, I had to. I disabled the output limiter and ready to fire a perfect 3-shot burst. At the moment it tensed, the gap widened. There. Cough. My shot pierced the joint, likely severing the signal lines. The crushing grip weakened, and the topiarius, twisting her body at just the right moment, managed to break free. Phew. That was close. I was honestly amazed I landed that shot. Maybe I could have earned a top-tier marksmanship badge for that one. Lieutenant. Above you. Wah! I looked up at Celine's warning, and saw a heavy exosuit aberration hoisting one of its fallen comrades over its head. It reared back to throw. Oh, right. I guess a corpse can be a projectile. Wait. It's aiming at me. I had about 3 seconds of base reality time. My body was facing the wrong way, and I didn't have time to swing the gun around toward the attacker. Recoil was already throwing my aim off. Even if someone managed to intervene, if 2 enemies dropped from that height, there'd be nowhere to escape. Evade? No good. I was suspended midair with no footing, and my range of movement on the wire was limited. Without thrusters, my only option was to twist, but I wouldn't clear the blast radius. Defend? Out of the question. No matter the angle, I wouldn't be able to deflect it on this unstable surface. If I took the hit, either the anchor would rip free or the wire's base would snap. That would mean plummeting nearly 70 meters. Wait. Would I even survive that? Was this what they called your life flashing before your eyes? Or maybe time just slowed down? Either way, I made one last desperate move. I released my own anchor to change my full trajectory. Curled up, hoping I could adjust midair and lodge another anchor into the wall. But I was suddenly yanked sideways by a massive jolt. I got you. Fun. Before I knew it, I'd been scooped up under the arms and behind the knees, princess style, and was watching a corpse sail past the space I'd just occupied 3 seconds ago. It took me a full moment to realize what had happened. She'd noticed my danger before I even did, and came to save me. Wait, how the hell did you? I ran really hard. No way. Even if this was a spherical ship, there's no way you could run up it, right? But then I looked down, and sure enough, Funf had driven her foot blades into the crumbling outer plates of the Akatsuki class and was literally running up the hull. I mean, this was supposed to be a sacred site, right? Was this okay? Her sheer brute force stunned me for a second, but there was no denying she'd saved me. I needed to thank her. But first, could you put me down already? This is so embarrassing. You looked like you were gonna fall, so I'm carrying you all the way up. No matter how old you were, no matter how big you were, being carried like a princess by someone of the opposite sex was mortifying. But with her overwhelming strength and wild sprinting, my protests were easily overruled. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Anti-tank Funshin rockets, one of the few weapons infantry can use to combat heavy armor. However, in modern warfare, with widespread countermeasures and signal jamming, scoring a direct hit is extremely difficult. A full volley from a platoon-sized unit might land 1 or 2 hits at best. Still, the difference between having them and not having them is massive. That's why they're still produced and deployed. The elite anti-tank infantry who lug these absurdly heavy weapons around refer to them fondly as bamboo spears. PRA Chapter 88.1 712. Even after the first squad secured Block 2B2's cargo hatch, it didn't make the fighting any easier. Too slow. Show some spirit and climb up. This is insane. It's slippery. Super slippery. It was because the Topiarius, who lacked dedicated climbing equipment, were struggling to ascend. Damn it. I knew it. They're manufacturing these bastards inside. This is ridiculous. The Ecliptic Republic Union must have cut corners and stuffed this place full of them from the start too. And to make matters worse, the enemies just kept coming. No matter how wildly I slashed through them, the exit was far too wide for me to block off on my own. I couldn't afford to let the bodies be kicked down below, either, so I had to press forward, dangerously so. Geez. Sure, a 3D fabrication plant can crank out most things as long as the data's loaded, but that's no excuse to jam heavy-duty drones into it without thinking about what happens if the enemy captures it. This had to be the mobile weapons section. I get that heavy-duty drones are needed for their maintenance, but still, cramming them in like this is just reckless. Well, in a way, we got lucky. If something the size of that giant Nosferatu had crawled out of here, we wouldn't have stood a chance. I sure am grateful they prioritized lighter, more maneuverable units over hulking monsters, but come on, this is just poor management. Even though it wasn't my country, I couldn't help but criticize. That's when one enemy slipped past, just outside the reach of my blade. Damn it. The Sylvanian covering me opened fire, but even at this close range, His submachine gun lacked stopping power. He seemed so focused on protecting me that he didn't notice the enemy bearing down on him, and his reaction was far too slow. Jiabu? Hey, you okay? I fired my cold gun one-handed in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. He was struck like a stuffed toy and sent flying. The Sylvanian took a lazy backhand blow as if he were nothing more than an annoyance, soared 10 meters through the air, and slammed into the facility wall before sliding down limply. His vitals flashed yellow on the tactical data link. It wasn't life-threatening, but the blow had exceeded his exosuit's shock resistance. The impact likely broke bones and damaged internal organs. His brainwaves were erratic. He had a concussion, too. The detailed readout showed that emergency painkillers had been administered, but he was out of the fight. TCH. Because I wasn't strong enough, I ended up getting someone needlessly injured. It wasn't even a first-class threat. If I'd had a Type B synthetic body and exosuit, this kind of rear-aligned drone wouldn't have posed a challenge. I've told you over and over, prioritize yourselves over me. Don't try to save me recklessly. My body is replaceable, yours isn't. Suppressing my frustration, I kept cutting down enemies and shouted. There are countless things in this world that can't be undone, but the heaviest among them is a life. To us, humans whose consciousness had been digitized into binary code, organic life was painfully fragile. We throw away our bodies. As long as the photon crystals protected by our reinforced brain shells remains intact, we can always come back. But organics, one failure in a single organ, and they're gone. Completely irreplaceable. They come along to the battlefield because we're short on personnel, because they have the will, and above all, because I value their autonomy. But make no mistake, unlike us, who have multiple coins to toss, you only have one. So please, take care of it. We're sending him back. Be gentle with him. Peter dragged the wounded soldier while laying down suppressing fire. Yet even after I'd given the order, Riedelboldi came charging through the open breach with a light machine gun in tow. Damn it, every last one of them. Didn't you hear the order just now, Riedelboldi? What kind of war chief leaves their chieftain on the front lines alone? If anything, you're the one who should die last, after we're all gone, or we can't face the Great Mother. You may see yourself as expendable, but we see ourselves as the expendable ones. Gah, seriously. I've already demonstrated that I can come back as long as my head isn't obliterated, and still they don't listen. I know warriors are just built that way, but if they keep ignoring me like this, I will leave them behind. That said, their suppressing fire, spraying high-caliber rounds everywhere, was a godsend. Thanks to them, I finally found the door I'd been searching for. This is the hangar sector. No doubt about it. It was the door leading to the hangar. It was sealed shut, meaning no enemies had come crawling out of here. Clearly, the aberrations were coming from deeper inside the facility. Of course, I'd need to go there too. It was the main objective, after all, but if there was a chance of acquiring a usable mobile weapon here, I wasn't about to ignore it. Celine, check for spare units. Yes, I believe the odds are good. All right, everyone fall back. Deploying a foam metal wall, I shot and slashed down a nearby exosuit. Then under Riedelboldi's covering fire, I tossed a foam metal wall grenade to seal off the corridor. It spread out like an overshaken soda can bursting open, forming a chain of metallic bubbles that solidified into a wall, blocking the enemy's advance. But unlike with the Nosferatu, this wouldn't hold long. These enemies were designed to plow through obstacles like this. A few minutes of pounding with their knuckle-guarded fists, and they'd punch a hole through it. Deploying unlock bomb. Clear the area. There was no time to unlock it manually. I planted 3 breaching charges on the blast door leading to the hangar and forced it open. As the gap cracked open, I shoved my hand in and maxed out my exosuit's strength. Ignoring the complaints from the overloaded artificial muscles, I gripped the door and braced my legs, then forced it open with everything I had. Tough one. Figures, being a secure section. NNNGGHHHHHH. I've got you, chieftain. Me too. Thankfully, the height difference among the 3 of us worked in our favor. With combined effort, the warped door let out a dying shriek and finally gave way. Beyond it was a vast hangar. Large enough to host 3 simultaneous soccer matches, rails ran in every direction, and the walls were lined with mobile shelving units that resembled those of a closed stack archive. All of them were equipment racks for storing mobile weapons. They were laid horizontally. Standing them upright aboard a moving vessel would be far too dangerous given their hundreds of tons of mass. Stored like multi-tiered submarine bunks, massive racks cradled mobile weapons at least 10 meters tall. Several had already been dislodged from their rails and lay awkwardly across the floor, likely knocked loose during atmospheric entry. PRA Chapter 88.2 There I won the gamble. Uranus 3 Type A2, In the mostly abandoned hangar, several mobile weapons lay scattered about in disarray. A few Titan II units had been crushed under collapsed tracks, some split clean in half as they leaned against broken supports, others mangled from slamming into the wall, probably after their storage frames had come loose. Amid the wreckage, there was one intact exosuit, seemingly resting against the debris. Its name, Uranus 3 Type A2. Aerial mobile weapon designed for air supremacy, created as a counterpart to the Titan II Type G stationed in the Holy City. That said, its role wasn't dogfighting jets in the open skies. Rather, it specialized in high-speed, low-altitude hit-and-run attacks and close-quarters ground combat, skimming the terrain at heights of 10 to several dozen meters. Historically, this class of low-altitude mobile weapon evolved to fill the gap left by the obsolescence of attack helicopters, which had fallen out of favor due to their fragility and sluggish maneuverability in modern warfare. Among such units, the Uranus 3 Type A2 was a refined air superiority model, originally derived from the Class A Type 1 mobile weapon, nicknamed TAME-206, though old-timers liked to refer to it more stylishly as the ground type. The true ancestor was a support unit, the Class A Type 3 Shiden 4. Well, that was the usual way of things in our country. Take a well-regarded, less quirky unit that had seen official adoption, and retrofit it so even the old humans could pilot it. Still, why the hell had they left behind a machine that wasn't useful until surface conditions stabilized? Sure, it was handy for precise drafting and building bases, hard to do on satellites, but its true capabilities only shone in atmospherically stable battle zones. Then again, it was usable, so I wasn't about to complain. Titans were easier to handle on this battlefield, but this one had its own advantages. It's huge. Is that the same as the one you rode in the Holy City, Chieftain? It looks kind of flimsy, though. Even half buried in rubble and crushed tracks, its form remained miraculously intact. Compared to the Titan II, it had sleeker, more delicate lines. Its thighs were thick and rounded, while the legs tapered from the knee downward into slender isosceles shapes, omitting ankles entirely, a distinctive silhouette. Its torso was shaped with aerodynamic precision, streamlined and covered in angular armor plates, leaving almost no gaps and creating a striking interplay of shadows. Its arms were about 2/3 the thickness of a Titan II's, not quite half. The head was flattened to reduce drag during high-speed flight, and designed so it could tuck in and align flush with the body. Its fixed armaments were limited to a small anti-personnel chain cold gun embedded in the forearm armor, hardly reassuring, but that was perfectly fine for this unit. Every design choice reflected an obsessive commitment to weight reduction. It was an elegant machine built on solid reasoning. It carried robust countermeasures capable of intercepting low-altitude guided missiles, and its anti-gravity shields, extending like wings from its rear structure, were light as feathers, allowing nimble dodges. With its comprehensive cyber warfare suite, it was like a dancer cloaked in a digital mantle, nearly impossible to target. Any excess weight would only slow it down. Why do mobile weapons have hands at all? So they can discard gear when needed and keep receiving new loads mid-combat. That's it. Fixed weaponry? Just for show. With the right equipment, this machine could scale buildings, strike through the thin top armor of tanks in a single blow, vanish from clunky ground units, and pierce through their rear armor. In the hands of a skilled pilot, it became a flying Grim Reaper, death incarnate on the battlefield. Granted, it was as fragile as it looked. If an amateur got in the cockpit, even a full squad would struggle to take down a single Titan II. It was that unforgiving. A true ace's machine, through and through. Still, I couldn't think of another Ecliptic Republic mobile weapon more suited to me. The paper-thin armor didn't matter, I just had to not get hit. My job had always been to dive headlong into thick curtains of fire where a single shot meant death. I might need a bit of time to adjust, but I'd get the hang of it. It was a shame the weapons had all fallen off, but well, I'd make do. I always made do. Alright, we're in luck. Right, Elpoldi. Keep throwing foam metal wall grenades and buy us more time. Got it. You're gonna get that thing moving, right? What about the topiaries? If you've got the breathing room, give them some cover. I clambered up and pulled away the debris covering the chest armor. Then I plugged directly into the external access terminal. With a hum, the chest cavity opened, revealing an interior packed with remote control systems. Yeah, these were basically remote-operated units by default, no handy cockpit to sit in. As a fan of piloting robots in VR, I found that a little anticlimactic. Still, I understood the logic. It was efficient, and optimized for survivability. Judging from the condition, it wasn't damaged. I could pull my brain shell and have it operational in no time. Celine, I'm ready. Her old housing, a box-shaped drone, slid through the doorway and extended its utility arms. Good. Unlike lower-tier synthetic bodies, Type C ones were built so the brain shells could be quickly removed in emergencies. The process wouldn't take long. They'd tormented us with their technological edge long enough. Time to teach them the terror of being crushed from above by overwhelming force. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Uranos 3 Type A2, originally, a derivative air unit called the Titan II Type F existed. However, its attempt to force a large frame into flight resulted in high shoot-down rates and only marginal mobility improvements. In the end, demand arose for a specialized design, and the Uranos 3 was born. However, it inherits one flaw of the Shiden 4, which serves as its base. It isn't as maintainable or reliable as the Titan II due to its nature as an aerial unit. Even after simplifying its mechanisms and unifying many of its parts with the Titan II, the Uranos 3 doesn't sell particularly well in the civilian sector.